day here at the ISA World Surfing Games, day 4. And we've woken up to another bump in the swell this morning here at WEBCAST. I'm True Starling. Joined with me this morning is Barton Lynch, and we've seen some good waves ridden this morning.
Yeah, it's we can see, as per usual, we had a fantastic storm last night with lightning and thunder, and today you can see a little bit of residual texture on the ocean from that storm last night. Still some great waves out there, lots of conditions, lots of opportunities, lefts, rights, inside, outside. So it's going to be another great day, starting with the repechage rounds. So, hello.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's going to be a big day of surfing again. We're going to finish off this repechage round for the women.
Yep.
We'll see the men hit the lineup, and then also we'll go back into the women's main event as well. I mean, yesterday was huge.
Yeah, well, every day has been huge. The waves have been great. The performances have been great. And we're just so lucky to be here and to be given and offered so much love from the people of El Salvador, and then great conditions from Mother Nature.
We saw another pretty big storm as well last night, and this is just kind of a bit of texture from that, right?
Yeah, you can see how the swell lines have been broken up from that side shore wind. And again, it's going to be a great day because what it's done is it's made it a little peakier, and there's kind of more broken up opportunities. So really from a competitive point of view, as we look at some of the highlights from this morning's session.
Wow, yeah, that bright yellow shirt can be none other than Team Brazil. That's Sam Reedy from Costa Rica as well. That looks like
Yolanda, huh?
Yeah, Yo-Yo. Wow, she's giving it a good nudge too. I mean...
Oh, there's the Olympic champ, is it? Kaoli Vast?
Wow.
Oh, super fast.
Seriously. Oh my goodness. I mean, if these morning sessions are a little insight into what we're going to see for the day, then bring it on, because electrifying surfing already.
And again, you can see it's kind of, there is a bit of texture, there's a bit of wind rib coming across the break, but it's really creating opportunities and breaking up the swell. So look at that beautiful big air there. Is that the Pink Panther himself?
It may just be.
El Salvador's Brian Perez.
Big teams, big days. I mean, huge heats.
Ooh.
Wow.
Spain.
Lots of big surfing going on. I mean, we've got that podium too over at El Sunzal as well in use today, where we'll see the men's repechage round and then that women's repechage round too as well. They'll be down there this afternoon.
297 surfers in total.
I know. I think we had a fair few of them out here this morning.
Yeah, it looked like there was 200 of them here.
And what are we seeing today for the surf?
We see it says 4 to 5 feet. It's at least that, if we're talking wave faces. It's definitely bigger than that on some of them. Light winds most of the day. They're expecting a little ruffled sea breeze most of the day. Low tide this morning, going out for the first part of the day, and then 3:47 the high tide. It has slowed down a little bit. The consistency where you're actually walking over at low tide, you're surfing over at high tide. Yep. Doesn't change the waves too much, but definitely about a 6-foot tide here on the cobblestones of WEBCAST.
You can start to see the remaining few free surfers there making their way in. We're going to have that first heat start pretty shortly at about 7 o'clock, so about a minute's time. And you can see, I mean, it's so hard when you're free surfing before a heat and you see all of the people in their rashies come out and you're like, no, please, I still want to stay out here.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting things I find is when you're watching the free surf before any event, it looks like there's heaps of waves, heaps of opportunities, because people are catching everything and there's so many of them out there. It's just bang, 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 action everywhere. The siren goes, people start to be selective, and it's a different scenario. Watching the free surf's not such a great way to prepare for a heat as we see the surfers in heat 1. And I'll leave that with you.
This is going to be the first heat of the day. We're going to see Huai Pen Chen from Chinese Taipei out there, Kaya Prochachowski from Poland,
well done,
Eva Mota from the Dominican Republic. She's going to be out there too, so that is going to be heat 9 for the women's repechage round 1. And then the progressing two surfers. They'll surf again today.
Yeah, we always sort of talk about the diverse range of nations that we have here. And look at this heat, Chinese Taipei, Poland and Dominican Republic. You know, it's wonderful as an old bloke just to see this global spread of surfing, and it's been such a wonderful thing for my life. You know, everything I have, everything I feel, it all has come from surfing, and to see other nations around the world, other people getting the opportunity to be a part of this culture, this sport, this wonderful lifestyle is such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's pretty special to share it with, you know, your best of friends and then some new people as well that are just being out there and just enjoying it because it's just where they want to be.
And it is one of those things where you kind of, it's so good you wouldn't mind protecting it and pretending it doesn't exist, you know. But at the same time, what it brings to people's lives, what it's brought to our lives, what it is as something, you know, it's just such a healthy, beautiful pastime. We can see the light offshore breeze, sort of not enough to sweep the ocean perfectly clean, but definitely, you know, coming from the north at this point in time and blowing offshore. For the young ladies, hunting the lineup.
Yeah, we're hoping to see maybe that wind die off a little bit, maybe just a little morning sickness. We'll see. I mean, the last couple of mornings it has been pristine for the first, I don't know, maybe even the pretty much 3/4 of the whole day. Just the last couple of heats kind of went a little bit weird, but I feel like, yeah, I mean, this morning it's still some really good conditions, and this is Eva from the Dominican Republic. She's on her back end getting underway in this heat nice and early. Good two-turner to start.
Great start.
Yesterday we were talking about, you know, particularly in the last, you know, couple of heats of the afternoon, it was hard to find that control. And it was kind of found in those last 5 minutes of the heat, and it's kind of when the times, it's really tricky. It adds a lot of pressure, right?
Totally. And a controlled start, like we just saw from Eva Mota there from the Dominican Republic, is exactly what's needed. It's particularly in the repechage round, you know, the surfers who are there in theory, you know, they've come third and fourth in the previous round, so they're there because they've had a loss, and that puts some pressure on right away because this is do or die now. Third and fourth in these repechage heats, a loss to the event. You're not lost to your team. You still have a role to play in the whole team's overall performance, supporting your teammates. It's not like you can just, you know, put your board away and just stomp off the beach disappointed. You've still got to bring the positive energy.
Yeah.
Look at this young lady.
Wow. Coming up in that next heat, it's going to be some really exciting matchups. That's Wan Yu Chen, also from Chinese Taipei as well. And she's pretty young. I think she's about 12 years old. And I've seen her in a couple of events when I've made it over to Taiwan a couple of times. But this is live action right now. Kaya from Poland. Good first turn.
Nice.
Trying to stay with it. She's working really hard, but that wave just kind of closes out in front of her.
Again, a decent starter. You've got to be happy with that. So some good rides early here.
And for Huai Pen, she's the only one in this heat that hasn't got a wave just yet. She's about 14 years old, and she's a student at a junior high school at the moment, but we'll take a quick look at this replay.
Drives off the bottom, looks confident and authoritative, looking for more opportunity. Hits the lip vertically. That was a great turn, a great starter wave. And here for Poland, pumping the board, driving along. It's like looked like it had speed wobbles, Nelly, there. To control that speed. At a moment there, I thought that was a catch of the rail and wasn't going to be a completion. She made that second snap, jumped over the back of the wave because we know how rocky the inside is here. Seen some fins be lost to the rocks, some bark, as in skin lost to the rocks as well.
Well, we've got that first score for Eva. That's locked in at a 5. First of Kaya, a 3. And good scores to start off.
And feels like the perfect scale set for this heat.
Well, let's touch on that too, because obviously this is the first heat of the day.
Yes.
And it's a full clean slate.
Yes.
the judges have to reset that scale. They've got to figure out what they're expecting, and it kind of sets a tone throughout the rest of the morning.
Yeah, it certainly does. And while no heat scores from one heat to another heat or round to another round are compared to each other or have any relevance in relation to each other, trying to keep the scale across the board, really it's as much about the competitors understanding what a score is and being able to understand the way the judges are interpreting the situations. And so that consistency that the judges can bring gives the coaches and the surfers consistency to create strategy and understand what they need to do to advance. So it's kind of, there is relation, but there, in actual fact, there is no relation. But keeping scale is the art form of being a judge.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we've got Klara Kovarikova from the Czech Republic on screen there. She's warming up.
Oh, I wish my shoulders moved like that still.
She's just keeping nimble. But yeah, those scores, it's so important as well to be really in tune with that and aware of what's going on.
And really every wave, look at that nice left. Every wave here we go, live action, True.
Yeah, this is Eva looking to back up that 5. She started off really strong, big connection, but comes unstuck. But that commitment was huge.
Yeah, I love that. She's got the 5 on the board. She's already got one wave. She's still got 14 and a half minutes to get the second score. Heat's judged on your best 2 rides. And that was a closeout, so it was always going to be quick. And in those situations, you may as well go for it. That was great to see. And the judges get excited by that too, because they see your intention, how aggressive she was with that section, and so close to making it. Beautiful turn. You see little pumps of the rail into the section, hit it. The timing was perfect. Just obviously got tangled up in that whitewater, which happens to the very best of us. And that was great signs early for the Dominican Republic. Aggressive, energetic, First heat of the day. There's always a little, we always refer to as the guinea pig heat, meaning that no one knows what's going to happen, and that's the heat that everybody watches to sort of define their strategies and understand the scale of the judges, understand what the conditions offer for the first day, because the free surf's very difficult to gauge anything from, because there's so much stuff going on. Makes it look like there's hundreds of waves out there.
And especially, when there's so many people out there, of course, for those free surfs.
Yes.
You almost feel like you're sitting completely away from where the actual takeoff spot is. You have those main people that are really good at hustling or just in tune with the ocean and being in the spot. And I don't know, I would always find myself a little bit further in from that. But this lady right here, Eva, she's just really in rhythm right now. She's just trying to, roll the dice wherever she can. Huaipen, wow, big takeoff for the 15-year-old. What she got, unfortunately, that one just dies out.
So a very young team for Chinese Taipei. You can see that they're preparing for the future. It's really, for a lot of those developing nations, it is a long-term view that they have of this opportunity with surfing. Bringing in young kids and preparing them for next year's juniors and beyond into the opens. We've got juniors here competing, and given that this particular event is early in an Olympic cycle and in a lot of ways sort of non-influential in that Olympic cycle, it gives teams the opportunity to give other people experience at this incredibly high level of the sport. So it gets used by nations to expose people who in an Olympic cycle might have been overlooked, but they're thinking long term, and so they get a chance here this year. So that's one of the great things about this particular event, is we're seeing a lot of new talent, a lot of fresh talent who are being introduced to this high level of surfing by those developing nations.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And, talking about that as well, they're so young, but she's got ambitions and goals. She's already thinking that she wants to be a physiotherapist as well when she grows up, and to kind of stay within that sporting zone as well, to help athletes, either recover or get to their, peak physical performance, whatever that is. It's pretty cool to see her kind of channel into that and stay in the area.
And even for your own development and understanding, to have that depth of knowledge about the body, about recovery, that's an important, important element of a career. Take it from me.
Yeah, it's pretty huge, especially now. I feel like a lot of athletes are really aware of their bodies, and they can feel just like one little niggle or one, part of their body that's maybe not quite in, not quite in tune, or, and they're very aware. And then you think about the nutrition, what they're putting into their bodies as well.
I remember having those moments where you just felt so perfect. Every part of your body felt like it was operating at the highest level. You felt so free, so loose, and you'd achieve these peak performance moments in your body, even outside of competition, where it just felt so wonderful. 15 surgeries later, it's not quite the same feeling inside, but you're always hunting for that flow and rhythm inside, with the ocean, with yourself, with your teammates.
Yeah. And it's hard too, you get to these repechage rounds, it's that added pressure. If you get knocked out, you're out, that's it. And but you're right, as you said before, you still show up for your team.
Yeah.
You still have to be there for your team and support, everyone through every other heat that they have. And It can be tough on the mental.
Yeah, it's we talked yesterday about that feeling of letting down your teammates when you're one of the early team members for your country who's eliminated. And I've experienced that, and it's a horrible responsibility, but you get to make up for it in that way that you're suggesting, by your support of the others and by still being there regardless of, your personal results in that situation. You still have a role to play in the team's overall campaign. So I think that's a super cool thing, and it takes you beyond your selfish self, you know what I mean? And you've got to have a broader, bigger picture feel for the moment.
And I feel like this is the only stage that you can really get that as well. Usually in other events, you kind of, if you're out, then that's it. You kind of book the next flight home.
Yeah, and your team members aren't other competitors.
Yes.
Yeah, it might be your PT or your coach or your parents or someone who's your support.
Yeah. This is Huaipen.
Get back to the pocket where that power was just a little bit out on the wave face, wasn't she? Away from that power and energy on that wave to continue to get length of ride out of it.
Maybe wave selection letting her down just a little bit, but she's still trying to get herself back into this heat of 1.17. She's chasing a 1.84. But if she can break into those threes, I feel like that's going to put her in a really good position in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so... when you're competing... Here we got Green having a look.
Yeah, the current heat leader looking to back up a 5. Oh, just catching a bit of rail.
Started so good.
Yeah.
And then the last few, she's still struggling to find that second score. Back to that idea of just staying in control of yourself and of your mind. And sometimes, the old less is more theory can apply, especially in the opening moments of a heat. You finish... I remember finishing rides and feeling like I surfed it kind of conservative, and then you hear the score and go, oh, they didn't think so.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's not always as you as the surfer interpret it. You might think you ripped one, then you hear the score and you go, what?
Yeah.
They didn't think, so you learn to ignore yourself largely in the things that you think, and allow the judges to tell you what's going on, and then glean as much information from those scores and information the judges give you and tailor your performance to suit them rather than yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard to think, that should have been this or that should have been that. And it's like, well, these are the facts, these are the scores, and that's not what they were.
Yeah, that's right. You can think whatever you like to think.
Yeah. And it's not up to you to dictate what score you're going to get.
And you're always going to be biased.
Yes.
You're either going to think it up or think it down, depending on the mode and mood you're in, whether you're beating yourself up or whether you're talking yourself up, So it is one of those important elements as a competitor, just silencing the mind and letting, we talked the other day, I think, about if you go out there and you know exactly the waves you want to catch and you're looking for those waves specifically, you miss a lot of other opportunity because you're so focused on a certain thing. And having the mind open to any opportunity, and not having too many ideas that are concrete in your head is so important in the wave selection, so that you can find other opportunities that exist out there. And it's the same with your performance. You start to judge your performance and think you want to do this certain thing and this certain way, and then you don't, and you start to climb onto your shoulders and beat yourself up and drag yourself down. So it's a wonderful little process.
Yeah, definitely character building.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Eva, that's a better ride there. She'll replace that 1.23, you'd have to think.
Yes.
There's 5.5 minutes to go already in this heat. And for Eva, it's a 1.77, just locks in. So goes in the top 2, extends her lead as well, which is all she can really ask for in a position like this. And for the Polish surfer, she tried to scratch into that one, couldn't quite get there. And Huai Pen Chen from Chinese Taipei, she needs a 1.84. So not a lot with 5 minutes.
No. And at this situation, I feel like she's in first priority. Blue is in second priority, Poland. I feel like her positioning at this point underneath the other surfers is good positioning with priority, because you can look at the wave and they're paddling for it and you go, no, you know what, you have that. Yeah. Or no, that's mine.
Yeah.
And it gives you that extra, when you're inside them by that little bit, they've got to make the decision first. They've got to move, and when they do, you've got that extra bit of time to actually assess the situation and make your decision. Where if you're outside them with the priority, you have to make the decision first, and it may mean you lose that priority.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough cookie to crack for sure, that priority.
Yeah, but I feel like her positioning here with first priority, I don't know if you want to come too far in, because they may get something that you have to duck dive.
Yeah.
So, but I feel like her positioning is really good, given that she has first priority. She's in a defensive position to stop the others. If they, blue and green, choose to start paddling, she's got that time to look at it and assess it, decide whether she wants it or she's happy to let them have it.
And it's one of those situations, if we're looking at Kaya as well, she's got that 3, but she's sitting, a fair bit further out than everyone else. We'll come back to that, though. This is the current heat leader. That's a better looking first turn connection for Eva. So good first turn. She gets a quick second one in as well. Just slowly bettering that score line. She started off really strong with that 5.
Yeah,
and,
takes a lot of pressure off, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, it just feels like she's been surfing really free.
Yeah, and it looks like a good time. That's going to be her second best score, you would think. This first turn here drives off the bottom, up into the lip, snaps it. Another snap there, back to the pocket, and the job's done. Wave goes flat, cuts out. That's going to be her second best score, I would imagine. Nice first turn, can see that, maybe in that 3 range. And back up that 5 with a second score. She's ridden 6 waves, so she stayed busy, kept surfing.
It's always moments like this too, you're watching the free surfs and you're seeing all of these really good waves come through, and, everything is going on, and then the first heat starts and it kind of
gives you reality
a little bit.
The reality becomes obvious when people have to select waves, doesn't it?
Yep.
And all of a sudden you go, there's not as many opportunities as the free surf made it look like there are. Oh, big set here.
Wow, everyone just getting caught out of position.
Now, the good news today is that this is supposed to build through the day.
Wow.
So we expect by the afternoon it to be bigger. Tomorrow will be bigger than it is today. But again, it's still super competitive. Still a good size. Overhead on certain waves.
Here we go. Huai Pen Chen, she needs a 1.84. Good backhand snap on a pretty difficult section.
I think she gets it.
Yeah.
I think that score's achievable. And as you said, for Poland, for Kaya, only 1 wave still. And that wave was early in proceedings, and she's down to 1 minute 40 without getting a second score. There she goes. She does go into 3rd place.
Yeah. Because
she hasn't got that second wave score. She still has a wave better than anything that Chinese Taipei have in front of her, but they're in front because they've ridden 2 rides. She's got 1 minute 20. She's got first priority, and she better find one quick.
Yeah, and she doesn't need much. It's a 0.57 was actually talking to one of the athletes yesterday, and they were saying that his teammate, he got a really good score over at El Sunzal.
Yeah.
Got a good score and needed a 1 and just waited for 10 minutes and didn't get it. You know, and it's those heartbreaking moments. They happen, you know, and for Kaya, she needs a 0.57. It's literally just taking off on a wave.
Literally.
She's got the score.
And there's been plenty of waves that she could have taken off on, just been a little too selective. After the 3, it was a good start, and you go, I've got so much time to get my second wave. And she's got hardly any time to get a second ride now, as we see the replay of this nice backhand re-entry onto the inside, snaps into the lip. Feels good about that one. Young goofy footer. Oh, look, moving in. 20 seconds.
Oh,
what's this lump behind it? Is that enough of a lump? This little wave. 15 seconds. Oh, my goodness.
She has to turn on something right now, because a 0.57, 10 seconds to go, that is the worst way to bow out of an event. I love how she's repositioned and come in, but I just don't know if she's up in time, and that's the current heat leader, and it doesn't look like...
Wow, beautiful.
How?
Big closeout backhand re-entry there. Looking to improve on the 3. Doesn't really matter because she's in the lead. She will stay in the lead. She surfed a great heat. Stayed busy. Some good backhand re-entries.
Really smart.
Yeah. Very smart surfing.
I don't think, though, for Kaya, I don't think she got a score in the end of it. So that is a wrap on the first heat of the day at day 4 of the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with plenty more action. And we are back with another heat for day 4 of the ISA World Surfing Games. We just saw a really, really close heat in that last one, but the Dominican Republic, Eva Mota, getting the win. And right now it is Wan Yu Chen out there for Chinese Taipei, Evelyn Chavez for Panama, Myrna Boelsma for the Netherlands, and Klara Kovarikova for the Czech Republic.
You got it, mate. Well done. It's great to see the international field of competitors. It brings us challenges for the
It does.
For the commentators.
It keeps us on our toes.
It certainly does, and it's so great to see so many different names and pronunciations and languages and all coming together for the love of surfing.
International affair. It definitely, you see so much and so many different cultures kind of shine through, and it's really, really cool. I mean, 61 nations here. The 2025 ISA World Surfing Games is pretty incredible.
And how important is the start in your heat? We saw that in the last heat. Poland had a 3-point ride in the first few minutes of the heat.
Yeah.
And ended up finishing the heat with only 1 score. She was paddling in to get, she needed half a point, 0.57. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, this is Clara. Oh, bit of a situation there. We've seen that a couple of times this event.
Yeah, but that sort of looked like 2 separate waves.
Yeah.
Given the wind and the storm from last night, breaking up the swell, looked like there was no one impeded anyone's scoring performance. So I don't imagine that that's going to be
an issue.
Yeah.
Well, that is wow, Evelyn Chavez from Panama.
Beautiful combination. Shame she didn't complete it, but the way she went out of the first turn straight into the second was very cool.
Yeah, she just had a really good flow, finding one of those rights as well on her backhand, trying to get a little bit more vertical. And this is Wan Yu Chen. Seen her surf since she was about 8 years old, and she's just climbing through the ranks in the Chinese Taipei surfing system. And ooh, had a paddle, opted out of it, a 107 locked in there for Myrna. And for Clara, she got a 1.13, so it doesn't look like there was, anything, as you said. No one really impeded on any wave there. So few scores to come through. I feel like Evelyn's going to get the best of it. She did get that one nice turn. It was just that completion that really might let her down.
Yeah, good signs early, wasn't it? The way the transition from one turn to the next was smooth, clean. 1.73 for Wan Yu. Here we go.
Myrna Boelsma from the Netherlands. Wow, good snap. Really good timing there as well. That was a tricky section to do that. So while we wait for those scores, we have Paul down there with the last heat winner, Eva Malta.
All right, thanks, guys. Eva, looking at the free surfing going down this morning, there's a lot of people out there packed in the lineup. You got down here pretty early and studied the lineup. What were some of your takeaways?
It's super peaky out there today, so it was pretty, it was actually better because even though it was super crowded, I could catch waves kind of anywhere in the lineup as opposed to, there being just one line and one peak and it being super difficult. But yeah, it was super fun. The waves are not as big as I thought they were going to be, but yeah, sick.
You found yourself that 5-point ride. Must have felt pretty good to lock that in.
Yeah, it felt really good, especially to get that in the first 10 seconds of the heat. I was feeling really confident after that, so I'm glad I could get my feet quick.
Speaking of studying the wave and getting to events early, you got here real early. You've been in town for a number of weeks. Tell us about that and how your prep's gone. And you must kind of feel like a local here now. You spent so much time.
Yeah, my friend and I came really early, before our team, and we just kind of wanted to get to know the waves here. And yeah, I would say we met a lot of people. There's so many people here that really taught us a lot about the waves, and I feel like I have kind of that advantage of knowing kind of a little more about where to sit and stuff. And yeah,
We've been enjoying looking at the national teams and the squads, and just tell us a little bit more about, you got a full complement, a big team here from Dominican Republic, and what's unique about your team?
Actually, it's the first time that we've ever had a full team, so it's really amazing to be a part of that first time, and we're kind of trying to set an example for the rest of the years to come for the ISA, and we're really trying to organize ourselves this year, and I think it's going super well. We've had a bunch of fun, and I'm really grateful for our coaches, and my mom's here, all my friends. It's really great. We have a lot of support.
You got the heat win early this morning. Want to give a shout out to anyone tuning in?
I'd love to give a shout out to, Felice. She's right there.
Just all the fans.
All the fans, I guess. Everyone, my family at home. Thank you to all my friends, and hopefully they're watching the heat and, just enjoying my really bad responses to this interview.
Love it. Keep the surfing going. Best of luck for the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul.
That was gold.
Wow. I thought she did great.
I thought she did amazing because it doesn't matter so much the words, it's the energy and what you feel out of the person, isn't it? What you connect with. And right from the start, as soon as she opened her mouth and started communicating, I was like, oh, she's such a bright spark and such a wonderful young lady, surfed incredible, and the interview wasn't that bad at all. We loved it.
Yeah, it was great. Well, we've got those scores in as well during that interview. It was a 2.5 for that first wave of Evelyn. And that last one, that one turner for the Netherlands, locked in at a 4. So well rewarded. It was a pretty chunky section as well. And just a little bit late to that takeoff there, the Czech Republic. But yeah, that 4 definitely has been a highlight of this heat so far. It was a tricky section to hit, and she timed it really well.
And when she hit the lip, she consciously kind of came back to her left, away from the breaking part of the wave, away from where the energy was going to converge and knock her off. So it was smart surfing, controlled surfing, and the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
We're about 8 minutes down or a little bit less. And she's currently in that lead. I mean, that 4, obviously the best score of the heat so far. But yeah, in that last heat, we kind of saw a bit of sitting and wait tactics. Didn't really pay off. But for one surfer, but then it did for another, you know. It's tricky to find those really fine lines.
The important thing, I think, is to have 2 waves before you sit and wait. You know what I mean? We've seen people get 10-point rides and lose heats.
Yeah.
Because you become over-selective and you're trying to back up the 10 with something incredible. Really, you know, the time to start to be selective is once there's 2 scores of consequence that are looking on the inside there, that give you your position that you could rest on if you had to and weren't able to ride another wave at all.
Yeah.
You know, with having a 3 was a great start in that last heat, but not getting the second one with 15 minutes to find it. A lot of learning going on there.
Yeah. Ooh, just a little bit of a mishap there for Wan Yu Chen.
Bit of learning going on there too.
Yeah, we saw her for the first time in the 2023 ISA World's Junior Surfing Championships over in Brazil. And she was her favourite surfer is Felipe Toledo, so she was able to maybe just drag on a little bit of energy and power from him over there as well. So she's learning as she goes. She's only 13 years old from Taipei City.
Ah, bravo.
So still quite young. She loves surfing beaches. And yeah, I mean, we've had, seeing the talent from the Chinese Taipei competitors as well has been incredible. There's 297 athletes in the field, which is the largest ever field that we've seen. And, you know, the standouts, there's been way too many to even count, probably 297 of them. And all for so many different reasons.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this event is, you know, while other events are solely about who wins, you know, and everyone's there to win. You know, sure, everyone's here to win, but there are different nations at different levels and with different goals in their development progress.
Yeah.
And so it's a broad storyline that sort of goes throughout this event. Some of the best storylines have nothing to do with who wins the event.
Yeah.
But the stories behind the achievements to just get to this place represent a nation like Angola and Vanuatu, our 2 new nations, to create federations, to become affiliated with the ISA and get some people to an event in itself is the achievement.
Oh, it's incredible. And you see, like, we've got 2-person teams, there's 3-person teams, and they're probably the ones with the most energy and the most spark as well. And, you know, on the other end of the spectrum in this heat, Myrna, she's about 30 years old, and she learned to surf with her brother Tom over in Holland, and she's just kind of learned that you need a lot of patience. And she's doing that right now. Really nice first turn connection. Gets that second one in there. So she waited a little bit to get that back up, but converted.
Felt good to me. Put a smile on my face. Her energy and the tempo that she's surfing at is perfect for the waves right now. The way she controlled those turns, she's already had the 4. That's going to be a second great score, and she'll be, you know, in a very solid position. That looked confident, deliberate. There's so much to like about the way she surfed that wave, or both of those waves so far in this heat, that will be her counting 2 scores.
Yeah, it's her 5th time in an ISA World Surfing Games as well.
5th. And that experience showing.
Yeah.
30 years of age.
Yeah.
Yep. So she's got the experience in life as well. That helps for sure.
Definitely. Maybe a different outlook or a different, you know, take on what she wants to get out of this event. A 5.67 for Wan Yu Chen locks in. And we've got a score as well to come through for Myrna for that last one.
Yeah.
Good 2-turn combo.
Don't know that we saw the 5, 6, 7 in real time. That's a big score for Chinese Taipei. Czech Republic, Clara there up and riding, quick little wave. Myrna again.
Go, yeah.
Oh, the energy's
Wow.
up now. The energy's up.
She is fired up, really pushing off the tail. She locks in a 4.5 on that last one. That sharp eye flying down the line and really gets a good finish there as well.
That was such a glaring example of confidence and building momentum in a heat. As soon as she took off on that wave, the energy was like,
Yeah.
whoa, we're looking at a winner here. You know?
Yeah, that was such a different energy. But this is Clara,
Yeah,
really
Clara.
good carve down. I liked how she didn't rush that.
That was that control element that we've referred to,
Yeah.
particularly in this repechage round. You could feel like, I've got to go crazy, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, and go out there and just rattle yourself and start falling, and that was composed, controlled, really what the moment required with 7 minutes on the clock. Another 4 there for Myrna, and she goes into the lead.
Wow, 4.23. So she's just slowly bettering her scoreline. Look, she's got that 107, gets the 4, gets a 4.5, has that 4.23. She's getting better and better each time.
Yeah, the energy and the performance. It was so evident, wasn't it, that
Yeah.
the nerves had left, the confidence was top of mind, and she was ready to go. You know, you could just see it in the energy she brought to that last ride. So it's been a very well constructed heat, a very well surfed heat, and you know, some competing. You can win heats without surfing well if you compete well.
Yeah.
And in this situation, she's done both.
Yeah, she really has. And talking about Clara from the Czech Republic as well, she's 28, and she was actually really focused on track and field at a professional level since she was a child. But then she finished that. We'll come back to it though, because Wan Yu Chen,
Ooh.
nice opening carve, good bottom turn to top turn combination. And she's just starting to get a little bit of spark under her feet right now.
And that style and that technique is going to see her go a long way. I can guarantee you that. Wow, I really love that. Yeah, up until this point, it's looked like nervous surfing.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this.
This is at 5.67, finding a nice ride. Wow. Good combinations there for Wan Yu.
She is going to be a superstar of the future. I'm going to throw it out there.
Yep.
Great style, great technique, super young, and in a good position to advance in this one.
Here we go. Evelyn Chavez gets that good opening carve. This is her second wave. That's a better connection there, but just gets a little bit caught up in the whitewash. And we've seen that happen to a lot of competitors over the last few days. And it's never nice to feel that, but she's got enough time, just under 5 minutes. 2.73 locks in pretty quickly. Just waiting on this last wave of Wan Yu.
Better than
5.67.
Oh, how was that second backhand
Wow.
turn? Was textbook.
Channeling her inner Leihani Zorik as well, and that looks like it might have been one of Leihani's boards or maybe just a similar spray. But it looks really responsive underfoot.
I'm super impressed by the style and the technique. First we saw the forehand, I was like, wow, that was beautiful. And then we got to see the 5.67, and that second backhand turn was a sign of things to come for this young lady. When you watch the way she surfed, she's gone into the lead, a 3.27.
Yeah, that would be feeling really nice for her as well. It's never nice to be in these repechage rounds, but then once you feel like you can open up and surf a little freer, 5.67 and a 3.27, she's doing just that. This is Clara from the Czech Republic. After finishing athletics, she went on a trip to Sri Lanka and fell in love with surfing and has been doing it ever since. And what a great place to start.
Got the completion, stayed centered over her board. I'm excited to visit Sri Lanka next year.
Oh, you're going?
We've got a trip planned there next year. Never been there. I love going to places you've never been. And sounds like a fantastic place to visit. Here we go on the inside.
All right, Evelyn, Team Panama. They're going to get really loud. That's a good first turn. You could see she just pushed off that back foot. Wow, makes it around that section 2. That's really difficult to do, especially with all that whitewash and power ahead of you. And those first 2 turns will do really well for the score.
And what a great performance from all four ladies. There's been, there's varying levels of what is, oh, look at the rocks just sucking out.
Wow.
Both those guys were right on top of that shallow part. But yeah, there's been really strong positive things to take out of this heat for all four surfers.
Yeah.
And whether you advance or not, you've got to think long term, big picture, take the positives out of these situations. And all four of them have done themselves proud. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. Highlights definitely being that 5, 6, 7, even that energy on that 4, 2, 3 of Myrna's as well. She was just ready to go. It was like something just ignited in her.
And Clara, just there for the Czech Republic, how great was that wave selection?
Yeah.
That was a really good wave. Unfortunately, should have raced out onto the face at the start and got too far away from the breaking part of the wave to accumulate too many points for that particular wave. But then she sort of realised that, worked her way back into the pocket, got the completion. So good signs there as well.
And in the space of a couple minutes, she'd found herself on 2 really quick waves, and this is a big section for Wan Yu. She goes for it.
A little throw of the arms there. You see the personality in her style.
Myrna. She's looking to defend second, maybe even get back into the lead. We'll see what she can do. Good opening turn. This one looks like it's going to wall up ahead of her, goes up and over it. But wow, just a little bit straight coming down, but that was really, really good effort there, because that was a hard section to hit.
1 minute and 10 on the clock. Being a competitor really is a personal journey of growth and development, and you're always looking for the positives out of situations, and I can see big positives for all four of these surfers to take out of this situation. It's been a really fun heat to watch. They've all done what I would consider personal lead. There's stuff they can feel good about it,
Yeah.
Third or fourth, regardless of advancement, and with 35 seconds in third place, with first priority, is Panama looking for a 5-2-3. So they might want to get on the hustle, try and find that. It's a big score though in the context of this heat.
Yeah, and you think back to a couple of the waves that she's had, maybe a couple of those fall-offs, and she'd probably be sitting in the fours and have a bit of a lower requirement to nudge for second place. But with 10 seconds to go, we'll see if she gets an opportunity to find a 5.23. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she's going to scratch into this one in time, and you can see a bit of frustration there from Evelyn, and also from Clara. She was trying to find one more effort, but for Wan Yu Chen, wow, big things to come for her. Taking the win, a 5.67 and a 3.27, big surfing. We'll be right back with another heat for the women's repechage round right after this.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
And we are back with another great heat for the ISA World Surfing Games. And I mean, look at these views and these scenes. It's so green and so blue around here. And we were saying yesterday, El Salvador is just so full of life.
Yeah, it's lush, it's alive, it's energetic. We see that with the lightning storms in the evening. I can't even sleep because I'm so energized from it. And there's a lot of natural beauty and power here.
Here we go. This is Wang Yitian from China, Im Soo-jung from South Korea, Tiana Gatkovich from Ukraine, and Lamar Mufti from Saudi Arabia.
Now, if that's a heat of the future, with the names of those countries being represented, I would never have imagined.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fantastic thing to see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, Korea and China are all out there together. Repechage round. Heat 11. So third and fourth will be lost to the actual competition, but not lost to the experience, and they've still got roles to play for their countries and their team.
Yeah, you're still part of that, the whole journey, because it is a journey.
Totally.
It's a 9-day event. You're here from sunrise to sunset with your team. Early morning surfs in the afternoon. Sue on screen there from South Korea. She has done a lot of time in that wave pool over in Sihung. And I was talking to her the other day, actually, and she was saying, you know, I was expecting it to be really hot here, but it's not too bad. And I was like, Sue, what do you mean? Like, it's really hot. And she's like, no, well, South Korea is like pushing 40s. It's really hot over there.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, we feel, you know, that middle of the day heat here is breathtaking.
Yeah, it's pretty warm, but
not by Korean standards.
yeah. And how is that spread with the women? I mean, Lamar from Saudi Arabia in the white, she's a little bit further away, just near that jet ski. So
you can literally see where the water's pulling out.
Yeah.
Our competitors make their way down to the other side of the left-hander and paddle out and use that current out. But it can grab you and just keep taking you.
Yeah.
A lot of water moving here. It's a big, strong ocean.
yeah, there's lots going on.
Lamar Mufti, we celebrate you. We salute you for your efforts. Keep it going. 17 minutes still.
The ocean does weird and wonderful things, and it just surprises you and changes, doesn't it? Sets you in a position where it's like, I'm just going to hang on right now. But this is Im Soo-jung. She's trying to get a start in this heat, gaining some speed. Sue, good turn there. But maybe just a little bit mistiming or pushing it a little bit too much.
Yeah, she definitely pushed it. Good control prior to that to keep rhythm and flow with that wave. Keep herself on the power line. Here it is on the replay. Quick pump to get the angle around that section. Nice, stylish little cut down to stay away from the white water. Pumping and driving the board rail to rail. Things were looking fantastic to that point. And then the next thing you know, you've overcooked it just that little bit.
I know Sue, she puts a lot of pressure on herself as well in these events. She's really determined. She trains a lot. She works really hard. And coming into these, she's like really, really wants to do well, as everyone here does. This is Yitian from China. Nice turn there. Getting a bit of flow, gaining some speed.
Hold it.
Ooh.
Maybe good you didn't.
Yeah.
You see all them rocks?
Starting to drain out a little bit. They caused a bit of havoc yesterday. And, you know, it's hard to navigate those rocks.
Bottom of the tide around 8:30 today, so we're heading there. We're very close to dead low tide. Another nice snap, pushes on the back foot to flare that out. Oh, this just needed a nice tap. But, you know, you imagine you come down from that, you might lose a fin. So, you know, at this point in time, that was good enough. 4.67, a keeper score as such. And you're back out the back and you got your fins in your board. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. Everything's intact.
Yes.
It's always hard when you're in a heat and do I sacrifice myself and keep my board safe, or, you know, where's the fine line? It's a really fine line between that. You know, it's really powerful this wave. There's a lot of steep sections to it as well. Like you see here, wow. That was a big takeoff. Oh my goodness, for Sue, just gets hung up. And then she finds it. She comes down, but just getting caught off guard a little bit.
Watch out, Lamar. Got eaten up by that whitewater. Hope she's okay. Representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And then to respect their culture and the ideals they grow up with. Oh, she's getting caught inside again. Couple of big wipeouts there.
It's those feelings.
Oh,
they're
look,
never
she's
nice.
waving. Yeah, she needs some support right now.
Hopefully she's okay. She's in a pretty tough position right now where she's at. Being on your board is the safest.
You might even just get that board and get out of there. Here we go. Water Patrol coming in to offer a hand. It's a good thing. Difficult scenario in here as Water Patrol too, because things get extremely shallow as we saw, and there's a lot of rocks, and that's the reason why our Water Patrol just had to punch that whitewater. There's no going further in for Water Patrol at this point. She's okay.
Yeah,
Go, get it. Oh! I just wanted to see her get to her feet. I appreciate that she tried.
Yeah.
It can't be easy or comfortable surfing with the, I'm not sure if that's a burqa you would call that, or you know, because, again, respecting her culture, respecting her upbringing, but imagine having that sort of on you. I know what it's like surfing with a wetsuit.
Yeah.
Which is
the
tight.
Hood.
Yeah, with the hood, and it's tight.
It kind of sets you out in a real, like, balance as well, covering your ears. I don't know about you, but it
100%.
makes me feel super weird. Jake on the ski there, just making sure that Lamar is okay as she finds her way to shore.
And much respect for her efforts here.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about it's not about the winning and losing. It's about the experience, about being part of the community, part of the culture, sharing in this ISA Games together with the other 61 nations. And she's done herself proud just getting out there and and then having to suffer those wipeouts and getting caught inside. And
Yep. Yes.
being held under the water is what is such a challenge, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
knowing when you come up, not knowing when you're going to be able to breathe again. It's daunting.
Yeah, and you know, having to surrender to something that you can't control
Exactly.
as well is, it's pretty scary situations.
One of the beautiful things about surfing, though, don't you think? Like that surrender, the word surrender is really such an important part of life, you know. While it sounds like it's not such a positive thing when you surrender to something, surrendering to the ocean, nature, the circumstance you find yourself is the only option you have sometimes, surfing, because you ain't in control, you know.
Yeah, you just have to go with it. You're going to come up at some point. It's just a matter of, you know, when, depending on how much power there is. It's such a mindset.
Isn't it, trying to stay calm underwater? That's why so many surfers are doing breath training, breath holds, ice baths to try and maintain your mind and control of your mind when you're in that pressure situation.
All right, here we go. Tiana from Ukraine takes a beating, but she's got her first wave underway with about 9 minutes down in this heat.
She got out the back of that one pretty quickly. You got to whip that board around, get on it, and start paddling as quick as you possibly can, because the impact zone's not the place to be.
Yeah, especially here. There is so much power at La Bocana. It catches you off guard really easily too.
I remember the very first duck dive. I always tell this story about coming to El Salvador, hearing this Hawaiian-style power, and in my mind I was thinking, yeah, sure, that sounds like a bit of a line that's being used. I paddle out, one lands on me, I duck dive, and I got absolutely beaten and thrown around. I went, wow, it's actually true. It does have that amount of power here in the ocean. So,
yeah, there's power, and it's difficult to manage. But someone who did just that in that last heat was Wan Yu Chen. She is down there with Paul Evans.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm down here with Amber, just 13 years old. A great performance from her. And Amber, first of all, I want to ask you, sometimes in competition, it can be quite stressful, but you look so relaxed and comfortable out there. How do you compete looking so chill?
在比赛当中很紧张的时候，可是你看起来很轻松的感觉。
因为我会先深呼吸，然后冷静下来，然后再去想要做什么。
She says she takes a deep breath and then calm herself down, and then think about the strategy. That's how she do it.
Love that approach. One of the things that Barton Lynch picked up in the studio was about your style of surfing as well. And style is one of those things that everybody wants to have. Yours is amazing. Where does that style come from?
觉得你的这个冲浪的 style 从哪里来？从哪里学来的？
就是因为有时候在澳洲会练，然后在台湾也会练一些。
Sometimes she practices in Australia and she practices in Taiwan, and somehow she just pick it up.
And there's a thriving surf scene in Taiwan with really fun waves over there as well. Tell us a little bit more about where you surf and who you surf with and what it's like over there growing up on the east coast of Taiwan.
在台湾冲浪的时候啊，你觉得怎么样？你觉得这边的浪怎么样？你觉得台湾的冲浪的环境怎么样？
台湾冲浪的环境就是在我住的地方，虽然没什么浪，但是我会去别的地方冲，像台东。
where she surf, usually down south Taiwan a little bit, and that's where the best wave is. And yeah, but she travels to quite a lot of places around the island to surf.
What a great story. Thanks so much, Amber. Look forward to seeing you in the rest of the competition. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Paul and Amber, or Wan Yu Chen. She's so young, 13 years old.
And she's a superstar of the future. That's a name to remember. And she's going to represent that country for so many more years into the future. Well spoken, great performance, and so much to like right there. It's been a good morning so far.
She's lethal in the ocean. Unfortunately, that was an awkward fall for our Chinese surfer in this heat. She's already got that 4.67. So just that one score, well, that last one, a 0.33. So she's got herself in a pretty good lead, a 1.3 and a 0.57 for Im Soo-jung from South Korea. Tiana Katkovich from Ukraine. She's locked in a 0.43. She's looking for a 1.44 with 7 minutes to go. She's got enough time to do it. But that 4.67, the best wave of the heat so far. And look at the separation between the ladies on screen there. They've all got their own peak to themselves.
Yeah, they're all doing their own thing. And that's most probably the best way to approach as we see overhead, set, dropped in, pulled the line onto the backhand, and luckily just squeaked underneath that lip. Here we go. Get it. The continual effort. We appreciate it.
Oh, that was live action. Looked like it was Wang Yichin finishing one off right on the inside. You can see the aftermath of that storm as well, the change in the colour of the ocean, but the waves are still producing.
Well, look outside. That's a long paddle.
Wow.
When you look at it like that. And you've got to negotiate those rocks on the inside. On the outside, big set coming through. We can see in this wide shot how the ocean has broken up from the storm last night. A couple other mornings, the storm felt even more aggressive the evening before I woke up and we looked at the ocean. Couldn't even see a residual sign of any weather the night before. Today's the first day we've actually can see the swell being broken up a little bit. Not necessarily a bad thing as we see the replay here. Oh, beautiful cut back to the pocket. Pumping, driving down the inside, looking for the inside connection. Get some speed out of this one. Bang, off the top. Oh. Well, that's got to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Let's take a look at this front on angle because that last turn had a little bit of extra tweak to it that looked really cool. Patience. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. that extra push was awesome. A 5.67 for Wang Yiqin from China.
And what we're seeing from Chinese Taipei, from China, out of Korea, is great style and great technique. That was a beautiful turn.
Yeah.
The way she threw, and the tail drifted out across the whitewater. She was so in control of everything as it happened. And now she's in control of this heat with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
I have such a great appreciation for the technique as well. Like, it's the full foundations. If someone has really good technique, like we just saw from Wang, you know, she's made it look easy.
Oh, that was beautiful surfing. And it wasn't a good wave or a great wave by the standards of La Bacana. Had a little section in it. She kept her speed through that flat section or rib that ran through the wave, and somehow just had enough speed to flare out of the top.
Yeah.
Good signs for China across the board, really, in this event so far.
Yeah, they've had some really good moments. Su Chi Yang yesterday as well.
Yeah, surprising to see her in the repechage round so early.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as long as you're advancing, doesn't matter whether you're in the repechage round or not, as long as you're advancing, you're still in the game.
You're still there. We'll see the women's repechage round hit the lineup a little bit later on today over at El Sunzal. After the completion of this round for the women, we're going to go into the men's main event, round 3. And we'll see the women's round 3 of the main event as well. That is our surfer from Ukraine, Tiana. It's a longer looking ride there for her. That's her second wave. So she needed to get that on the board to nudge for second place. She only needs a 1.44.
Tight. Lamar Mufti hasn't had a wave yet, but we saw her go through some extremely difficult paddle out, then got caught inside by a few, and so it was a tough heat for her, but we take our hats off for the effort, for being a part of it, representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here in El Salvador.
Yeah, and you know, it's heats like that that are so difficult, but I actually remember having a heat in Phillip Island once for an Aussie Juniors, and it was solid. It was probably like 6 foot plus. And I remember I was paddling out. It was my first ever at Aussie Junior titles, and I was trying to scratch to get out the back, and I got 3/4 of the way there, and I was like, yes, I'm there. I'm there, and I'm still paddling, and then just this rogue, like 8-footer set of the day just comes and breaks on my head, washes me all the way in. I have to start again. The heat had already started, you know, and the ocean is unpredictable and it changes, and you got to adapt.
And everybody, well, I don't say loses, but everyone wears the ocean at some point. It always wins.
Yes.
It's always the boss. And it doesn't matter whether you're Kelly Slater or whoever else. We all live with that respect and surrender to its power and energy when you're in it, because it's the boss.
Yeah.
And that's one of the great, I don't know, moral components to being a surfer, is that respect for nature, the respect for the power of the ocean, and knowing that you're just another little human on the face of the planet.
Yeah. Yes. The ocean is not worried about you, but she's just really loving Wang Yiqin right now. Wow. Good connection. Just a little bit late maybe, but she's really going for it. I'm loving the approach.
How good are the signs? The signs for the future are fantastic. And, might I say, after the last heat and this heat, for the goofies out of Asia, the signs are good there too.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of goofy-footed surfers out of China, Chinese Taipei, flying the flag for the right foot forward.
We've got 45 seconds to go. Yiqin thinking about whether she's going to paddle back out or not. We have seen that situation change. It was a 1.5 for Tiana. So she goes up into second. So Im Soo-jong, we have another situation like this. She needs a 0.64 with 25 seconds to go. Let's take another look. This last wave of Yiqin.
Sound effects from us were almost identical, because it was a beautiful turn. Here's the replay of the ride that got her into an advancing position. Couple of turns, didn't get the completion, but in the end it was enough.
Wow. Sue, she needed to get this wave, and she's got it inside the final pretty much 15 seconds of this heat. Needed a 0.64. You'd have to think she gets that.
Oh, 100%. And she's such a good surfer. It was unusual to sort of see her disappear, really, for the majority of that heat. Started good, disappeared for the whole middle. Might have pulled it out right at the very end there.
Oh, it's never a good feeling, though, to be needing a score like that in the last 30 seconds of a heat. But she did exactly what she had to do. Found her way to find the score. And it's a 3.27 for Im Soo-jung. She goes up into second. What a great heat. Good signs for the Chinese team. Wang Yiqin, a 5.67 and a 4.67. We'll be right back, and we're going to bring in Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley for the call.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. We are well into our repechage round 1, heat 12. Repechage round, aka last chance qualifier, aka time to shine for some of these surfers who may have had a mistake or two in their opening round heats, but are going to fight their way hopefully back onto the main podium. We got representatives from Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and Korea. Anna Nestrova, Mas Alamsi, Diana Tassa, and Lee Heron. So truly an international heat right here with, you know, teams that we've seen in a lot of previous ISA events, and then some new-ish teams making a push to try to get their surfers back into the main rounds. Rachel, these repechage heats hotly contested from beginning to end, and as you can see, a little bit trickier out in the lineup today. This is about as small as it gets here in Surf City, but still highly contestable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, as small as it gets, and some of these waves are still coming through as overhead for these surfers.
This is El Salvador flat, which is head high.
Exactly. So tons of opportunity out there for our surfers. You can really start to feel that energy shift when you're downstairs in and amongst the competitors, knowing it's their final chance, going for advancement here. If they get knocked out here, their campaign here is done. So it's a lot more serious, a lot more game faces we're seeing on, and our campaign has been kicked off already from our surfer from South Korea, Lee Heron. She has 2 scores on the board for her, a 2.0 and a 1.07. Our surfer from Indonesia in second place with a 1.43, waiting for our campaign to be opened by red and blue. Let's take a look at this 1.43 from our surfer from Indonesia, Dea.
I mean, a super fun looking wave. Not easy to ride though, a lot of bumps coming up the face. But if you're out here free surfing today, you would be having a blast. A little bit more stressful in the span of 20-minute heat, but give it up to your surfer representing RSA right there, Rima.
So as we're waiting for that score to come through for our surfer from blue, that is from our surfer in blue. Because switch those around a bit, but yeah, great performance kicking off. Weather's a little bit different today, Chris. Still warm outside, but every single night, these wild thunderstorms, wild wind with the thunderstorms as well, come through, and you'd never see a trace of it in the morning. Somehow we wake up and it's just perfectly glassy, but it seems like some of those residual clouds have stuck over today. Maybe that'll keep it cooler throughout those middle of the day heats and temperatures. We'll see.
Well, the rules and regulations are still the same as we started off with and we have been doing for about 60 years here in ISA competition, one of the longest running surfing federations on the planet. So basically these surfers have 20 minutes to put up their 2 best wave scores. Those scores will be totaled. That's how we'll get our first and second place finishers. If you finish in one of those top 2 spots, you will stay in this competition. And you know, this is the round where, unfortunately, we say goodbye to some of these competitors. We started off the week with 297 surfers representing 61 nations. Some incredible storylines coming into this year's ISA World Surfing Games. Got the chance last night to meet most of the team representing Saudi Arabia. So much joy, so much stoke, that team.
And we see a different strategy coming from our surfer from Saudi Arabia right now, sitting over towards the right. Everyone else, all other 3 surfers, are kind of clumped at that peak there. Ramas choosing to sit over to the right.
So at 13:52, surfers resetting themselves, waiting for the next set. Let's go down to the boardwalk with Paul Evans.
All right, thanks you guys. Another strong goofy foot performance down here. My first question is going to be, in terms of tactics, were you looking at the rights, looking at the lefts? What were you thinking going into that heat?
就是正手和反手，你感觉哪边？你是怎么觉得的？
正手浪可能会有力一点吧，反手浪有点软。
Left wave a little bit soft, and right wave have more power.
Yeah, it's a great take. And we're learning more and more about the Chinese surf scene. Just tell us a little bit more about where you surf and where your favorite spots are over there to train.
Oh, one more?
About where she surfs and trains over in China, where her favorite spots are.
就是在中国你最喜欢的，就是最喜欢的，你说吧，最喜欢的浪点吧，应该是。
在中国。
In China, yeah， 对。
海南。
Hainan Island, really fun waves over there, warm waters as well, great spot. And in terms of the team, the Chinese surf team here, got some great strength in depth, a lot of great surfers. What are your goals for the end of the event here? What are you hoping to achieve in El Salvador?
就是你说吧，就是他觉得，就是中国队在这儿，在萨尔多什么的，我也不知道，反正你说吧。
在萨瓦多。
Can speak Chinese？
是中国在萨瓦多。
你说吧，说中国。对中国队的中国人说。
我感觉我们在萨尔瓦多，就是整体的表现还可以，还不错，就是可以继续再发挥得更好。然后我相信我们也可以做得更好。
She say, Team China can more good and so fun, yeah, and enjoying surfing in here.
Keep having fun. We're enjoying watching it. Best of luck for the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
That's awesome. I love the little drawing of the teddy bear on the board as well. I mean, that shows us, yes, she's here as a serious competitor, but also a kid, you know, traveling the world, getting this life experience is super awesome. And her translator right there, Olympian Xixi Yang, one of my favorite surfers coming out of China. One of my just favorite surfers in general. She's awesome. We'll see more of Team China as they have advanced through tough repechage heat. Meanwhile, in the water, we got Lee Heron in the white jersey in the top spot for now. Natasya is in second. And Nestorova currently in third, representing Team Ukraine. But here's your surfer in green, Indonesian representative. Nice turn through the inside. That replay.
Wow.
Got me fired up.
Wow. That is the wave she was looking to kick off her campaign in this heat here. Nice opening turn and really whacks it on that second turn. It's getting a little bit more difficult, like we heard from our surfer from that previous heat in her post-heat interview. She was saying it's a little bit soft on the lefts and rights. So wave selection really crucial in these heats at the moment, as we see white up and righting.
Lee Heron, her backhand. Good, nice and steady through the outside section. A couple good turns down the line. And gets the finishing maneuver. So a great completed ride there for a representative from South Korea. Lee Heron put on a show for us on that last wave.
Well, a 5.33 comes in for our surfer in green. And I really liked the look of that wave from Lee Heron too. So I think we have our first two surfers that are starting to run away with this a bit. Still 9.5 minutes remaining. So plenty of time for our other athletes from Ukraine and Saudi Arabia to get amongst it.
So Heron right there is making her debut at this ISA World Surfing Games. She's aiming to push her limits and proudly represent Korea. Please cheer for me. We will. When you're surfing like this, we're going to cheer for you all day long. So Heron on her backhand looking sharp.
Yeah. A really, really nice opening turn there as she sets up for the second one. And this is where the money of this score really starts getting made.
Yeah, it took a second for our surfers to kind of click in.
There we go.
But so far, seeing Dea and Heron really putting things together, and I think you kind of settle into the importance of making it through these heats. Of course, when your surfer is out of this competition, no more points are allocated to the overall team standings. So you can still get a gold medal if half your team's in the repechage, but they just have to keep going through. And if you're looking at what's happening for the rest of the day, we will have men's main event coming back here around 9:40 this morning. And then we're going to finish off the day over here at La Bocana at Podium 1 with our women's main event. Repechage will be all day long up at Podium 2 with men's repechage happening now, women's repechage happening later today. You can click the secondary link and watch what's going on up at El Sunzal, our Podium 2. You will hear our technical beach announcers giving all the pertinent information. So the crew's not missing a wave on Podium 1 or Podium 2. And so far, looks like your team from South Korea is in that top spot. Heron Lee with that 4.93 and a 2. Dea Natasha presenting Indonesia, the 5.33, trying to get rid of a 1.43. Anna and Ross getting their campaigns started. So looking for that surfer in the blue jersey to get things rolling. But as I said, last night got to meet the Kingdom Saudi Arabia team, and they've got a lot to celebrate. There's actually one of the biggest water park / amusement parks in the world being built just outside of Jeddah as we speak. And in that park, they're getting an endless surf wave pool, which is some of the best wave pool technology in the world. So they're going to have an incredible amusement park, water park, and wave pool to practice and train in. So big things coming in the future. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia surf team.
Yeah, and I was talking to one of their coaches coming from Brazil and working with all of the athletes over there. And we were talking about the difference of training in a wave pool versus training in the ocean. Obviously, wave pool allows them to really work on technique and has the opportunity to work on certain aspects of their surfing over and over again. As we see,
come on,
our surfer giving it a good shot. Come on.
Hey, that's a ride right there.
Quick up and down, but a great effort. And that's it. You know, practicing in a wave pool allows you to really start to understand that technique, your body function and body positioning over and over, where Practicing in the ocean obviously gives you the opportunity to adapt to waves like our surfer here, Lee Heron, getting a nice second ride. Bang, 3 great maneuvers. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, this is just solid, fundamentally clean surfing. Identifies that opening section. Pizell board's looking great under her feet. I like this second turn here too. Hit her eye line up to the lip.
Really using that upper body, you can see, to help her momentum wrap all the way around. And everything of her lower body is following perfectly in suit. Great fundamentals from our surfer in white.
Cool style too.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for arms, you know?
Yeah.
You see those arms, nice and graceful, and they're kind of just following what her eyes are doing. So 3-turn combo right there for Heron. Surfer in the white jersey. Tasya now still in second place, representing Indonesia. Anna Nestrova, Team Ukraine, they won in a .27. She's in that second priority spot. You see her on the inside. Oh, this is...
Okay, watch out. There's a rock right in front of you. Okay.
Yeah, this is a learning experience. And I'm sure that you go out in the span of a 20-minute heat and, you know, you just get more experience. We're going to see more from Alamsi.
Oh!
Well, dramatic kick out there for Heron.
Dramatic. Dramatic. Nice first turn. Was looking really poised and in control. Just didn't get that timing quite right for that second maneuver. But she improves her scoreline, gets a 2.4 for that one. And she is holding on to the win at the moment in these final minutes as we're counting down.
And this is most likely going to be the last time we see Alamsi in competition, as she's currently in fourth with 3 minutes 39 seconds to go. So let's learn a little bit more about this awesome person. She competed in the Asian Surf Championships, and she got a women's place in the Asian Games as well. She likes photography, skateboarding, reading, hiking. Saudi surfer and filmmaker who's proudly represented the Saudi national team for the past year. She began surfing in Australia, and she wants to thank her coach, Bruno Patagna. She's very committed to surfing, and she wants to continue to push herself to new levels in and out of the water. You love to hear that. She's got big dreams and goals and aspirations, and I'm sure we'll see Alamsi back in ISA competition next time around.
Things I love learning too, you know, talking a little bit more about Alamsi here. Obviously coming from a place that does not have waves at their ready until this wave pool, she's developed a unique training routine focusing on flat water paddle endurance and wake surfing to keep her competition ready. So lots of different avenues for these surfers to try and make something possible for them to be feeling comfortable and strong on their equipment when they show up to a wave like La Bocana.
I think, you know, the best training for surfing is surfing. So to be down here in El Salvador, where it's basically nature's wave pool, there's always something to surf. And there's nooks and crannies all up and down this coast for you to get involved with. And we want to know how you guys are watching, wherever you're watching from around the world. Please let us know what you like, what you want to see more of at ISA Surf on Instagram. And if you want to get excited, if you want to get fired up to go surfing for yourself, check out some of the highlight packages and surf photos that we've been posting up on the ISA socials. It's like opening a fresh surf magazine every time you open that ISA Instagram page. There's some sick surf photos on there. There's a couple covers on there.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. We have a great team here covering all the action. Obviously, Action Sports Productions here doing the broadcast, but we have a whole team of cameramen, of photographers, videographers, getting all the action from every angle possible in front of the scenes, behind the scenes. Talking about in front of the scenes.
Heron on her backhand, straight up into the lip. Aggressive backside snap attempt. Love to see it. You see there's some whitewater wrangling happening there. I believe that's your surfer in red, Anna Nestrova. She's from Odessa. Her favorite breaks, Piscinas and La Punta in Peru. She's riding the Almeric Happy every day. She learned to surf in Bali only 3 years ago. How cool is that? Just started surfing 3 years ago. She's already in a massive international surf competition. She loves traveling and exploring surf spots across Indonesia and Latin America. And I love this quote, "Surfing became my way to connect with nature and also a mental escape from thoughts about all the troubles in the world." And you'll love to hear that. She goes out into the water and just lets it all go and immerses herself in nature. That's what surfing is really all about, is the ultimate meditation, to just be in the ocean. Absolutely. Whether you're on a board or just swimming around, it is the source of relaxation. And it's the best place to be in the world, if you ask me. And you're going to see right there, Anna Nestrova, representing Ukraine. She got a 1-point ride in 0.27. Put a lot of effort in there. Give her full credit for that last 20 minutes. And you see Dea Natasya, representing Indonesia, coming through the boneyard. And this is, I would say, this tide right here, the medium tide is definitely the hardest place to get in and out, just because the water's only just a few inches. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Stay tuned. Are back. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. Great visual of our water patrol right there, moving buoys around. Strong, fit young men driving that ski, and also making sure that all of our competitors feel watched over and safe. So full credit to our water safety team, both our international traveling crew and our locals. A lot of the local lifesavers are actually volunteers, which is pretty rad. Came here this week and are giving us their time just to give an added hand to our crew of experts traveling around the world. Well, this is repechage, round 1, heat 13. I'm going to welcome to the water Luis Laprant, Ini Hagen, Maya Monahan, and Borbola Sebastien. Hungary, Ireland, Norway, South Africa. That right there is a lineup you will only see in ISA competition. A truly international field, 61 nations representing. Here are 4 of them. We've seen Maya Monahan in ISA competition before, as well as Luis Laprant. It's great to have Team Norway and Team Hungary here. They've been fielding some solid teams over the past few years, and I'm going to put Team Hungary on that list of one of the best spirited teams. They've been down here at dawn every single day with their entire team supporting each other here at Podium 1 and Podium 2. But let's start with this ripper out of South Africa, Luis Laprant. What an opening turn.
Yeah, beautiful wraparound, going nice and out wide, bringing it all the way back around, taking her time with this second maneuver, goes up to whack it. Everything looked really, really good until right about there. She just kind of got caught with all of her weight behind her, and the wave, she couldn't get her board back up underneath her body, but would make for a good still shot if our cameramen were onto that one. A opening ride for her gives her a 3.17. We have our surfer from Ireland up and riding.
Maya Monahan. Interestingly enough, Monahan, my mother's maiden name.
Oh, could you be related?
We might be related in some way.
Have you
think
done
we're all related in the fact that we all love surfing. That's one thing.
Well said. Have you done that 23andMe thing to find out your...
I have,
Is that what it's
yeah.
called? Have you?
I'm a mutt. I'm everywhere. 17 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Laprant comes through with a 3.17. Haugen now, late drop. Makes it. Nicely done. Surfer in the blue jersey, representing Team Norway. Probably very stoked to not be in a 654 full suit, booties, hood, gloves. Relishing in this wonderful 80-plus degree water. So we're looking at 8:30 a.m. here in El Salvador, and we do have a nice little cloud cover, so keeping things relatively cool. Still about 85 degrees on land and 85 in the water. So a lot of times when you're surfing here in Central America, you almost feel like you're just floating in time and space because the air temp and the water temp is the same.
Yeah.
It's an interesting sensation, but it's awesome.
Yeah.
I will never complain about water being too warm.
Yeah, it's something though that when you're actually dealing with it in a heat component,
In a heat, it's a different story.
It is a different component. I know, when we have our heats, when I've competed at Sunzal, the water temperature, I've never competed in a event before where I feel like I was really struggling with getting overheated, because normally you just dip in the water, right, to cool off. But when you're sprinting and you only have 20 minutes and your heart rate is high, it poses an extra challenge for these surfers that they are overcoming and doing so well. So our surfer from Ireland, Maya, her opening ride, this came through as a 1.93. Just kind of making the most of this. It's a fat wave, Chris, so not a lot of critical nature to it until this moment here. Everything was looking really good. She did well to hang on. I was thinking, oh my gosh, she's got it here. Unfortunately, just coming undone there. So looking at that being a 1.93, I'm thinking that the judges are maybe saying that, or is that maybe not a score dropped yet? We're maybe still actually waiting for that score to be dropped.
I mean, either way, that was really close. We've seen surfers in the past when they get down to the bottom of the wave, maybe do a fist pump to try to sell it a little bit to the judges. But you could see pretty clearly there that even though she will get credit for that opening snap, we'll see what the judges throw out there. So it is that 193. And not a bad start. You get your feet going, get loosened up, shake off the nerves. These surfers know full well the ramifications of a 3rd and 4th place finish here in the repechage rounds. Louise Laprante sitting in the top 4 now with a 3.17. She's traveling with her brother, Luke, and she actually followed Luke into the water when she was 8 years old and started surfing. She travels all over South Africa to compete in the SSA comps. She loves experiencing new countries and new waves. And we're stoked to have the Laprante brother and sister duo here in El Salvador with us. This is a look back. This was during the last replay. This is Ine Hagen representing Norway.
Bringing it all the way back around. Oh, I liked that foot adjustment from her there. You could see as the wave was getting a little bit fatter, she brought her back foot up to keep that energy forward on her board. And then as soon as her speed picked back up, she brought that back foot back, showing great body positioning and knowledge with that footwork there. Oftentimes it's not about just standing up and keeping your feet placed. Of course in longboarding I'm used to using my footwork up and down the board, but even in shortboarding you're constantly having to adjust your feet. And there it is, a really nice complete ride from Louise.
Big backside snap right there in that most critical section of this wave. Finding a sneaky little right-hander in the crowd, so Laprante will extend her lead. Haugen, representing Team Norway. Her favorite break is Jæren, Norway. She's riding an FRK, now a Slater design board. And I love this quote. She says, I'm from and live in the beautiful area of Jæren. Surf is cold and windy, but we love it. And she works at a place that gives her flexible hours to let her go surfing, because when you're surfing in Norway and Iceland and the surrounding region, a lot of times in the winter you only have about an hour, 2 hour window to go surf, as it's mostly dark in the winter season. But that's when the waves are the best.
Yep.
That's when it's the coldest. You got to earn it when you're surfing in Norway. And I've actually seen some incredible clips, not just of those marquee waves that we've seen for years and years, but also fun-looking beach breaks. There's a really vibrant surf scene happening in Norway. I think last year or the year before I was talking about how difficult it must be to surf in Norway, and they quickly responded saying, you don't know what you're talking about. We got a lot of fun waves over here and a lot of surfers that are having a lot of good times, and they sent me a bunch of videos of kind of just looked like your average just beach scene anywhere in the world. A bunch of people surfing, having fun. So I was thinking how it was just all hardcore, but there's a lot of good times to happen in the water in Norway. 11:40 to go. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the boardwalk with Paul.
All right, thanks you guys. It's been a great morning for the Asian region here. Another heat win, this time Lee Harin from South Korea. Lee, well done, good performance out there. Tell us, conditions have changed a little bit from what we've seen yesterday, previous days. Tell us about your strategy coming into this heat.
컨디션은 어땠고 파도가 어땠는지 그리고 게임 플랜이 어떻게 됐는지 알려달래.
컨디션은 엄청 좋고 어제부터 엄청 좋았고 또 뭐랬더라?
파도 어땠냐?
파도도 나쁘지 않았어. 괜찮았습니다.
She said the conditions were pretty fun and she was feeling pretty good, so yeah, she's happy with her result.
We're learning more about the surf scene in Korea. We know you guys got an epic wave pool over there, but what about surfing in the ocean? Where are you training and where are you surfing preparing for this event?
한국에는 웹팍도 있고 바다도 있는데 주로 트레이닝은 어디서 하니?
트레이닝은 웨이브파크에서도 하고 바다에서도 하는데 바다는 주로 부산에 있는 송정에서 합니다.
And what about being here in Surf City, El Salvador, as part of the Korean surf team? You guys enjoying yourself? What do you like about the place?
여기 엘살바도르 와서 뭐가 제일 좋은지 알려달래.
일단 파도도 힘이 아주 좋고 파도 힘도 좋고 파도도 좋습니다.
She said the waves are really strong, but it's really fun and it's really exciting.
Surfing's looking strong too, Lee. Well done. Keep it going. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul. Nicely done there for our surf representative from South Korea. Back to the lineup now, 9:24 to go. Monahan now on a left-hand burner. Now she fades right. Little foam climb there. Smart surfing. You know, you don't always have to attack that oncoming section, especially if you're in a kind of an awkward spot on the wave, because you're not going to win that battle going up against a big chunk of whitewater like that. So I like that idea from Monahan. Just kind of fade a little bit to the right, finish her wave nice and clean. Sitting on a 193, so that'll be her backup score.
Well, and a smart decision from her, too, looking for that backup, only needing a 0.7 to get into advancing position. So she knew she had done the work thus far on that wave to get that score that she needed. Sometimes it's nice to just get that requirement, and so, okay, that's done, and now you can try and keep looking on ways to build upon that. And we see it come through a 1.87. So she changes the situation, and our surfer from Norway goes into third position, now looking for a 2.07.
Just under 9 minutes to go here. LaPrante extending her lead in that top spot with a 4.50 and a 3.17. Monahan just jumped up into second. Two scores in that two range, and here we go. The answer back from Arola Sebastien, presenting Team Hungary, and you can hear the whistles, the hoots and hollers. That team, like I said, very spirited. They are stoked to be a part of ISA competition. Well, watch out. Louise LaPrante coming alive on her backhand.
Come on!
There we go. That was great
surfing
from Louise LaPrante.
Yeah.
And you could tell she feels very comfortable on her backhand. She says in her bio that she surfs a lot of beautiful right-hand point breaks in South Africa, which I would say is what that nation is known for in the surfing world. So just proving yet again that goofy footers can thrive in the land of rights, as Louise LaPrante just demonstrated right there. I feel like that's going to be by far her best score. She's going to eclipse that 4.5.
Well, she's used to being in the finals here in the ISA. She has a U16 bronze medal, and showing us how she got that this wave. Great demonstration of critical surfing. Bang, love that turn. Air drops there a little bit and gets nice and low so that she can come out clean and strong. 2024 U16 ISA bronze medalist.
That's a big deal.
That is a huge deal to go home with any sort of medal around your neck from the ISA. Is, you know, this World Championship event. That's That's third in the world for her age division.
Well, it's shocking some of the names that we have already in the repechage rounds. And that's, you could kind of chalk that up to either made a mistake, in your opening heat, and this is kind of how you get your redemption. We've seen surfers go all the way through repechage round 1, back onto the main podium, and make the finals. We've seen that time and time again. I mean, that is a storyline, again, that is unique to ISA competition. So if we see Louise Laprante on finals day on the podium at the end of the week, just know that she had made that the hard way through the repechage.
And an 8.17, giving us something to really, really sink our teeth into. So exciting. Excellent surfing, being rewarded accordingly.
Yeah, no doubt. That was a well-earned 8.17. Obviously, the very best wave in this heat. Not only quality-wise, but what she did on it. 2 big turns. I mean, there's no reason to try to force anything, right? Those sections were calling for it. She appropriately attacked both of those backside snaps for a massive score and a huge heat total, the highest heat total of the morning so far, 12.67. If you're in the double digits in these early repo rounds, you're most likely going to make it through. But I would say my favorite part of these early repechage rounds is seeing some of these teams that are developing surf nations out there, giving it their heart and soul. For 20 minutes, they're putting all their passion, all their attention towards the task at hand. So I'll give full credit to Haugen, Sebastian, and Monahan, who are making this a heat. But here we go again. Louise Laprante on a right-hand burner, comes around the section. Nice snap to start this wave, building speed, straight up into the most critical section of the wave. Can she do it again?
Come on! Oh, wow.
Rachel trying to will her back up in the white water.
I was willing it. I was giving everything. Oh my gosh, I loved that. That would have gone higher than her 8.17 had she ridden out of that. Just incredible.
Radical surfing.
Very radical. Excellent commitment from Louise.
It tells me she might be surfing with a little bit of anger here in the repechage round, which we like.
Well-read opening turn, and you can just see her squaring this one off again. Bang! Comes down, so much speed here. And
so close.
So close. Did everything right. I'd say the wave just kind of swallowed her up. It gets really, it's easy to lose your speed there in those really shallow waters there, and makes it harder to ride out of. But wow.
Well, the storylines that start to develop here on day 4, this is still repechage round 1, but this is where you kind of start to see, the overall landscape of the team totals, the surfers who are trying to fight for the ultimate comeback story, which is what we're watching for from Louise Laprante right now. And then the flip side of that is our last look at some of the surfers. As if you get 3rd or 4th place surfer in these repechage rounds, unfortunately your run is done here at the ISA World Surfing Games. But I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I never see any of these teams leave early. Everybody that comes down here, even if your entire team is out, you become that ultimate support squad, and usually we see teams start to coalesce and develop into super teams, which is really fun to watch. So again, so many cool storylines happening here at Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. And I'm going to put Louise Laprante right there in the forefront of a developing comeback story.
Yeah, well, speaking of teams and camaraderie, I've been seeing Louise hang out with Team USA quite a bit. They were all out getting ice cream the other day, hanging out with Eden and Reed Van Wagner. So, they are used to traveling around the world together. And Louise really trying to redeem herself on that ending maneuver, looking to get it right over and over. I really love where her mind's at. Powerful surfing, looking sharp.
Entertaining, too. I mean, I could watch Louise Laprante surf this right-hand wedge all day long. She's making it look so fun out there, getting involved in the lip, not holding anything back. The scores are exactly what we expected from her. Big numbers, that 8.17 looming large in her score line. She's looking really sharp, and again, do not be surprised if you see Louise Laprante rip her way through the repechage round all the way back into the main podium on finals day.
Well, if you read her bio on ISAsurf.org, under this Team South Africa, The last sentence of her bio says, "I enjoy blowing up on my backhand."
Oh, well.
So, I mean,
she's doing what
why
she
are we
loves right now.
surprised? So we see Green up and riding. Looking for something here. It looks like this wave is just going to double up and lose its energy. Unfortunately, she's trying to hold on to that advancing position there and keep off our surfers in blue and white from advancing. They only needed 2.07 and 2.5 respectively, though.
Yeah, I mean, Monahan's doing a great job at defending that second place position. That last wave, she was able to hold off Haugen and Sebastien. So not only is she doing her best to put up some numbers for herself, but she's also keeping the other surfers off waves, which is part of the job of being in that second place advancing position. You got to make sure you don't give your third and fourth place surfers any opportunity. You see 35 seconds left. Safe to say Luis Lapront will be moving through. And now it's up to Haugen or Sebastien. Haugen needs a 2.07. Sebastien needs a 2.50. Attainable scores. They just need the opportunity. And here we go. Do we have a paddle? It's going to be Haugen. Surfing for a 2.07. Nice snap to start. Comes around the section. Gets the second turn. This is going to make things interesting for Team Norway. You see the smile on her face.
Come on,
She's
come on.
looking out for the rocks. Nicely
Right.
done. That's execution at a high level for Ine Haugen.
She was super patient for it too, only having 2 rides under her belt for this entire heat. Green looking to hold on to that one. So this will be an interesting exchange in the final seconds of Heat 13 repechage round 1.
It always comes down to the wire, it
Of course
seems
it does.
like.
Of course it does.
Learned one of my new favorite Japanese words yesterday, buzabita, buzzer beater. We'll see if we can use that word for that last wave from Haugen. We see some scores starting to trickle in. Really curious of anticipation. Was this wave at 2.07?
Well, really clean right from the start. Little check turn to start out, brings it all the way around there. The spray off her board showing how much she engaged the rail through that turn.
I love that midway through that second turn, she's looking down going, well, here they come. Here come the boulders, but I got to keep going.
We didn't get to see the ride of Maya in her attempt to defend it. So we will see. We'll have to let the judges tell us if it was enough to up her scoreline or if there will be a situation change as they are all doing the rock dance of the beach.
This lifesaver in red, that's one of our volunteer lifesavers who have come here this week to give their time to the ISA to just help oversee what's happening. I mean, in and out of the water. I like to see these red shirts, and that's one of our local lifeguards right there, a full-time lifeguard here in Surf City. You know, they just got their eyes on these surfers because, you know, while the waves aren't necessarily life-threatening today, that walk-in can be pretty precarious. So the scores have come through. Haugen comes in just under the required need of a 2.07. That's a 1.87. So Maya Monahan, Team Ireland, she defends that second place position. And this was that massive score we saw from Luis Lapront, your winner, advancing through this repechage round 1 heat. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action, hopefully like this. Loved what we saw from our representative from South Africa. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. There's an overview of our 2-podium system right in front of us on the left side of your screen. That is La Bocana. Up to the right side of your screen, El Sunzal, a legendary right-hand point break. Well, today it's a little bit more challenging for our competitors to find the diamonds in the rough, but they're out there. Will Nathania Nakos, Pacha Luki, Luna Marcano, or Sofia Ramos pick up where our representative from Team South Africa left off in that last heat? We've got Greece, we've got Ecuador, Venezuela, and our host nation of El Salvador represented in this heat. So Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, looking at the overview here, still nice and peaky. And we've got a rider up. This is Sofia Ramos from Team El Salvador. Nice snap on her backhand to start this wave. Comes around the section, does it again, and gets the solid finish almost. I'm going to give that 2.5 turn credit, but she will be fully rewarded for those opening 2 snaps. So backhanders are having a field day out here today, Rach.
Well, if it looks like she felt at home out there, it's because she is home, not just from the country of El Salvador, but she's here from El Tunco.
Okay, so up the street.
Right up the street. Right here. This is her backyard, which is why she's looking so confident and comfortable to have a quick start out here within the first 5 minutes of this heat. Sofia Ramos is only 15 years old as well. So a few youngins we have in the draw here, but they're going against women of all ages and life stages. So take a look at this ride again. I really liked that opening turn, made the most of that second turn and nearly rides out here, but there's just so much bump, especially because of the rocks on the inside, making it really, that water really churn underneath. That you see her get knocked off here, but that first turn was really clean and crisp. I think where most of her score was earned. So we'll see how the judges go with that so we can see Sofia's campaign open up here. 4.83. What a great start to her heat.
So these are 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers stay in this competition. 3rd and 4th place surfers, they bow out today, but not after a solid showing. Just getting here, just being named to your country's national team is a huge achievement. I give full credit to all the surfers that, as we know, it's not easy to put yourself out there, you know, especially for some of these surfers that are from rising surf nations. Maybe they've only started surfing 2 or 3 years ago. There's a lot of stories like that coming into this competition. So just give a lot of credit to anyone who answers the call to surf. You know, there's got to be a lot of pressure regardless of where you're representing. You know, we have 61 nations, and that's over 297 surfers, each with their own unique individual story. And you can read a lot of those stories in the bio section under the team tab on isasurf.org. Fascinating details about a lot of these surfers, and I just love that they, you know, most of them open their heart and pour out their wants and needs and why they love surfing so much and why they're here on their bios.
Yep.
Really, it's a really fun and inspiring read in a lot of the bios that we have on the ISA Surf website.
Well, I'm taking a look at Sofia's bio right now. I'm practicing my Spanish. She's written hers in Spanish. So translating, me gusta cocinar y también me gusta bailar. So she likes to cook and likes to dance. She also says she loves her dogs, and her favorite desserts are crepes and pastel de chocolate. So chocolate pastries, I think.
I'm in. You had me at dessert.
Been practicing my Duolingo and practicing with, here I like going out in the town and practicing my Spanish. Every time, this is my 7th time to El Salvador now. And to be honest, I think I've learned twice as much here than I ever did in my high school Spanish class. So it really is going out into town, getting amongst it, learning the language.
Immersion is the best way to learn a language. And, you know, a lot of times it's by necessity. How are you going to order food, right? You don't speak the language. 13:20 to go. We've got Paul Evans standing by on our sideline with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Louise, surf events can be a bit like people. In the morning, you wake up kind of slow, you need a couple of coffees, takes a while to get going. You brought this thing to life with a big 8-point ride. Tell us about that.
Well, this morning I was feeling a bit sick, so I held back on the free surf, and I told myself to go easy in that heat because all I had to do was get through. But I just couldn't help myself, so I was going all out, and yeah, I wanted to get some excellent scores.
It worked out for you in the end. Down here in the repechage round, tell us, obviously, you don't want to be here. It's still obviously a route to going really deep in the event, but tell us about kind of, first of all, dealing with that disappointment and then coming back with a really strong attitude and going out to perform like that.
Yeah, so 2 days ago, I was feeling really good. Unfortunately, couldn't get a backup score, so it was really hard letting that happen, and I'm still in the contest, so I'm just going to try to go all the way through and, yeah, try to make my country proud.
Not just in the contest, but posting excellent numbers. It's been a really good season for South Africa in general. Obviously, you guys got behind the title run for Geordie. That didn't work out in the end, but an epic winter of waves and some great events down there. How's the vibe amongst your squad, and how are you guys enjoying your time here in El Salvador?
Oh my gosh, we've got such a sick squad. We're having so much fun here. It feels like a family to us, and yeah, we just cook our dinners, cook our breakfast all together, and yeah, it's such a good vibe. And yeah, we're gonna try to push and get
Bit warm for a braai over here?
really warm for a bride.
Best of luck for the rest of the event, Louise. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there is an absolute shark loose in the repechage round. Louise Laprant. We put her on the list of event favorites. So to have one of the event favorites, last year's bronze medalist for juniors in the repechage round, I mean, that's just telling of how deep the field of talent we have here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games is. At the moment, we've got the local from right here in El Tunco, El Salvador, Sofia Ramos in the lead. Luna Marzano from Venezuela in second. And here we go, Sofia again. Quick snap, driving down the line, fading up into the whitewater. She knows this end section better than anyone. You can tell right there. She knew exactly how hard to push. She knew what to do when that wave came at her, and that's going to be another solid score for Sofia Ramos.
Still waiting for campaigns to really open up for Pacha Light and Nathania Nenkos. Pacha, of course, coming from Ecuador, representing Ecuador, but coming from Australia. So we see our surfer from Greece opening up her account.
Quick snap there from Nakos. We haven't talked a lot about food in the commentary booth, which is something that, you know, when you're looking at 61 nations, I always like to ask, give me 3 nations where you're going to go on a food trip. You can surf, but food being the top priority. I'll start. I'm putting Greece in my top 3 of places I'd like to go and eat.
Well, I just came back from a food trip in Italy, basically.
Classic.
Classic. It's delicious. As we take a look at one of my other favorite food places, El Salvador.
There you go.
And Pupusas being represented here. Wrapping it all the way around. Really clean surfing, looking confident on that board. And like you said, Chris, she knows exactly how to handle that end section there. And another look at this 2.1 from our surfer representing Greece. Getting nice little movement on her board there. Not really any opportunity to put it, to extend on rail, which is why that score came in as a modest 2.1. But it's enough to go into her score line. She's only looking for a 1.41 to go into advancing position at the moment. Still waiting for Pacha to open up her account in any real way.
Big heat coming up next. Surfers representing South Africa, Greece, New Zealand, and Austria. I just get excited every time I see these international heats come out, just because I want to learn more about the surfers that they've fielded for their teams. And I want to make friends, because you get some contacts here from surfers from 61 nations. You could literally go anywhere in the world and have at least a friend there. Great snap there for your surfer representing Venezuela. Luna, all the way through. Speaking of food and pupusas, local dish here in El Salvador. Paul and I were on a pupusa mission last night, and we thrived. It was awesome. And speaking of thriving, Pacha, representing Ecuador, laying down the law on that last wave. So identifying that fun little right-hander kind of in the mid portion of the takeoff area and making it happen. It's going to be a nice score for Pacha Luki.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise to already see her in the repechage round, showing her skill there, a 6.67. So skyrockets up to second with the highest single wave score of the heat so far. She is the 2025 Quicksilver Women's Air Show winner, as well as just years and years of experience under her belt that led her to a 6.67 to open up her heat.
Again, with the perfect read on that inside section, which kind of woke up and chose violence over the past few days. But Sofia Ramos knows exactly what to do and when to do it and how to do it. Growing up right around the corner here in El Tunco. She's obviously surfed out here a lot of times because she looks like she's feeling very comfortable. She's got a 4.9, a 4.83, solid lead for the surfer representing our host nation, Surf City, El Salvador. And what hosts they have been. I mean, we've been welcomed back here year in, year out, multiple events across a lot of surfing associations. ISA, of course, comes here on a couple stops throughout the year. WSL Championship Tour has been coming through El Salvador for the better part of the last couple of years. One of the best events of the 2025 season happened just up the road, Punta Rocas. And the waves, of course, a huge part of that, but also the hospitality and the infrastructure. It's a quick drive from the airport. The airport is beautiful, pretty much brand new, an international airport. You fly in, either rent a car or get picked up at the airport, and within about an hour, maybe 45 minutes, you arrive in Surf City. Tons of places to stay up and down this beach. See right in the middle there, Papaya. We've got a lot of cast and crew staying there, and they've been providing the catering for the entire ISA staff through the week. It's been amazing. But in that little town right there, you know, you've got everything from 5-star all the way to kind of backpacker style hostels. So any budget will suffice when you want to come to El Salvador. We see a lot of travelers coming through here from Europe, from all over Central and South America. We met some friends last night from the UK walking around the streets. So it's kind of a pop-in tourist destination, not just for surfing.
Yeah.
There's a lot to get involved with. I was able to take a tour last year of San Salvador from the tourism board, and it was fascinating. We started off at a volcano, which is incredible. I mean, this thing looks like the Grand Canyon. It's massive. And then we went in through the town, and the history of El Salvador and of San Salvador in general is just incredible. So many amazing stories, beautiful churches, really cool architecture, some really awesome development happening as well. And I saw some incredible skate spots. Kind of blew my mind. I wish I had my skateboard with me because San Salvador is holding ledges, rails, cool plazas. So next time you come to El Salvador, bring your skateboard.
Well, my brother and about 10 of his friends have already booked a trip out here to El Tunco in November.
All right.
So
watch out, El Tunco.
I know.
Who's coming?
Oh boy, but they've been seeing all of this happen, all this surf tourism that's been happening over the last few years. And as they were looking for their next surf trip, El Salvador became #1 on their list. And so I'm already thinking of all the things I can recommend for them, as this is one of my absolute favorite places to visit.
Oh, one of my favorite turns of this heat so far. Pacha comes through the 2-turn combo. She's still going down the line. Yeah, I would opt out of that inside section personally because you saw the rock starting to boil up in front of her, but nicely done. And we got heat on our hands. Luna Marcano now representing Venezuela. A couple good snaps with more room to work. She gets involved with that inside section. Hammers it. You hear the crowd go wild. Venezuela will be back on the board in a big way.
Wow, Chris.
These are solid numbers here. 6.67 for Pacha on a previous effort. She just got a good backup score. She's going to delete that 0.50. We could see an entire situation change here.
Well, just like the last heat, we saw a change-up potentially happen within the last 30 seconds. It's now getting down to crunch time, and these surfers are really putting it on display for us. Let's take a look at this replay. From Luna, nice opening turn, keeps it nice and high, feeling her board out. Mid-face turn there, it's this turn that she really is able to punch and unleash some of that power through her rail. And another look at Pacha's wave. Beautiful turn. This wave allowing a little bit more, standing up a little bit more to offer some critical surfing. And I thought she was going to utilize that last section, but Chris, I think you were right. Good call, because it quickly gets shallow right after that. And that's actually why that wave is standing up on that section, is because it's shallow there. It's rocky there.
Yeah, it's very low tide right now. And that just makes it even dicier coming in and out of the water. Luckily for our surfers, it's not too hot yet, because you can kind of have the scenario of not only do you have to walk across those rocks that can be extremely hot through the day, hot rocks, and then they turn into slippery, wet rocks. So it's kind of a 2 for 1. So you got to earn it sometimes here to get in and out of the water in El Salvador, but it's worth it. Tons of waves coming through. This is one of the few places in the world that I feel totally comfortable inviting everyone to.
Yeah.
Because as we've seen, we've been down here for junior events where there's 600 surfers in town, and you can still get waves.
Yeah.
It's so consistent. There's so many breaks up and down the coast that even when a huge event like the World Surfing Games is in town, you can still catch waves. And there's not a lot of places in the world that you can say that.
Yeah, absolutely. There is so much on offer here. So fun to explore all the different breaks and the food that there is in between each one. Pacha really trying to claim her win on this heat here.
Nice tail slide there to finish that wave. Gets out quick. So she's trying to get rid of a 4.6. I love how Pacha's surfing right now. You see the first couple of minutes in this heat, it was kind of like, is this really Pacha? And then boom, she turned it on. She's posting up at 11.27 heat total. We'll probably add to that with that last wave. So nicely done there for Pachaluki. Sofia Ramos, the local, has dropped into second place. That means Luna Marzano with that last score coming through a 4.77. She's right there in the mix, needing a 4.96. Nakos, he takes 7.63. She posted a 2.10 as her high score. So solid representation from Greece. But now we see tactics come into play. See the surfer in green.
Yeah.
Trying to get around surfer in white. Unfortunately for green, Luna representing Venezuela, she's in that third priority spot. It's going to be pretty tough. As you see right on top of her. Almost, hopefully not too close to her. Priority judges will be watching this, but that's going to be it. Repechage, round 1, heat 14 is in the books. Pachaluki gets the win for Ecuador, followed by the local Sofia Ramos. We do say goodbye to Luna and Nathania from Greece and Venezuela, respectively. Great job to both of those two surfers showing up and making their nations proud. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. I'm going to bring True and Barton in on the call.
And we are back. Day 4 of the ISA World Surfing Games, and look at this beautiful shot of La Bocana and the scenes around it. So much on offer here in El Salvador. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Bart and Lynch, but we're straight into live action. Jessie van Niekerk from South Africa. Straight up and into this wave. Saw her warming up before. Gets a good connection to finish there, and she's ready to make a statement in this heat. Lola Grube from New Zealand, 14-year-old. Good first snap. Gets a strong second one in as well. It's her first proper year competing internationally. So finding her feet nice and early in this one. And BL, some good waves, some good surfing to start off this one.
Yeah, repechage round. It's been great to watch. This is a good shot to see that wind chop that's kind of coming across through the lineup. Here's the lineup of the heat itself.
Yeah, we've got Jessie van Niekerk from South Africa, Maria Papatsimpa from Greece, Lola Grube from New Zealand, and also Marlene Hutemar from Austria. So once again, an international affair. No surprises here with 61 nations in the event.
So cool. I remember Fernando Aguirre, the president of ISA, referring to it as the United Nations of surfing, and that it is.
Yeah.
Collective energy of all these nations coming together, put on a surfing show. We see the champions of today and then the support, and get to watch the champions of tomorrow.
We definitely do. We've got those 2 podiums as well. It feels like we're just doubling up on those champions too, especially for these first few days of the event. We've got the men's repechage round over at El Sunzal, and then we'll see that women's repechage round 2 as well.
Yeah, teams jockeying from one location to the other. It's
double
not that
duty.
Far. Yeah, it's not that far. It's walkable, isn't it? But yeah, there's a lot of team vans buzzing up and down the coast, going from one break to the other. Replay for South Africa. Beautiful starter, great timing. Recognise the importance of the completion. Gets that 2 beautiful backhand turns to start. No nerves and good timing. Don't want to leave that too late. That was perfectly done. And Lola Grube, as you said, 14 years old, Kiwi, pump, snaps out of the top. I feel like there was an earlier turn, boom, off the white water there. She kind of took that low line and dropped down, and by the time she dropped down and hit the white water, it had lost a bit of its energy. There's most probably small amount of points left on that wave. And she's up and riding again. 2 good scores straight away for New Zealand, a 4.67, a 4.53, so a great start. Jessie van Niekerk, 6 points for hers. Great start for her as well. So New Zealand, South Africa, off and racing.
Yeah, big starts to this heat already. Greece and Austria yet to kick off their campaign with 15.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time, although we have seen a few dicey heats with that time running out really quickly. Looks like Marlene having a look on one of those rights. Wow, does really well.
That was so ambitious. Wasn't it? So ambitious. It looked like she was going to turn into the white water and jump over it or something.
Yeah.
Somehow she turned that into a re-entry, and I think there was there a little fist pump there that just showed that she was really happy with the completion as well.
We need to find out what wax she's using, because she didn't even look like she was going to fall off. And Jessie, an experienced competitor, nice opening carve, but that wave just doesn't offer too much more. Jessie van Niekerk, she's originally from Cape Town, but she kind of chooses her time in between Cape Town and also Torquay in Victoria, Australia, which is where she moved with her family. She finished her schooling, high school over in Oz, and is now studying a Bachelor of Architecture at Deakin University down in Victoria too. So this is that last one though for Marlene's.
So late to the lip and felt good about it, and so she should. It was a difficult thing to do. You can see here, bottom turns at that lip. Really great technique. wasn't a good wave. The score will be restricted by the wave itself, as we see South Africa snapping out of the top, cutting out quick. She'll have a score to go with the 6, and it'll have her on a 2-wave average. It's pretty solid in the early stages of the heat.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Jessie and Lola right now are running away with it pretty early, but we've got time. Marlene's first wave a 1.6. That last one for Jessie just locked in at a 2.6. So complementing the 6 well, but I know she's probably going to chase for a little bit of a higher number. But Lola, 14 years old from Pauanui in New Zealand. She's been representing New Zealand in the ISA World Juniors as well back in 2023 in Brazil, and last year here in 2024 as well. So she's no stranger to these marathon of events, understands the repechage rounds well, and looks like she's just sticking to the plan.
Early starts, take the pressure off, just make the whole job so much easier. And the scores we see here as surfers get ready for that next heat, you know, a 4.67 and a 4.53 ahead of a 6 and a 2. You know, consistency always an important factor in competition.
That looks like that is Anahi Pilato. She's getting ready for this next heat from Guatemala. It's going to be a stacked one as well. This is live action. Jessie Van Niekerk. She's a 3-year Challenger Series surfer. She's surfed many events in the ISA World Surfing Games and also World Juniors as well. She knows, she's really, really in tune with the mental game. She's in tune with heat strategies, tactics. And she's just trying to get herself into the lead, which she does off the back of that last wave. Locks in at a 4, so advantage to South Africa.
Really beautifully surfed. Consistent, continual motion and movement and energy through the board, onto the wave, into the turns. You'll see it here on the replay. Drops down, snaps, and look, there's not a lot of wall in front of her, but just the consistent movement and power and energy that she's bringing through that great technique, good equipment under the feet, and 4-point ride. Most probably surfed that wave up, really, with her performance. Wasn't a wally wave, didn't have a lot to offer, but just that consistent rhythm. Bang, 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 just pumping out the turns. Gets close to the inside. Great surfing. And you can see the experience, can't you? You can see she knows that, you know, while this isn't the best wave on offer out there, if I surf this to its potential, I'll definitely improve on that 2.6 and take myself into the lead like she did.
Yeah, pretty much doing exactly what she had to. She just is, you know, she's surfed a lot of heats. She's won an Australian junior title as well. So she's really aware of, you know, what it takes to get to that top, you know, pointy end of the draws. But she's found herself in this repechage round after surfing a couple of heats over at El Sunzal. Lola digging into that first turn. This one opens up, but she doesn't like the look of that section. Kicks out. Only needs to better a 4.53. Maybe just rushing that one a little bit.
Yeah, maybe at that point she kind of realised, I don't think I'm improving on this. Let's get out of it. Because there was another turn in it, wasn't there? But the assessment that you have to make while you're riding along, you've got, you know, do I waste the time trying to turn this into something that'll beat what I've got, or do I just surrender it and get back out there and find something that would 100% definitely improve for me?
Yeah.
Most probably a good strategic move there. Scores came in 2.3. Judge, it was never going to go better than what she had, so no. Good strategic mind at play.
We've got Maria Papitsimpa from Greece. She's yet to open up her account. Born and raised in Athens. She's actually got a background in primary education as well over there, but she first started surfing in Costa Rica about 5 years ago. And, you know, still relatively new to the surfing scene. There's so much. I feel like every surf, there's something new to learn about the ocean. It just teaches you so much, and there's so many lessons.
And, you know, 50 years in, you're still learning.
Yeah.
It's a never-ending progression that you're on. Always learning, every situation, every single situation different and unique in its own way.
Well, someone who had a pretty decent heat in that last one, putting together some good combinations. She's going to have a chat with Paul Evans. We'll send it down to you.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Pasha, you've been doing events at different levels for a number of years now. Do you still feel the nerves before a heat? And if you do, how do you go out about turning that into good energy out in the lineup?
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely. Always nerves, and that just kind of proves how much you love it. I had a friend message me yesterday. Obviously, I'm in the repechage, so first heat didn't go to plan. So my friend gave me a little breathing exercise, and it was like in for 3 seconds, out for 6 seconds. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's always about regulating that and kind of turning that into like the next fire to keep kind of looking and searching and kind of hunting. We're in such a different mindset in a heat than free surfing, so it's interesting to flip the switch.
Breath work's important. The surfing's pretty important too. Looked like you were sticking to the rights. Was that a tactic for you? Just something that sort of happened during the heat?
Oh, definitely. I've been watching the heats all morning and have really been, I guess, studying how the rights had just a little bit more consistency and the lefts were a little bit wobbly in the morning. And so I decided to stick there. And yeah, luckily it gave me a few opportunities, but I definitely got stuck a few times. So a bit of the nerves, but just trying to tap back into being present and just like adjusting with the ocean. I think that's really important at La Bocana, and so yeah.
Away from competitive surfing, you're doing great stuff in the environmental space with campaigning. Just tell us a little bit about what you've been up to and how that kind of dovetails with surfing in big contests like this.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely. I think it's inherent for surfers to be able to advocate for ocean playgrounds and also the access to those ocean playgrounds in terms of the link between climate and justice, and knowing that, you know, the health of the planet is so intrinsically entwined with the health of people. And so recently we've been doing a surf documentary about the women of Ecuador. It's called Sabo. We've just finished a Europe tour and just slowly releasing this I guess, story about women leading in communities in Ecuador, and I guess knowing that Ecuador is that hotspot of biodiversity, not only in environments but also culture, and so amplifying those voices, especially Indigenous women, knowing that strengthening those Indigenous territories is the best climate solution. Yeah.
Love that. And speaking of which, you want to give a shout out in Spanish to all the fans in Ecuador and around the world?
Yeah, of course. Hola a todos. Muchas gracias por apoyarme y todos los equipos. Estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con mi familia de Ecuador y siempre está en mi corazón, mi familia Luque y toda la gente de Ecuador. Muchas gracias y nos vemos pronto.
More power to you, Pacha. Keep it going. Good luck. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pacha and Paul. Pacha's got always such a good energy, and yeah, she's definitely advocating for, you know, that ocean awareness. But this right now, Marlene from Austria, live action, straight into it. A really nice inside left. She's teed off in a couple of good turns, got the job done.
Well, I think if she liked that first one, she's going to like that better.
Yeah.
Great wave selection, nice open face. Shame that that little entanglement with the whitewater right at the end there. But besides that, that was a solid ride and taking her performance trajectory in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. I actually grew up competing against Pacha.
Yes.
Back on the juniors all across Australia, and yeah, she was always super fun to be around, had really great energy. And yeah, she's doing some incredible things, tapping into, you know, her family ties over in Ecuador, and spending a lot of time there as well. She's been traveling a lot.
Yeah. I think that's one of the fantastic things about this ISA format and the way the events run, is that people get the opportunity to connect with their bloodline, with their history. Here we go.
Yep, Jessie Van Niekerk. She's looking to get rid of a 4. Big connection there for Jessie. Just can't quite hold on to it. Oh, looks like she may have even lost a leggy. Yep. She has. Wow, that's never nice, and it's going straight for those rocks.
The team members, it's hard to get down there quickly because of the rock dance you've got to do. Oh, this doesn't look good for that surfboard.
Oh, no. She's swimming down.
It's the leash got caught around a rock. Do you see that?
Wow.
That was interesting.
Wow, that looks like it could be a change in equipment potentially. It looks like it's stuck there right now. She's getting dry docked on the inside.
Well, that's if the leash has got caught around the rocks and the board is actually stuck there, that's a fantastic stroke. Oh, hold on, here it goes.
No.
Lifeguards to the rescue.
Quick!
Get in there. Oh, it's going to be saved.
Yeah. You can
Amazing.
literally hear the grating of the fins on the rocks. But Lola, she's found herself a really good-looking set. Couple of nice carves. Just a bit of a stall there. This one looks like it's going to open up, and she's going to lay into that carve once again. And wow, strong finishing turn to complete it. And she gets a little bonus section as well, just to kind of pump up the energy. Needs to better a 4.53. She was selective on her last wave, but that one looks like it's going to pay off.
Yeah, that was a beautifully selected wave. A lovely wall, lovely pace to it. We can see in the foreground there the lifeguard with the board. Now, I'm wondering if there's nothing wrong with the board, you might rather it out there than having to come in to get it and then go back through out there. Here's the replay for New Zealand. Drives a cut back, another cut back, and we watch it stand up. She sees it going to stand up, so she stalls by stepping on the tail of the board, waits for the wave to stand up and give her the sections to hit. One of the best waves of this heat for sure. The 6 is the heat high at this point in time for South Africa. It'll be interesting to see where this one comes in. 5.07. So a great score, consolidating first and second for South Africa and New Zealand.
Wow. Just inching out in front. They're getting a pretty commanding lead. Marlene from Austria, she needs a 7.21. She started surfing at 26 years old over at the Canary Islands, and this is her first official contest.
Right.
Here at the ISA World Juniors, and wow, they're really slippery, these rocks. She's navigating it well. She's all good, which
Checking
is the
a
main
toe
thing.
by the look of it. Ankle strap's still on, so we know that it wasn't the Velcro that gave way. It was the leash that actually snapped. And what you find, I was a little bit meticulous when it came to my preparation, even too much, so much. Probably had to learn to relax about things. But I used to check that leash, clean all the wax off the leash before every heat, and just take my eye across the whole length of the leash and make sure there were no little nicks or cuts, because we see what happens when there are little nicks and cuts in it. It doesn't take much of a wave to snap that leash if it's already got a defect in it.
Fully, it's never a good feeling, and especially if it's a good board and you come in and there's rocks there and it's kind of all dinged up.
I suppose with 1 minute you're not going back out.
I was going to say the same thing. With a minute she can just cruise. She's got that 6 and a 4. I mean, Lola's really nudging for that first place right now. There's really not a lot separating them. It just feels like she's pretty safe with progressing through.
Yeah. Maria Papatsimpa for Greece hasn't managed to get a ride.
Yeah.
And
she's been just a little bit out of position, maybe a little bit.
Again, I know what that's like too.
Yeah.
I surfed a heat at the Rio World Masters and got a 0. Duck eggs, didn't even catch a wave, couldn't catch a wave for my life, depended on it. So it's funny when you go through all of those experiences and then you watch other people going through them and you sympathise. Oh,
wow.
Big turn.
How were you when you came in from that heat?
Oh, I was pretty devastated. I mean, it's the Masters, it's well after your career. It's not really, doesn't matter, you're not really that competitively focused, but it still hurt.
Yeah. Still having a good word with yourself.
Yeah, it was Upwardor where there's this right point as this heat winds up. Congratulations to Jessie and Lola. Great performances.
Yeah, big performances from Jessie Van Niekerk, a 6 and a 4. Let's take another look at this last one of Lola's as well.
Ooh,
wow.
The biggest turn of the heat, single turn.
Comes in at a 3.67, so doesn't go into the top 2, but pretty good confidence for her leading on through to that next heat. We'll unfortunately say goodbye to Marlene and also Maria from Austria and Greece. They'll be bowing out of the event, and it is a repechage round, so we will say goodbye for good, but we've got a couple more heats to go for the women's repechage round. We'll be right back after this quick break.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Wow, you can just take a look at what we've got going on around the event site. You can see all those 61 flags representing each nation here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And once again, an international affair. This is the last heat of the women's repechage round. Camilla Pedersen, we've got out there. We've got Awa Sikasek, Marcella Machado, and Anahi Porras Pilato, Norway, Senegal, Uruguay, and Guatemala. Some big names in this heat, some big names in that last heat as well. I mean, some pretty big upsets in that first round to have, the quality of surfers like this in this first repechage round.
Yeah, absolutely. Sets approaching the lineup. It's a great thing to see this international embrace for the culture of riding waves. It's a simple thing, just paddling out and riding waves. It seems so unimportant, I suppose, but then you attach all of the opportunities to it, and that concept of making the world a better place through surfing, and surfing as a culture and a sport having morality and concepts and values that are valuable, in the big picture of your life. And I think we've all found that as surfers. We respect the ocean, we respect nature. There's things that are inherent about riding waves that make you fall in love with what you do and where you live.
Yeah. It's really one of those moments where one wave can really change your world.
Absolutely.
You can see the women on screen there getting themselves in position. We're about 3.5 minutes down in this heat. Camilla from Norway, she's about 42 years old. We're talking about that, that Unk power, and she's got that auntie power as well. 42, she's the 2022 Norwegian national champ.
Whoa.
And, whoa.
That was going to be a difficult takeoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of lump. Still a bit of morning sickness to it. As we've been saying throughout the morning, there was a big storm last night, and you can kind of see how that's affected the conditions a little bit this morning. If you want to take a look at how El Sunzal is as well, we do have that podium 2 camera, but this is Marcela from Uruguay kicking out a little bit earlier on that turn. I mean, she got herself a wave. You can see that Senegal flag on the screen just down the bottom there, and we've passed that low tide this morning already.
Yep, tide's on the way in. Didn't seem like it went quite as far out as it had been those last couple of days. And a bit of an easterly wind today has come up, blowing across. You can see it blowing across, sending wind ribs across the face of the wave. last night with the storm that you referenced, obviously ruffled the surface, and now that wind out of the east also sort of bringing some wind chop and breaking up the line of the swell.
Bit of a paddle there for Camilla and also for Awa. Both from, well, Camilla from Norway, Awa is from Senegal. Team Senegal have some really cool energy about them as well. Awa, she's 18 years old. Her dream is to go to the Olympics, so she's on the right path. Someone who is also dreaming of that, Jessie van Niekerk. She just took out that last heat, had a bit of a mishap at the end. She's going to have a chat to Paul Evans.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Jessie, breaking a leash is not something you ever want to do in a heat, but particularly here with all the rocks going on the inside, it's a little bit extra dramatic. Tell us a little bit about that incident.
Very true. Like, it's super hard to usually do a board swap in the 20-minute heat. It takes a bit of time, but trying to get in through the rocks is so slippery that you get like a few minutes and then you like struggle. So yeah, that wave was like super bumpy, and I knew the last section was going to be pretty gnarly because it was sucking up, but I don't know, there's a chance of riding it out. Okay, that was the one I did get at. But yeah, no, when you snap a board here, it's pretty tricky to get out or snap a leash, so yeah.
Coming into the repechage round, obviously it's an elimination heat. Is there any thought in your mind about holding back a little bit? It didn't look like you were surfing conservative at all there.
Definitely keeping in mind to build your heat up. You don't want to get too aggressive at the start, but you never know who your competitors are. You could be needing sixes in any of these rounds, so you still got to surf really strong.
Away from surfing competition, you're studious. You're studying architecture at uni in Oz. Tell us a little bit about that. Do they mind you missing a few lectures to come over here and represent South Africa?
Yeah, fortunately the program is flexible and you can take on the load that you can handle, but any load in architecture is pretty busy with the comp schedule in mind and stuff, so it's a lot, but I really love it. It suits me really well, so I'm excited to hopefully get done in the next couple of years.
And the South African squad, we always expect you guys to show up at these events with a big, strength in depth in terms of the talent you got. You guys having fun, enjoying yourselves over here? What else have you been up to, apart from obviously getting ready to win heats?
For sure. The waves have been constantly pumping here. I got here about 10 days before the comp started. It was quiet for a couple of days and just swell. Like, it just pulsed through. It's probably one of the smallest days we've had in the last 2 weeks. So it's been incredible, and this is like the best spot ever for an event.
Been a pretty good morning for you guys. Louise Lepront as well, getting through. Keep it going. Best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Can I say hi to my mom? Love you lots. Thanks for waking up so early to watch.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul and Jessie. And yeah, traveling and balancing a uni degree it's really hard. You got to manage your time, and then you think about trying to make those lectures with the time difference. And so yeah, she's got a lot on her plate right now, but she seems to be really enjoying it. Whoa, coming unstuck.
Yeah, for me, after doing 15 years on the tour, I reflect back and go, wow, I had a lot of downtime that I did nothing with. But worry about heats, worry about the next contest, worry about, am I doing everything right? And I think the opportunity to have other interests, to be studying, learning other things that are complementary even to your surfing, is such a benefit, because it gives you the opportunity to take your mind away from it for a while and not live in the fear of failure all the time.
Yeah.
As a competitor, you kind of do, you're going to be battling, and sometimes you're going to lose, and it's always in the back of your mind. So I did feel like I might have wasted quite a lot of time over those 15 years of touring, where if I had some other things I was learning, focused on, developing, building, growing, I could have, maybe even been better as a competitor, because it wasn't all about that,
Yeah.
So sometimes I think those other hobbies and activities outside it can be an advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I know there's a lot of Australian surfers that are doing that at the moment as well, just trying to, pick up something outside of it that really challenges their mind to, think critically. My first year of uni I did while I was still competing, and I loved it.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I'm in my third year now, and the time's there. You find it and you just fill it up, and it's really easy. And actually I feel like it, gives you a bit of a break from it all. Like, it gives you a moment to be like, okay, this is my everything, and that's great, but it doesn't have to be all the time.
Yeah, and all the time is overwhelming, you know.
Here we go. This is Anahi
Wow.
from Guatemala. Oh, just going a little bit too high. At the end of that, 10 minutes to go. She's got time. She started her campaign in this heat, a 1.17, and looking at the scoreboard, there's not much that's really happened. A 2.17, the best wave of this heat so far.
Yeah, she went really fast on that wave. It
Yeah.
was almost like she accelerated her board, went too fast and took her out into the flats where she didn't really need or want to be. But the signs of the surfboard, the acceleration of the surfboard look great.
Yep, good indications to start for Guatemala. She just needs to maybe slow it down, as we kept talking about yesterday, having a little bit more control with that, controlling and maybe dictating her board a little bit more on this next wave. She's got 9.5 minutes to get herself another one. She's got the second best score of the heat so far, but no one's really broken into that 3-4 plus range. And sometimes we've seen heats, especially with conditions like this, that 3 range is making you through heats.
Yeah. Great to see Senegal here. You talked about their good vibes that they bring to the event. I know that Philippe Malvoy and Didier Pité, two great French surfers and coaches, have spent a lot of time over there and are instrumental in kind of the development of Senegalese surfing. It's great to see those African nations finding the ocean for more than food, I suppose, you know what I mean? Being access. Here we go.
Here we go. Awa. She's got a 0.63.
Oh, no.
Wow. Lays into that last turn. You're waiting for it. You knew something was coming. She went big. She's going to get back out there, and that's going to be up there with the best wave of the heat.
That's what I was thinking too. I was questioning, you know, in my mind, is that the best wave of the heat? Be interesting to see it on a replay and see what happens at the start there. The finish was great, hey? That was a really lovely turn. Here we go. Using the priority. Drops down, nice placement. First turn, big wrap. Could have gone back to the pocket perhaps a little more. Building speed here through to the inside, waiting for it to stand up. Hits the lip, lays it back, pulls it cleanly.
Wow. Really good surfing. She gets a 267. So that's the best wave of this heat so far, this drone angle.
See, the cutback could have come back to the whitewater and she could have been back in that pocket, kind of going up and down rather than being out that little bit on the shoulder and just waiting to get to the closeout section. So that's, you know, potentially some points left on that wave because of that, not driving the cutback all the way back into the pocket, staying in that power source of the wave. But still, got her up into, where are we looking here? Oh, up into first place with that one. Fantastic.
267 and a 063 with 7 minutes to go. Marcella, she needs to get back up into first. She's already got a 217. Good second turn in there. She opens up through a third, throwing a fan of spray and doing really well to navigate that inside section. That'll definitely take her back up into the lead.
And it felt so smooth and easy and flowing. It was a really beautifully surfed wave. You can normally, we get a feeling for how they're feeling, you know, when they're riding the wave. Oh, they feel anxious, or she just feels so calm here. Watch this first turn. Back to the pocket, into the power source, drops straight down into another turn. See, she's not pushing too hard. She's just got that beautiful energy, and as the wave builds, so do the turns. That's going to be the best wave of this heat. As you suggested, True, it's going to take her into the lead. It had a really nice tempo to it. Her tempo matched the tempo of the wave perfectly, and that's when those really beautiful performances happen.
Yeah, wow.
That was the turn.
I love how low she gets off the bottom and just really opens up her shoulders to look up to where she wants to go. And reaping the rewards as well. Still waiting on this last score for Team Uruguay to lock in with just about 6 minutes to go. It's a 4.67. She goes straight up to first. And she'd be feeling really good about that one. You know, when you're paddling out and you hear a good score and you just get that excited little kick. You're like,
nothing better, really, is there? A little shot of adrenaline.
It's good when you feel good, and you're on a wave and you know that it's good, and then you hear that the scores reciprocate that, and you're like, yeah, okay, we're on.
We're on today. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Team Senegal there.
Supporting Awa, 18 years of age. She's got a pretty commanding lead right now as well. Oh, sorry, coming in second, I should say. Marcella has that lead, and this is Camilla.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Holding onto it. Wow.
Yes.
The 2022 Norwegian champion. Doing well. That was really tricky.
Obviously still doing yoga.
Yes. Benefiting from that. Team Norway.
I bet it's feels pretty warm coming from Norway to El Salvador.
For sure.
Sitting up there trying to hide in what shade they can find while still supporting.
She only needs a 1.01 to go back up to second. For Camilla, that last wave locked in at a 2.3.
Well, that's good because, well, there's Alonso.
Yeah, we got teams getting ready for these men's main round. They'll be coming up next. Alonso coming up a little bit later on in the draw.
Olympian. Fantastic over there at Te Ahopo'o for the Olympic Games. Incredible tube rider. Great at pipeline, but also a high performance surfer in these type of conditions as well.
Team Ecuador holding onto that flag. I believe that's Martin. And he's just trying to get all that good energy, all those good vibes, so that he can take that out into his heat coming up pretty soon. Or that actually just might not be Martin. He might be out there already. So the team
ready to support her.
Seriously, sending out those winning vibes for sure. And with 3 minutes to go,
Awa needs to improve on that 0.63. That's the weak element right now that leaves her exposed, and Camilla only needing a 1, and Guatemala only needing a 2.14. So you replace that 0.63 with another 2 or 3 point ride, and you're in good condition. But with 2 minutes 45 on the clock, you'd want to get that wave as soon as you can.
Here we go, Marcella, current heat leader, having a look at this one. It's a bit fat to start, and she notices that really quickly, so gets out of there with 2.5 minutes to go. And Nahi Pilato from Guatemala, she holds that first priority, needs a 2.14. Camilla chasing a 1.01, making that tricky takeoff.
But lucky there for Senegal that was a closeout. Here she goes in first priority now, choosing to, just lost her first priority, one would have to assume. That's
wow, that's huge mistake there.
Now you need to just get away from the other surfers and find something. A 0.63 is going to be easy to improve on with the talent she has. Will this wave break? No, it does not.
And that's kind of when the experience, a little bit more experience of heat surfing does come into play as well.
Yeah, if the decision to paddle or not to paddle can win and lose heats, can win and lose world titles, is such a critical element. And being able to read the wave is something, and understand the wave's potential and what it's going to do as it moves its way towards the shore is there's a lot of guesswork in it. But the more you do it, the more you surf, the more you expose yourself to that decision making, the better you get at it. And sometimes, the best surfers in the world see things in waves that you don't even see that potential in them.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, well, 1 minute. I would be very nervous now with my opponent only needing a 1 point ride to catch me. And she's going to catch you. She's got, oh no.
Oh, here we go. Wow, this is a really good sign for Awa. But for Marcella, she's going to take it. Needs to better a 2.17. This wave had a bit of a weird ridge in it with 38 seconds on the clock.
Will they get another chance? Norway, Guatemala. First priority now is Senegal. They're in second position. You got 25 seconds and you got the priority. You'd have to feel like she's safe at this point.
Surely.
If she can catch this and get rid... Oh, no. Well, you don't really need to, I suppose, as well. You may as well hold on to the priority and just manage it down to this in this last 10 seconds. Don't really need to ride another wave when you're in second place. So, nervous time.
Really, really. For Team Senegal, I feel like this is a really lucky heat for her to get through. She did really well in that 267. It's just that backup. This next heat, she needs to tidy that up just a little bit. Get a good backup going. We are going to go straight into the men's round 3. Heat number 1, some big names to kick off that round. We'll be right back and get into some good surfing.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
And we are back and straight into the men's main round. Martin Hurtado from Uruguay. Unfortunately just coming unstuck on that final turn, but he's got his campaign underway. It's going to be a pretty stacked heat as well, this heat. First heat, men's main round 3. Maximiliano Sáenz from Ecuador. Jean Carlos Gonzalez from Panama. We just saw Martin Hurtado up on his feet for Uruguay, and Bruce Burgos for Ecuador. So 2 Ecuadorians in this heat.
Yep, and all countries from Central and South America up against each other.
Wow. We've got Jean Carlos Gonzalez from Panama. I believe he was a runner-up in the ISA World Surfing Games in 2013. So he's got those finals appearance, and this is, wow, big opening cuff. Tries to hold on to it. That core is switched on, but just comes unstuck at the end. Latin American champion, the juniors in 2024 last year. Starting off big. Good indications.
And here's Martin Hurtado. Cuts back to the section, stays back so that he can hit that lip. Wave goes a little flat on the inside here, cuts back to the pocket again, stalls it back, waits for it to stand up, hits it on the inside. And this turn, look, super tight to the pocket, just throws himself into it, and it was critical. Obviously, that's not complete, got very untidy towards the end there, but this is going to be fun to watch. Drives the rail, look at the fins of the board come out of the water, and then just powers out of the top. Maybe gave it a little bit too much. The whole rail got buried and got an incompletion as we see that wave peel off down the line. Might have been better just to tag that first bit and then lay one over. There was some points left on that wave. But again, the aggressive approach was a lot of positivity.
Yeah.
No fear in there when you go at it like that.
Seriously, especially for the start of those heats. Big commitments. Martin already locked in a 363. Smooth surfing right now, just matching the pace of the wave. This one starts to wall up ahead of him, big turn. And gets a bonus section as well, just flying through those sections. Bruce Burgos out the back. Spicy first turn to start. Team Ecuador loving it already. This one's going to wall up and wow, absolutely belts it to get a finish. That was big.
Yeah, things are heating up. Main round, men's. The third round, first and second through to the fourth round. Third and fourth down to the repechage. So no losers in this particular point in time, but the longer you can stay in that main round, the better. That was some aggressive go-for-it surfing from all of the men in the water. Here's the replay. He got that 367 on the first. Great move to back it up so quickly and get a second score in. Nothing too critical. Very smooth and fluid approach. Last turn was nice, and he gets around this section as well to climb the whitewater. Good work at the end to complement the flowing work at the start, but this one felt a little more aggressive, a little more determined, and a lot like the surfing the judges will throw the big points at, and this inside turn as well. Bang!
Oh.
So big outside turn or big first turn, managed the middle of the wave, finished with a big turn. That's the recipe right there.
Yeah, that is a recipe for big scores, and we're still waiting on it to lock in. Jean Carlos Gonzalez from Panama, heaps of speed, floating that first section. Gets around it once again for a second, leans into the rail. He's hoping for a big critical snap. He gets it there. And finishes it off really well. Doesn't do too much. And wow, lots of waves being ridden in this heat. Maximiliano from Ecuador. Throws the fins out the back. This is a real seesaw back-to-back battle.
For the first 5 minutes.
Seriously,
It's really
so
good.
much surfing.
It's really going to set that back end up as a really exciting heat, because everybody's going to have some score of consequence they can build their campaign upon. And there's aggressive, powerful, attacking surfing going on. Current heat leader up and riding again.
Wow, here we go. Martin Hurtado, he's got a 367 and a 4 already. Big belt. Redirects it, but doesn't really get the opportunity to tag it again. So just the one turn. I mean, it was quality turn at that. But I feel like with, you know, these last few waves, you might need to look for something bigger.
Jean Carlos, first float. Both these turns were a little bit kind of later. The timing was just off by a little bit, but down the inside here, throws it at the lip, stabs it with a jab.
Yeah.
Get good points for that one too, and then 2 backhand turns here. Clean into the closeout for Maximiliano. Sends. And you can see in that wide shot, as we see him finishing up, blowing the tail out. Fins came out the back of the wave. Or action.
Ooh, here we go. Still waiting on this first. Score takes to the sky. Gets the grab as well. Wow. Good snap there. He's just tying the bows on this wave.
And he was in 4th place, was the last to get rides. He just maybe got the best 2 waves of the heat so far in a very short period of time. Judges still considering both of those scores for Jean Carlos Gonzalez, but showing his experience and his talent on both of those waves.
Seriously, I mean, we have had a score for Bruce. He's locked in a 6.17 on that big left.
Yeah, aggressive, powerful surfing. Kind of, if compared to what we'd seen to that point in the heat, it stood out and obviously was, you know, a high-scoring ride.
All right, here we go. Maximiliano from Ecuador. Biggest section here. Pushes on that back foot once again. Better looking two-turn combo. Needs to get a finish, which he will. Holds on really well for Maximiliano Sáenz from Ecuador. Pushing back, I mean, this is a real seesaw battle. We have quite a few scores to lock in as well. I think about 5 numbers to come through. This is that last one of Jean Carlos.
Got to be the best score so far, I would think, given that air at the start and then the work that's done here. So energetic and powerful and enthusiastic in the way he approaches a wave. See it here. Compresses, pushes down, extends the body up, grabs the rail beautifully. A lot of time in the hold there. Hair flick at the end just to get it out of the eyes and keep scoring points down the wall of that right-hander.
So springy, such a springy surfer, so much lift, and Maximiliano answers back.
Unique, interesting lines on this wave. This last turn was a little bit shallow, didn't quite get right up on top, but he did get the completion. Martin Hurtado was, first for Uruguay, was first out, got the 3.67, got the 4 really before anyone else had a wave, but he's going to find himself short very soon when these scores drop because they weren't quite good enough.
Yeah, we got big scores to lock in. We'll head down to Paul with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Marcella surfing the last heat of the repechage round. You're watching conditions change a bit this morning, tide going out. What was your take on conditions before you paddled out, and how did that shape your tactics?
I prefer Sunsal, but today Bocana is pumping good. Like, I always surf the other side. I live here for 3 years, and I expect like the waves will be bigger today, but I enjoy. It's good. It's low tide, and I think waves are improving in the day. So.
Wow, I mean, what a great advert for Surf City El Salvador. You moved over here. So tell us a bit about that. What influenced your decision to come here? Obviously, the waves were a big part of that.
I came in 2021 for the ISA, and I spent like 20 days, and I think I need more days here. I want to surf more in El Salvador, and later in 2023, when they make again the ISA, I come back, so I stay.
We've been talking a lot about how consistent the surf is here in Surf City. As a place to train for competition for you, how good is it to be in a place that pretty much just has waves every day?
I surf every day here. I live in the other side in El Sonte, and I usually surf there. I just move when it's so big there. But it's so nice to can train every day here, and you can surf all day. When it's raining, maybe some lightning bolts. That's the only moment you can to go out.
We got one of your teammates from Uruguay in the water right now, Martin. Tell us a bit about your team and your squad. Who's over here, and you enjoying hanging out together? How's the unity amongst the Uruguayan team?
It's so good to travel with them, and usually I'm the only girl in the team, so I enjoy so much with them. I want like more girls in Uruguay start to surf and competing like this type of events, but they are so young and they are training hard. So I hope next years maybe they are coming.
You got fans tuning in Uruguay. You spent a lot of time in the Canary Islands as well, and now here in El Salvador. You want to say some words in Spanish to everyone watching you online, supporting you?
Yes. Muchas gracias a los que están ahí apoyando, y bueno, acá estamos trabajando en el evento para poder estar compitiendo. Espero que más adelante haya más apoyo también para los deportistas, y bueno, vamos arriba Uruguay, que esto está empezando y estamos acá en El Salvador dándolo todo, y nada, un abrazo grande ahí a mi familia.
Thank you so much, Paul and Marcella. She had a really good heat in that last one, and we've had a whole bunch of scores locked in. So let's just break it down. A 4.57 for that first wave of Jean Carlos. Then he backs it up with a 6.1. He's in the lead as we see Team Peru.
España.
Oh, Spain. What am I doing? Spain. They're getting ready for that next heat. Luis Diaz. Thank you. And then we've had some scores. So Maximiliano, he gets a 5.17 and the 3.77. He's in second. Martin Hurtado, 3.67 and a 4, has him in third. Bruce Burgos from Ecuador, he still has that 6.17. It's the best wave of the heat. He needs a 277, not a big score to go to second place, and that's the judging criteria on screen. Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation and progression, combination, variety, speed, power, and flow. Everything that the judges will be basing their scores off. Loses priority.
Yeah, he was in second priority at that point in time. And it's really an interesting scenario that we've seen in this heat, the way it's played out. Came out, Martin Hurtado for Uruguay, came out super fast and tried to get as many, a couple of scores as quick as he could. He went straight into the lead. But while he was sort of doing that on not the best waves out there, the other surfers, Jean Carlos got that 6-1 for the air. Almost feels a little low to me, Nelly, in comparison to all the other scores. But at the same time, his 2 scores shot him up into a powerful position. Here's the use of priority.
All right. He needs a 2.77. Good second turn. Here he goes, loads up. Wow. Big spray for Bruce Burgos.
And Martin Hurtado is going to find himself in 4th place.
Yeah.
Due to his minimum that he had in his mind for what he might need in this heat was not high enough.
Yeah.
And the start was such that it got him into the lead early, but so quickly he was overtaken by what everyone else did, and really he's at a point now where he hasn't had a score of consequence. He's kind of back at the very beginning. Yeah. So it speaks to understanding the level you need to be at, the minimum scores you need to achieve to advance through a heat, and know that beforehand. And Martin's sort of up against it now. Once Bruce's score drops, he's obviously getting the 277, no doubt about it, and Martin will find himself in 4th place without a score comparable to the other guys and have a lot of work to do after what looked to be a good early start.
Yeah, and there's been nothing wrong with Martin surfing. It's just that wave selection, like you were saying, and it's so hard for moments like that when you're like, oh, yes, my surfing feels really good, and then you're hearing 3s and 4s, and you're like, what is going on? And you listen and you digest and adapt and go, oh, maybe it's my wave size, or whatever that may be. Team's on the beach. Martin, he's found himself on another one. Nice carve to start. Oh,
pressure starting to show.
Seriously, you can see it starting to really crack down for Martin. I mean, this is still the main round. So if he gets 3rd or 4th in this heat, he'll go into that repechage round.
Phew.
Yeah, he gets another opportunity, but you just never want to be there.
No. 4.03 for Bruce Burgos takes him up into 2nd place. Powerful surfer, so aggressive on the rail. Drops down, waits patiently to get this inside section, throws great spray, great surfing for a 4. Definitely harder now to get scores than it was a few hours ago.
And this was his first wave, the 6.17. Love that first turn.
Pace setter, just the energy. There's a hunger and a determination in just when he's standing there, you can feel it.
Some pretty good moments on this wave, and let's take a look back at this 6.1 for Jean Carlos.
Rapid cutback, sorry, true.
No, I was going to say real sparky surfing.
Yeah, so spicy. Energetic. Such experience. Been in this, on this level of surfing for a very long time.
3 minutes to go. Jean Carlos off the back of just 2 waves. He's out in front with that 6.1 and a 4.57. He hasn't taken anything else since that, so he's patient towards the back end of this heat. Bruce in a really close 2nd.
And 2 Ecuadorians in this heat, as you said in the intro, now in 2nd and 3rd. If you're Bruce, you're thinking, I feel like I'm pretty good, but I need to try and help my teammate. We need to get rid of Jean Carlos Gonzalez. We can't let him get another score.
Yep. Wow. And you think about it too, like having your teammates in the heat with you, it's like, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, it's unique, isn't it? And you can work together as a team. And you imagine there's 4 of you in the lineup at the start. If you're the 2 inside guys, You can stop either of the outside guys, split peaks lefts and rights, or if it's a right or a left, by being in the middle of the pack at the beginning of a heat. If you've got two countrymen in the same heat, you can take control of that heat early, and that's something that I would definitely recommend if there's two of you from the same team in the water, positioning yourself in the inside. Here we go. That's what he needed to do.
Wow. Big turns. That's a better wave for Martin Hurtado. He needs a 6.2. That could really challenge for that. That first turn was massive. Gets a good second turn. Needs to be better than Bruce Burgos' 6.17.
Yeah, it's a big score. They were big turns, critical turns. The judges will tell us. I feel like it doesn't quite go there. But it was exactly what he needed to do at this point in time. And if he can get back out the back.
Wow, he gets a 5.1. So goes up into third. Maximiliano, he was on his way. He needed a 5.04 in that crucial moment. Pesky front foot just slipping off.
Yeah, 45, 40 seconds. Still time, really. You can get a 5 with one massive turn. Need to be a big section and a big set wave. He might not get there with 30 seconds to go.
Wow.
And you can see the surfer in white already beelining in with second priority and second place, just to make sure that he's in control somehow of his own destiny.
Yeah. It's in these last 15 seconds where it kind of just becomes about making it through the heat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Just a bit of a victory lap there, and we've got Bruce Burgos. He only needs a 4.5 to go up into first place, so he gets that wave before the Hooter, so we'll wait for this score to lock in as well for Bruce from Ecuador.
Yeah, but the 4.57 is the low score of Jean Carlos's. It kind of left the door open that little bit,
really
didn't it,
did.
for both third and fourth?
Yeah, it really did. Well, looks like the situation is going to stay the same, and you can see a very happy Jean Carlos Gonzalez on screen there for Panama. We'll be right back. Heat number 2 right after this.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2025 Surf City ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from La Bocana. I am Chris Cote. This is multi-dimensional world champion Rachel Tilley. And Rachel, we're about to flip things back over to the main rounds for the men after a really meaningful, impactful round of repechage for the women. Things are getting it serious right here, as they have been all day long. We've got some big names in the water, including this surfer right here, Luis Diaz, representing that Power Pack team. Spain almost goes down, but regains composure and control, and he's ripping this wave all the way down the line, but can't quite clean things up for the finish. But what I'm seeing here on screen is sunshine popping, and it looks like with this tidal push, we're going to see more action, more waves coming through. This heat's stacked. Alonso Correa, Luis Diaz, Lucas Perez, and Aaron Strong. Can you believe it? This is only round 3, and we're already seeing heats like this.
I know. That wave from Luis Diaz, wow, he punched so much into that. I didn't know that it was just going to keep giving like that, and he took every single opportunity. He actually fit more in than I was expecting or thinking that the wave actually offered. Let's take a look at Alonso's opening ride. Nice roundhouse, going out far and wide, taking advantage of this section, floatering over it, and looking for his final maneuver. Finishes it out strong. A really clean start, Chris, by Alonso.
Yeah, I feel like the challenge here with the waves like this, pretty lumpy and bumpy, is going to be to keep things smooth. Remember, flow, a key element to success here in ISA competition. And even though that wave is doing everything in its power to throw Alonso Correa off, he rode it out nice and clean. And this was that first wave waited from Luis Perez.
Yeah, a little bit smaller this one, but he's looking to make the most of it. Not offering that much, but look at how much power he is displaying on it. And then we can go back to the replay from our surfer in blue. That's where he almost loses it. And then this is where he really turns it on, just getting hit after hit, maneuver after maneuver, coming unstuck at the end.
Well, roll in to start this wave. Look at that first section.
Oh, beautiful opening turn. That's the one where, whew,
kind of threw him off.
That was a close one, yeah.
Right? That little near miss kind of threw everything off.
But as quick as that near miss came, he regained it just as quickly, looking like it never happened. One more replay look at this one. Another angle straight on. We can really see that power. Look at even all the spray that he displayed off that one. Gouging in on that rail turn. Picking in the nose, if I'm going to get picky, nose catching a little bit of water on that fourth maneuver as well. I don't think we'll see that go as high for some of those reasons as the opening ride that we saw from Alonso, which was really clean, really smooth. There wasn't one thing that I wanted to pick apart from that wave.
Plenty of speed, a lot of power, but I think flow was the big hindrance on that wave. But Luis will get right back out there into the takeoff zone. So our playing field is condensed today. Takeoff zone's a lot tighter. Mostly looking at lefts this morning, but we have seen some solid right-handers surfed. The women in the repechage rounds earlier identified a couple of these little rights and definitely added to their score line on the strength of that inside right-hand section. So at the moment, scores are starting to come through. We've got Alonso Correa with a 5-point ride to start off his campaign here in the main round 3, heat number 2. Luis Diaz representing Spain in second. Lucas Perez from Team Portugal third. And yet to see Aaron Strong take off, but he is sitting out the back in that white jersey with priority. So he's in a good position to get his campaign rolling.
There's still plenty of time, lots of waves on offer with these low tide conditions. Surfers having to work for it on their way out too. Quite a lot of rocks that are exposed at the moment, doing the rock dance out. And of course, we're looking out at the lineup, but you can even see some of those rocks appearing on the inside.
Correa, nice pocket to work with for his opening turn. He's sticking right there in the power section of this wave. Here we go, pumping down the line, looking for the ramp. Attempt gone awry. So you could tell what Alonso Correa wanted to do there, but it's pretty deceiving, this inside section. When you're looking at it from the land, when you're looking at it from down the line on the wave, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be the best ramp ever. But it's actually kind of hard to get to. If Alonso Correa can't find the ramp on that wave, it's probably not a ramp. He's
Well,
that good a surfer.
I think sometimes this wave can be unpredictable. In that way, you can see it and predict from what these surfers know and how to read waves. They're predicting that it's about to stand up, and right when he approached it, right when he was expecting it to stand up, it disappeared. And so when he went to take to the air, it just flattened out underneath him, and he flattened out on top of it.
We just saw Aaron Strong there having too deep a look at that wave. Didn't catch it. Priority was stripped. That's going to be an error for your surfer in white. So while these surfers regain their composure, let's go down to the boardwalk. We got Paul standing by.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Sean Carlos, for you coming here to El Salvador, first of all, mate, it's a short commute from Panama. How are you enjoying yourself over here? Just about an hour flight down here. You must be feeling pretty at home in El Salvador.
It's a 2-hour flight. But yeah, first thing is thanks to God to be here. It's a beautiful day today. The wave are a little bit like choppy, windy, but I mean, if you're looking for a good one, you find it. And lucky to pass, lucky to take 2 wave, and I make the score to pass my heat. I make a 6 and then a 4.5, something like that. And yeah, super happy to pass my heat.
A little change in conditions before your heat, before this round started. That wind started to blow into the right-handers, and when that happened, we're thinking, that could be an air wind. You were obviously thinking the same thing. Tell us about getting that air reverse and how good that felt to click that.
I mean, I was like, before the heat, my heat.
Talk us through it.
Oh, well, before I do my first hit, I was looking at the girl from Ecuador. She was taking 2 wave, really good one on the right. And then I just like, okay, my planning is gonna go to the right and make 1 air, my score. Oh, sick. And then, yeah, I saw the leap, and then I say like, okay, I'm gonna go here. And then I pull up, put the tail higher. And yeah, lucky to find that one.
Love it when a plan comes together, mate. This is brilliant elite surfing from you. There's a lot of big names in the draw here, Olympians, some big names from global surfing. What about goals for you personally and collectively as a team from Panama? What are you hoping to achieve here?
I have got good support from my team. I'm so happy for that, and then also support from the people in Panama. But I mean, this event is a lot of level. I mean, it's not gonna be easy, but I mean, step by step, I go and do my keeping smart to find the way to keep passing my heat.
Love it, mate. A few words for all the fans and everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say thank you to everybody in Panama who look at me, sending me support. We're still in the game, and then yeah, held up, and we go.
Not just still in the game, mate. You're ripping, you're blowing up. Keep it going. Love to see it.
I mean, I just go with the flow.
What a great mantra for the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Love it. Giancarlos Gonzalez is an ISA standout every single time he puts on the singlet. So with 10 minutes left to go, we're watching now, representing Spain, Luis Diaz hammering this wave from beginning to end. Rachel, things are starting to escalate out in the lineup. The waves are actually cleaning up, and it looks like this swell is starting to pump as well.
Wow!
Nice 2-stager there for Alonso Correa. Snap float combo. Gets right back involved with this left-hander. Finds the end section. Power snap. And then a bonus on the inside.
Whoa,
getting wild on the rock and roll floater, but going down. I love that exchange. Rachel, I could feel the excitement, not only in here, but also on the beach. You're starting to hear hoots, hollers, and whistles. Are we seeing this secondary swell start to arrive?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can look at the flags on the beach there from this angle. We have a bit more wind on it as well than we've had over the past few days. So that wind coming from that southwest region, making the lefts a little bit cleaner than the rights as option at the moment, but maybe providing a little bit ramp opportunity from a wind perspective for airs on the rights. We'll see if any of our athletes decide to take advantage of that. But you can see a big shift from early this morning, size difference already, Chris. It's, I'd say, doubled in size from our very first heat at 7 a.m.
You know, leave it up to El Salvador, right? Ask and you shall receive. Here we go, Lucas Perez. Strong surfer. Has to kind of fight his way through that first turn. So this is our main round. This means that the 3rd and 4th place surfers still have a chance. If they lose in these heats in this round, they'll be going to the repechage. But right now, we got a 4-way fight for the top 2 spots. Rachel, I think you just helped me come up with a new word, rampertunity.
Rampertunity.
We saw what Gonzalez did on his last wave, so the rights look like they have some potency in the sections that they're providing. And I wanted to ask you, Rachel, you're a 2-time world champion, you're an ISA medalist. You have been through showing up on day one of a contest and looking at the field and seeing just dozens, if not hundreds, of incredible names who you're about to surf against. What do you tell yourself when you go into a contest that is this packed with talent? How do you kind of maintain composure when you know every single heat's going to be a battle?
Gosh, you can't even think too greatly.
So don't
about
see
that.
names.
Yeah, you have to just focus on your game, especially at the beginning. Just like our surfer in blue this one took him to the leading position in this heat right now. Looking really fiery. I loved that second maneuver, just doing that down carve so he could ramp straight into that final maneuver. And it's Alonso. We're still waiting for this score to drop. Speed float to start, wrapping it back around. Taking his time on this on the second section so he can get to that end section. Looks for a final maneuver, goes over Luis Diaz, and unfortunately doesn't land that one. But you can tell he's saying, I see you're duck diving under me. You're not getting in my way. I'm going for it. Nothing's stopping me.
Almost looks like Correa is trying to spray the drone on that first turn. Vertical snap with the float there. That's
straight over him.
Rock and roll floater over his competitor. I feel like Luis Diaz on that last wave leaned in on the F word. Flow. I'm talking about flow. Totally cleaned things up compared to his previous effort, and the judges liked it. 5.77. So a pretty similar wave just in terms of maneuvers done down the line, but the flow element way higher for his second wave. So he's currently in second place. Correa, meanwhile, gets rewarded massively with a 6.27. It's your surfer in blue, Dylan Groin, doing the hand-eye coordination maneuvers. This is some high-tech training for the team. Yeah, do a little dancing. Now we're going to do some juggling. This is not fun and games. This is serious stuff right here.
Yeah, it sure is. I love these types of things, which fun challenges to just get your mind working, your reflexes working. I mean, this is like training to adapt on land, you know?
I'm impressed with the act of both of these surfers right here. The trainer was going full on and didn't skip a beat. We'll have to try that. I wonder if that will make us better commentators.
I think it would.
Okay, we'll do it on our next break. 5.5 to go. Correa way into the lead with a 6.27 and a 5, but this heat is still anyone's game as we see Diaz in second. Aaron Strong's come through. The 3.87 is his high mark. Perez with a 3.50. Both of those surfers with room to grow.
I can't believe we're already 15 minutes down. If I couldn't look at the clock right now and you were to ask me, I would say 6 minutes has passed.
Yeah.
This thing has absolutely flown by, and it's all the incredible surfing that's just kept us so captured. Really putting that pressure on.
Oh,
Aaron
hey.
Strong and Lucas Perez.
Cameraman sneaks up behind Echevarri right there. He's going, what do you want? There you go. He gave us exactly what we want. Awesome representation from Basque Country there. Echevarri sisters are on a roll in this contest. And Team Spain has to be feeling really good about the team that they've fielded. 6 incredible surfers, including Luis Diaz, who's in the lineup right now and about to rip into another wedgie left-hander. I mean, it is going to be a little bit harder, again, to stay on your rail with the bump coming off the wave. But the flip side of that is these sections are just begging to be smashed, just like that. So Luis Diaz now gives his team something to cheer about.
I really liked the read of that first maneuver there. As he was up in the lip, you could already see him redirect, so he really brought it all the way back around, and that prepped him perfectly so he could stay in the pocket in that critical section. And these waves are shifting really quickly, going wide, going fat. So had he kind of continued on that line, initially he would have gone out too far into the flat. So redirected mid-turn. Let's take another look at that. You can see him gaining his speed, and it's here that he redirects it back to stay in that pocket so that he can have another opportunity to add a maneuver in, and then bangs it perfectly at the end. That one sends him back into the lead. So it's between him and Alonso at the moment, really. Having a slow-mo look at this one. Gets up to the lip, whacks it. See, normally you would think he's going to bottom turn and go straight into it. That was his intention, but so subtly just brings it back a little bit so that he can stay with the energy of the wave. Is really crucial for the way the rest of the flow-on effect happened on this wave.
And I like a good foam climb. Underrated maneuver for how difficult that really is.
Absolutely.
And he actually used that foam climb to generate some speed to go into this last section where, you said it, Rachel, perfect read. And that is not an easy place to do a turn. But he rode out nice and clean. The judges are going to like that one. And they do. Already came through. He's got a 6.57 and a 5.77 now. So Luis Diaz jumps into the lead. Correa now drops a second. Strong third, needing a 4.31. And Lucas Perez needs a 4.68. So again, this heat's still wide open with 2 minutes left. We're going to see a buzzer beater for sure. Is it going to be Aaron Strong? Well, he's got a section to work with. Driving down the line, looking for the ramp. Gets it, and it gets him back. So it looked like he was looking for that wave to pitch a little bit more, but he ended up kind of having to go into a chop hop scenario, and that's never a good feeling when you have all the speed and you're so excited to get that section and do a big air. It's like a flat tire.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see his body language on that one too. Like he already knew before going into it, but he had already committed at that point, and back foot just came unstuck.
I can say from experience, airs like this they don't feel good because, again, so fast, and that section almost appeared for him, but it just at the last second went down. For those of you out there who try a lot of airs, you've felt the feeling we just felt from Aaron. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa!
Almost super radical. Upside down, inverted, frontside reverse.
Well, it was super radical, just didn't ride out of it.
A super radical attempt.
Yes, yeah.
An SRA, if you will.
Oh, right, exactly, an SRA.
We're inside of a minute now. Diaz still in the lead, Correa second. Strong now. Back on the right. Trying to fight around a big section. He goes down. A lot of urgency right now with our third and fourth place surfers. Great Britain and Peru. Unfortunately for Team Peru, we got friendly fire here with Correa and Perez.
And the requirement has been upped for both Aaron and Lucas because Alonso's last wave drops in as a 6.27. So now both surfers in third and fourth are going to need versions of 7s in order to get into advancing position.
Correa fading right. Looked like he was trying to keep the surfer down the line off the wave. He did that, so that was pretty much purely a defensive maneuver.
And still surfed it incredibly.
Yeah, and a nice snap at the end. We'll see. I'm not sure that will replace that low 5, but job well done for Alonso Correa. And that was really smart because as a goofy footer, more often than not, you're going to go left. That's just how we are wired. But he saw down the line that there was an opportunity for the third place surfer to potentially catch that wave and flip it. So good, smart, tactical surfing from Alonso Correa. So at the end of that round 3, heat 2, that absolutely flew by. Luis Diaz gets the win, and Alonso Correa comes through in second. Lucas Perez and Aaron Strong are heading to the repechage, which is now being stacked with incredible surf talent. And there's Alonso Correa, a man on an island, preparing for the long journey across these slippery, barnacle-encrusted rocks. He's thinking, well, I did great in the heat, but now I'm going to have to pay for it. We're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, Alonso will be doing a post-heat interview, probably in about 10 minutes, but more surfing will follow as well. Big heat coming up next. We will be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And yes, we are in a tropical paradise. Beautiful. Surf City in all of its glory. Waves are getting better. Wind is starting to die off here as we reach about 10:40 a.m. here Pacific Standard Time, or El Salvador Standard Time, I should say. Another heavy heat takes to the lineup. Morgan Siblick, Dylan Groen, Darshan Antiquera, and Redouane Regagi. So Morocco represented here, Australia, Germany, Costa Rica. This is going to be a really fun heat to watch. I guarantee you that, or your money back. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel.
Hello.
We've just seen things escalate not only wave-wise, but also score-wise. Big numbers coming through here in this men's round 3. As expected, this is still the main round, so these are all surfers that have either finished first or second in their opening 2 rounds. So these surfers are trying to build momentum, trying to stay on the good foot and surf all the way through to finals day via the main round.
Yeah, well, these surfers, we don't have the format of like a semis, quarters, finals type situation. They have 7 rounds to surf through until they make it into what we call the medal final or the grand final. So they're on round 3. They're still really early on in their campaign. So, Chris, it's actually scary what challenging matchups we're already seeing so early in the draw.
Saw a quick flash there, that red jersey, Morgan Siblick with a speedy backside reverse. So Morgan Siblick, obviously a household name in the world of surfing. He was a top 5 finisher on the WSL Championship Tour a few years back. And he was a wild card that wreaked havoc on the Australia leg of the Championship Tour this year as well. And anytime we get to have Morgan in ISA competition is a good time, because he's definitely one of those surfers you got to put in your list of favorites to potentially make it all the way through to finals day. As we see now, surfer from Morocco, freeing his fins and going down. But I like that effort. I think just knowing full well that every surfer in this heat is going to have to raise their level to stay on path. This is a 617 to start for Morgan Siblick.
A nice speed floater to get him started, check turn, and then bang, finishes it off strong. That's why it came through as that 617, Chris. Exactly how you'd like to start. And let's take a look at how he backed it up here. Just going for that quick reverse. Not much more on offer there. So that comes through as a flat 3.0.
It's a fun maneuver choice too. Kind of a throwback to the 90s, but when done proper, it can be super radical. Darshan now getting approval from the Pura Vida crowd on the beach. So 2 good turns, add a nice 3rd setup. And here's where big things can happen on the inside. Look at this little wedge for him. Can't quite complete that last maneuver, but damage done out the back. Costa Rica is hyped. Darshan Antiquera just laid down the law on that last wave.
Well, you can see from this angle to that big rock to the right of your screen, he surfed past that thing. So that's something that he would have had knowledge of, where that was in conjunction to him and his placement on his wave, and he kept it going. And Yeah, he didn't complete his last maneuver, but that's because the wave was dwindling out into the rocks by then. Taking a look at the drone angle of this wave, I really like this carve as he wraps it all the way around, going nice, high and tight into the pocket of the wave. Wrapping it around again. He takes his time, jamming it. Look, there's that rock that he passes, and he just takes it as far as he can, literally into the shallows. Dylan Groen having his first look.
Dylan is a super strong regular footer, representing Team Germany, throwing tons of spray on his first snap. Just working his way through this midsection, has a nice little cup to work with.
Oh!
Vertical snap to finish. Great, solid, fundamental surfing all the way down the line there. Fit in about 6 turns, but made it look smooth. Again, speed, power, flow. That combination
tick, tick.
is never going to get old.
No, not at all. And his rail surfing just connecting so smoothly on that. As we see potentially an opportunity for Morgan here.
So Morgan always lightning fast. Didn't like the look of that, the rest of that wave, so he pulls out quick.
So score still to drop for Dylan and Darshan. And then we'll really be able to see what the situation is here for our 4 surfers, where everyone's positioned and what they're looking to build upon.
Yeah, these 20-minute heats are going to fly by. So with 13:13 left here, Darshan right back at it. Cranks the bottom turn straight up into the lip. Power blaster there from Darshan, and can he ride out clean? All right, he does, so nice 2-turn combo. Packing a punch there for Team Costa Rica. Judges now have some thinking to do, and as they do that, they look right up and see Dylan Groen right back at it. Just a messy wave from start to finish. That'll be nothing of note. So the judges now have something to think about with that last wave.
Oh my gosh,
Here
so
goes
much
Morocco.
happening
The
here.
hits just keep on coming, and Morocco goes down 12:34. Let's go down to the boardwalk. Paul Evans is waiting with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks you guys. In an uncertain and ever-changing world, it's nice to know certain things can be relied upon, like goofy footers going left at any opportunity. Lewis, mate, you surf over at Sunzal on the right. How good did it feel to go left and make some major connections, mate?
It felt amazing, man. It's pretty, for me, it's much easier to compete in here. There's more opportunities. Sunzal is a very fun wave, but it's a long paddle out, and if you make any mistakes, you can play it hard.
You got into a cool little ding-dong battle with Alonso at one point. He got his best score, a good 6, and you were duck diving on the inside. What does that feel like when you see one of your rivals get a good score? That give you a bit more fire on the paddle back out?
Yeah, so his wave, he was ripping, and I was like getting fired up, trying to get a good one on the back, and luckily I did it. So
let's watch it, mate. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so I did a nice bottom turn and a big first turn. Fade into the inside to gain a bit of space. Did a nice foam climb here, and I finished it. I finished it strong, so it was nice.
And
it felt good.
Yeah, this stage, like you get that finishing turn, you know it's going to be a decent number. You're thinking 2 surfers are passing. At this stage, does anything change in your mental state in terms of your strategy? Where's your head at as soon as you finish that way, but before the score comes in?
Oh, like honestly, I didn't know how the score was gonna fit in, because sometimes you surf good, but you don't throw spray, or you don't hit the section like you felt you did. But luckily, I got a good score and got first, and that was like, okay, now I can breathe a little bit.
Take us a little bit inside the dynamic of the Spain team, mate. You guys, your team's been getting better and better all the time. Your results are impressive. Where do you fit in? What's your role, your personality? You the fun guy? You the sensible one? How does that all work out, mate?
I'm the oldest guy, so but I'm pretty much a clown, so I'm not like it. But yeah, we're such a big family. They all rip. We all hang a lot together. Yeah, we have a very good team.
Whatever the dynamic's doing, it's working for you, mate. You want to say a few words in Spanish to everyone tuning in back home?
For sure. Un abrazo a todos los que me estén viendo desde España, desde Canarias, y nada, seguimos. ¡Yuhu! ¡Yuhu!
Gracias, Luis.
Vamos.
Yes, love to hear that team spirit. rallying around Luis, who just ripped his way through that heat, making a big statement for Team Spain. Meanwhile, in the water right now, we've got Morgan Siblick, and his team is absolutely star-studded. Team Australia came for the gold. Callum Robson, Sally Fitzgibbons, Morgan Siblick, Mia Brown, Dane Hendry, Ellie Harrison. Come on, that is an incredible all-star team from Australia, but watch out. We got a lot of nations coming for you, 60 plus, trying to prove me wrong that Team Australia is a lock for the gold. I see a quick ride there from Reguagui, representing Team Morocco. Dylan Groin has a 4.93, so a decent start. He needs to get something above the 3.44 mark. He wants to take down Darshan Antiquera, representing Costa Rica. These numbers always get me excited. 297 athletes, our largest field ever. 61 national teams, 22 Olympians. And Rachel, we've been really excited to see Angola and Vanuatu make their first appearance in ISA World Surfing Games history.
Yeah, and out of those 297 athletes, 44% of those athletes are women. So ISA from 2017 offering the exact same number of opportunity for male and female surfers to compete, number of same slots, which is not common in opportunity in surfing. ISA really breaking ground with that one, and it's great to see, and the participation has increased because of it. So we saw the women here at La Bocana yesterday, obviously back to main round men today here at La Bocana. We saw women's repechage earlier this morning. Both men and women just switching back and forth on the podiums each day between here and Sunzal. You can watch Sunzal by clicking over to podium 2 on isasurf.org.
I've been going back and forth on my breaks,
yeah,
just to make sure I know what's happening up at El Sunzal. So our schedule for the day, we're going to stick with the men's main event rounds here all the way through till heat 12. After that, we're going to go through a couple heats of our main event for the women, 4 heats to be exact, and wrap things up around 3-ish p.m. today. At El Sunzal, we've got men's repechage and women's repechage for the remainder of the day. So big ramifications happening at El Sunzal all day long. Remember, you can click that tab and keep yourself aware of to what's happening there. Here we go, Team Morocco. Big snap, that's more like it.
That's the wave that he's been looking for. Conditions are just getting trickier. This wind actually making it challenging for the surfers. We've seen a lot of them kind of do that roll-in takeoff throughout this heat. Let's take another look at that, keeping that weight on his front foot nice and low and just flies through that turn. So it's pretty simple for him to up his scoreline at the moment. He's has a 1.5 and looking to throw away both that and a 0.93. Safe to say that will. Dylan being super patient, really just having that 4.93 of consequence in his scoreline. He's maybe having a look here, but he's in third priority, so he kind of has his pick at the lot to move around, get away from those surfers in first and second. Sometimes that's an advantage because you can really just, it takes that pressure off to sit and wait, and you can find some real nuggets underneath everybody.
Yeah, it would be an interesting stat. I don't know how possible it would be to gather that, but how many of the top scoring waves have come in second, third, and fourth priority?
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the probably the best example of a surfer who does that time and time again, who's done it for years, is Kelly Slater. Always seems to get his best wave of the heat paddling back out into the takeoff zone. And we've seen it a few times already here in the men's main round 3. It's just one of those things where you just get in the flow with the cadence of the ocean, and these waves just seem to come to you. It's not something you can manufacture or just say, okay, I'm going to start to get in the perfect cycle. It just happens. As you see, Morgan Siblick now, great opening snap there. I mean, such a strong, solid surfer. His backhand, as you can clearly see, is a lethal weapon. The opening turn was huge. Just that one turn alone was better than a 3 for sure, and then he followed up and finished his wave. So quickly gets rid of that 3, adds a 4-6-7 to his scoreline. I like that the judges were right on it so quick to drop that number. They've been spot on throughout the entire week. Complete judging panels for both here at La Bocana and up at El Sunzal. We also have priority judges, making sure that these surfers get the appropriate priority positions. Darshan sitting in that top priority spot, Dylan Groen in second priority.
I think Sunzal is a, are we going to see Dylan have a look, turn around?
And yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. This wave coming under priority of Darshan. So Groen.
Come on!
That was
nice.
Light work for Dylan Groen. He's such a powerhouse. He went beyond vert and rode out clean. But your sentiment of slight worry for him at the end is totally warranted, because this inside section has absolutely been wreaking havoc.
More people.
Yeah.
People have been deleted out of that section more than they've landed it today. It's been difficult one to master. Someone else who's mastered it, Morgan Siblick, strong opening turn, takes his time through this midsection, really smartly surfed, and then powers through. Not an easy wave to surf. He just muscled his way through every maneuver there. Look at that spray indicating how much power he was able to lace into that section, and finishing it off with lots of composure. So reason why that went into his score line. And an unexpected one. Dylan, I think, surprised himself that he turned around for this one at the last second. But good thing he did. That was a really nice ending maneuver. It goes into his score line at 3.9, sends him up into advancing position, putting the pressure now on green and white to make something of their last 3 minutes to try and change the situation.
In surf speak, with one word, I would describe these waves as nuggets. Little, powerful wedges. I think for a lot of surfers, this is really some of your favorite conditions, just because it adds a little kind of a dynamic challenge to it. We've seen my other favorite F word, fade, come into play a lot. Morgan did it on his last wave. We saw it implemented by the winner of the previous heat as well. That subtle little way to kind of wait for the wave to develop. Right there, see? Quick fade. That was kind of a straight fade for Redouane, representing Morocco. He got a 2.93 for his previous wave, and he's starting to click in. Big backside snap to finish that wave. And right behind him, Darshan. He's up and at it now. Kind of a late stand-up, prone takeoff, but right back into it. Big laid-back snap.
Oh!
And that's the end section we've been talking about. That is not an easy place to complete your maneuvers. 1:50 left. Siblick in the lead. Dylan Groen trying to hang on to that second place spot.
He'll be holding his breath, waiting to hear what that comes through as, if he's going to need another requirement. He's actually not going to wait. He's going to go and try and improve his scoreline now.
There's the quick whip to take off. A lot happening on this wave, but he manages to easily smash that end section. Shows us some emotion. Nothing wrong with that. You'd love to see a surfer excited about what they've just done in their wave. 1:13.
You can tell he wants it. Everyone wants it, and they're really going all out for it. Morgan having a little bit more of a calm heat this one, being able to be a little bit more patient because he got his campaign kicked off early, a 6.17 right off the bat. Allows you to just take your time with your wave selection. 45 seconds now, counting down. We're waiting now just for Dylan and Darshan's scores to drop.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I feel like we're pretty locked in, but now I'm looking down at the scoreboard, and these could be two meaningful, impactful scores for their respective teams. At the moment, it's Germany versus Costa Rica to see who will come through in that second place position. Third and fourth place surfers are heading to the repechage as we see Morgan Siblick. Now we get to see his forehand prowess. Beautiful roundhouse cutback. One of surfing's most classic and traditional moves, is always a good thing to see, but Morgan goes down with his second turn. This is could be another answer from Darshan Antiquera. You know, he kind of caught a couple edges down the line on that one, so he's going to have to wait as his score comes through. It's a 4.03 on his previous wave. Not going to be enough, so it's going to be Morgan Siblick and Dylan Groen moving through. Australia and Germany still in the main round. Antiquera and our surfer representing Morocco, Redouane Regragui, is going to the repechage. So third and fourth place surfers will go to the repechage where they will have another chance to get back onto the main round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with a lot more action. Trust us. The main round continues here at La Bocana. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
We are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Just heard a great message. ISA President Fernando Aguirre echoing the sentiment of how big this event is each and every year it runs. And just the names on this screen should tell you that this is a big time event. Kyan Martin, Rafael Pereira, Oliver Zietz, and Federico Moraes. Portugal, Netherlands, Venezuela, Sweden. Another unique element to ISA competition is our global entry list. 61 entries here in 2025. We're going to start things off. Kyan Martin representing Team Sweden. Big backside snaps there. What a great way to open this heat up. Great style, power surfing. Perfect read on the sections in front of him. That is going to be a solid start for Team Sweden.
I really loved the patience and style he was able to have throughout that entire wave. Really beautifully surfed and a great opening campaign for our surfer representing Sweden. Looking very comfortable in these waves.
Well, he'd be prepared to surf warm water because he actually was born in Canggu, Bali. His favorite waves, Desert Point and Lombok. Trying a Channel Island sport. He's 23 years old, grew up in Indo. And he moved to Bali when he was 2 weeks old, but he's lived there ever since. He makes his goals pretty well known. He wants to surf for Sweden in the Olympics and bring home a gold medal. What do you think? His style at lower trestles?
Yeah.
That looks like a good match to me.
Yeah, it does. He has so much flow and effortless look in his style. This is a nice opening turn, but it's really in these next three that I just love the transition rail to rail. This one, wow. And then just flows right into that one. Almost makes me feel like he's just surfing a twin fin right now, just having fun, relaxed. And finishes it off strong. He jam-packed so much into that wave. Judges go 6.5.
Yeah, when you can pack that many turns into a wave, kind of that short and compact, and make it look nice and smooth, I mean, you're doing something pretty special in the sport of surfing. That is not an easy thing to do. A lot of surfers could go down the line and just hit the lip a bunch of times, but it wouldn't quite look or feel that great. But the way Kyan Martin did it was impeccable. And here we go again. Quick backup. This tells me this kid's got a high heat IQ. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Dropped that first big score. Now he's got a decent backup, so he puts himself in the position of luxury to be able to now just wait and pick off the waves that he wants to ride to potentially do better than that score he just dropped, a 383.
Well, he wasn't even back out in the lineup when he decided to turn. He wasn't in that priority conversation yet. He was still only halfway out when he saw that opportunity there. And, you know, when you can get something quickly into your score line, especially when no one else really has anything in their score line, puts the pressure on everyone else and takes it off you. Quick, speedy float comes back around for an end section. He did the work that he needed to find a nice little backup.
All right, Pereira flying down the line. Boom, second turn. Comes through with the third. Nicely done. A 1-2-3 punch for Rafael Pereira. Strong surfer representing Team Venezuela. That's going to be a great start for our surfer in blue. And right behind him, Oliver Zietz, Team Netherlands. Perfectly placed backside snap there right in the pocket. Team Netherlands has come to make a statement, and I'm here for it. This is the best team they've had yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Frederico Moraes probably our most experienced high-level surfer in this heat making his debut?
Well, I would say the most powerful surfer in this heat for sure, as you see his first two turns displacing tons of water way down the vertical snap. Finishes nice with a clean foam climb. That was 4 radical maneuvers from a big guy, Frederico Moraes. Again, displacing gallons of Pacific Ocean right there. Every surfer now with a great start to this heat. This is going to be a big one for the judges as they try to decode what they've just seen. 3 scores ready to drop now. This is going to be a fun exchange to try to figure out who got the better here. I think Frederico might get the biggest number.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can tell the maturity and experience he has just with one, yes, that power, but the variety that he laced throughout this wave. I mean, snap to start out, patiently gets himself, stays right in the pocket power section, wraps this one around, cuts it just short, already heading straight back forward so he can be in the perfect spot for this, floats it around, keeps that speed, comes out of it, looking strong, and straight into this vertical snap. I mean, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. Wow.
Wow.
That was great surfing. As expected, though. I mean, this guy's performed on every level, on every major stage in the sport of surfing, and he continues to do it at an elite level. We're still waiting for these scores to drop, and this is the snap we loved from Oliver Zietz.
A nice one and done. We'll get his campaign started. I think we then get to see Rafael's opening account as well. This was the 3-puncher. 1, 2, and then 3.
Yeah, knockout. Great combo right there. And see how fast he was going down the line? It's like every turn he came out with more speed, adding to the excitement of that ride.
I think it's the difference that we see from our surfers like Frederico Moraes that have had lots of experience tailoring their surfing to a world-class criteria on the world stage like this, is their ability to lace through variety into their waves of maneuvers. You know, they have power effortlessly flowing through each maneuver, but that variety and their ability to make something look fresh and different. I don't think we've seen a wave really red like that all day today. And so I think it looked fresh for our eyes. That means it's definitely looking fresh for the judges' eyes. And just encourages them to give the scores that we want to see, as that surfers want to see.
Federico's not going to wait to hear his score. He's going to get straight back to work. Nice two-turn combo there for Marias. Scores are starting to come through now for that opening salvo. You've got Rafael Pereira with a 5.83. Kyan Martin with a 6.5. He's already backed that up with that 3.83. First scores come through for Federico for his opening wave of 5.43. Oliver Zietz now on his backhand, fighting through that first turn. Didn't like the way that felt. He's out, and here we go. Martin looks like he's eyeing a ramp. Flies it into the flats. Nicely done. Not a super critical section, but a great air on his forehand. Not an easy thing to do, and Pereira now flying down the line. This guy is a speedy surfer out of Venezuela, comes around that section. So far, this might be the heat of the day. All four of these surfers going wave for wave. Judges working overtime on this one. Marias' first wave, a 5.43. Be curious to see if Kyan Martin's frontside air, kind of off a bit of a chop hop style air, but still pretty critical. The way he landed, had to whip it around on the front three. Feel like it might be better than that 3.83, but this is why I'm not a judge. I get excited about different things. This is Federico Marias' second wave.
A little bit bigger. I'll be interested to see where the judges go with that one. And here is another look at our surfer in red taking to the air. We're still waiting for this score to drop.
There's some pop on that frontside air right there.
Yeah, there was.
You almost hear it. It's like a skateboard tail hitting concrete. Make that noise again? Yeah.
Like that?
I like that.
Well, Rafael getting a nice backup. Having a strong opening on his first wave of 5.83. This one a little less clean. That first turn almost catching the outside rail. Recovers from it, but judges are picky when the surfers are surfing at this level. And they want to see clean surfing. Minimize those mistakes. Federico jumps into the lead now with that 5.17.
It's an interesting scoreline there because the 5.43 I think was 4 high-speed turns down the line, but he got a pretty much equal score for 2 turns. Second one being pretty impactful. Here he goes, leaning into that layback snap. And the wave kind of got weird down the line, so he's going to have to stay with those two fives. Kyan Martin still with that high mark of a 6.50 for the biggest single scoring wave of this heat so far. But we're waiting for that front side air that Martin did on his last wave. See if that deletes that 3.83.
But we're talking about, I keep bringing up variety with Federico, but you know, like we said, that last one's not going to scoreline because of everything else, but again, another maneuver that he just pulled out of the hat that we hadn't seen on one of his previous waves. So it's just, he's keeping even these throwaways exciting.
Well, by this time, I've memorized the judging criteria, and a big line in that criteria that you've been talking about is combination of major maneuvers. That kind of can be read a lot of different ways, but you're spot on, Rachel, saying you need to have variety, you need to be creative on the waves that you're surfing. Forced maneuvers aren't going to help you out. You know, this is an ever-changing playing field, and these waves are going to be different every time you stand up, even in a wave pool. No one wave is going to be the same, so the judges are looking for you not only to do those big turns, big airs, big carves, but they're looking for you to do them in the appropriate spot on the wave, the most critical part of the wave. That's where we're seeing the big numbers come through. So Oliver Zietz comes around that section, perfectly places that opening snap. Quick setup for a second. Here's where the wave starts to get a little bit more critical. So, you know, if you're just starting your journey as a surf fan, when we talk about the critical section of the wave, it was exemplified there. That wave started to collapse down and close out and Oliver went right up into the lip.
Yeah, take another look at this. Vertical on that one. Bringing it around, really using that upper body to bring his speed from his board all the way around. You know, the upper body is a key component to technique and fundamentals in surfing, and that was a great example of how to execute that.
Oliver's looking for a 6.20. It was really good surfing. The wave was kind of working against him a little bit. We'll see what the judges throw out there. He's definitely going to do better than a 1.9, but he's trying to go from the basement to the penthouse here, and Kyan Martin and Federico Moraes are just keeping the pressure on. 6.5 still the highest single wave score of this heat, but we still have 5 minutes left, and I feel like this one's going to be a seesaw battle all the way down to the wire. And there's Oliver's biggest score yet coming through, a 5.5. So pair that with a 4.4, and now he needs a 5.10. So his job just got a little bit easier. Are you cheering for Oliver? Are you cheering for Federico? Let us know at ISAsurfing. Also, check out the highlights and great surf photos that we've been posting on our Instagram account. You're gonna love it. Trust us. Bro is getting fired up. I'm here for it.
Wow.
You love to see it. I mean, every heat counts. Every wave counts. So you want to see these surfers going out there and showing us emotion.
Look at all the past few waves he's gotten, though, under priority as well. That one previous coming through as a 5.5. So that goes now as his single highest wave score and lowers his requirement down to a 5.1. Even though it wasn't the score he needed to go up into advancing, that still makes it counts into what he's looking for.
Martin is starting to do some big things here. Great opening turn. He finds another ramp. Quick little front three. I would call that a combination of major maneuvers as he makes his way out of that wave. Nice flow down the line. Judges are going to drop a score for that one momentarily. We're going to go down to the boardwalk with Paul Evans.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Morgs, most surf events, you win 3 heats, maybe like finals day starting to kind of hove into view a little bit. Pretty different out here. We've still got a lot to go. Tell us about how you're managing not only your heats, but just the general time scale over here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really hot here, as people probably said. So just been trying to kind of stay in the shade a little bit through the middle of the day. And to be honest, I haven't even really looked at the heat draw. I know there's a lot of heats to get through. So yeah, just been showing up for my heats, getting told what time it is, and yeah, lucky enough getting the job done so far.
Mix things up a little bit in terms of conditions today, obviously the change of venue as well. We're going to show one of your waves. Just tell us about what you found out here in this sign-up. Bit of wind, but a bit of grunt as well, something to hit.
Yeah, it was pretty windy. I got lucky with this first one, and yeah, just a little check snap there, and yeah, it's actually really tricky to find them, I found, but I was like really fortunate that this one came under the guy in first prio at the time, and yeah, got the job done. So stoked to open up with a good score. It's not every heat you do that, so it always takes a bit of the pressure off, and yeah, frothing.
As we were saying, still pretty early in this event, but just with the way results are going, and when you look around at your team, your squad, and you see the depth of talent you guys have got, you guys must be feeling pretty confident about going all the way and bringing the gold back to us.
It'd be nice for sure. I think there's so many good surfers in this event, and yeah, I feel like each heat's just getting harder and harder and harder. So yeah, you got to be at the top of your game, and it looks like the forecast looks really good. So I feel like we'll see some real good surfing, and it'll be pretty nice to just go out there and just everyone's just ripping. It'll be pretty sick and build the intensity, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Best of luck, mate. Cheers.
Cheers to that, Paul.
Yeah, that team's looking like at least a lock for the podium, but don't discount the other 61 teams we have competing, because everybody wants it just as bad as the Irukandjis. This is going to be a fun one to watch all the way through till finals day. Oliver Zeitz now looking for a 5.10. And
was that a bit of a sell from Federico Moraes there?
Probably.
Getting Oliver to use his higher priority on that one. Obviously not really turning in too much.
Well, it shows us that, of course, you know, Federico, with all the power in the world, he's got a wide variety of maneuvers he can go on. And this was during the interview. Looking for a 4-7. That was a pretty radical opening carve.
Waiting for that score to drop. We'll see how that comes. He only needs up 4.77.
Are we in a time machine? What happened? There's only 50 seconds left. This heat's flown by. We're still waiting for a score for blue. Did he do enough for a 4.77? Opening snap was really tight. Second turn was okay. And the judges agree. Comes through. It's going to go into his scoreline. It's a 4-4, but not enough. Not quite the 5-1-0 he needed. Could have one last chance here for Oliver Zietz. He's looking for a 5-1-0.
Oh.
Ooh, impactful first turn. Spicy second snap. He wants it. You can hear the Netherlands support crew going wild on the beach. That was a feel-good wave. First snap was hot. Vertical, through a ton of spray. The second turn, I think, will be the big question mark. What do you think here, Rachel?
Well, I mean, like you said, this was the moneymaker here. Goes nice and vertical, really lace as much power as he could into this. I'd be more convinced if there was, let's say, one more opportunity here to smash it. Unfortunately, the wave not allowing that opportunity. He made the most of that opportunity. I'd say no mistakes were made there. But I just don't know out of the two-turn combination. But I'm thinking back to his 4.4, and that was a single-turn maneuver. This was two. So what do you think?
Well, I think the judges answered that question for us because the score comes through. It's enough. Oliver Zietz.
Wow.
5-5 paired with that 5.73. He jumps into second place. You wanted a buzzer beater? You got it. Provided by this surfer representing the Netherlands by way of Kauai. Your heat winner is Kyan Martin from Great Britain. Second place going to be Team Netherlands. So I'm calling that an upset because Frederico Moraes, representing that powerhouse team, Portugal, just got knocked down to third place and straight into the repechage round. And give it up to Rafael Pereira. Great heat surfed. Everybody performed in that one. All four of these surfers deserve a lot of credit. That was the heat of the day so far. And guess what? We got a lot more to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Main round for the men here at La Bocana. We're going to flip the booth, welcome True and Barton back in, and I'm sure they'll be screaming just as loud as we've been. Surfing is going up, up, up.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Wow, huge results in the final moments of that last heat. We saw Kyan Martin take it out, but it was Oliver Zietz getting the score. And knocking out Frederico Moraes and Rafael Pereira into the repechage round, and Team Netherlands supporting with a pretty good huddle.
Yeah, I saw his sister Zoe running down the rocks to congratulate him. It was a beautiful sight. You can see the hugs there, last minute little buzzer beater as they call it.
Oof.
Always feels good.
Oh, it does for sure. Never good for the other competitors though, but this is straight on the hooter. This is Franco Radziunas from Argentina. Good first connection, gets a strong second one in as well. Surfing with a lot of speed and power. Wow.
Ooh.
Flares the fins out the back, and oh my goodness, that sharp eye is just flying. It is gliding under his feet. The power, the just finesse of that wave.
Wow, and it just kept delivering, didn't it, as we see the surfers in this heat?
Yeah, Douglas Silva from Brazil, the reigning champions. Franco Radziunas, we just saw him in a wave from Argentina.
Oh, I ripped
Wow. Liam Wilson representing American Samoa. And Leandro Osuna Lele, 2 times gold medalist, also from Argentina out there.
Yeah, a bit of friendly fire for the Argentinians. Franco and Leandro out there together. Always unfortunate. You can use it, but at the same time, you really do need to focus on yourself and what you're doing and get yourself into a strong position. Then you might be able to help someone else. But until you're in that position, you know, it's not a good thing to be thinking about, really. You've just got to go out there and act like Franco is kind of my teammate, but I must beat him right now.
Literally.
Oh!
Wow. Big first turn for Liam Wilson, just losing that control a little bit to start. A .93 locks in pretty quickly. It's this last score that I'm really waiting to see for Franco Radziunas. Couple of big turns. Strong surfing as well. You can see Douglas Silva and Lele Osuna on screen there as well. We spoke to Lele in this post-heat interview a couple of days ago now. And, you know, he's just, anytime he gets the opportunity to represent Argentina, he's taking that call.
That's what he said, eh? Anytime the phone rings. Super experienced campaigner. Definitely a wonderful elder statesman for Argentinian surfing. Brazil paddling hard, ferociously. No priority between Leandro and Douglas Silva at this point in time. Neither of them have ridden a wave. The score is in for Franco.
Oh, it's a 6.83, starting off strong for Argentina. Looking to back it up here, Lele Osuna. Strong first turn. It's a bit of a bumpy wave.
Ooh, look at
really good rail drive, and wow. Oh my goodness, Barton, that was a strong 2-turn combination to finish that wave off. That last turn, had so much power.
Yeah, super clean. You could see the wave. He knew it was going to be one of those ones that was going to stand tall at some point. Had some weird double up sections. The wind is considerably stronger out there now. Sort of coming in from the southeast now. Swung around a little more to the south from the east and putting a bump and a lump on the surface of the ocean, but it's giving them lips to hit. It's actually creating a really beautiful canvas to perform on.
Let's take a look at the 6.83.
First snap, nice round, clean snap, tall wall in front of him. It was a little late. There was something not quite perfect about that hit. That hit was nice. This is when things got perfect. That turn into this next one, wraps it beautifully, tweaks the tail. This last one, I feel like that inside work, the outside work looked a little nervous.
Yeah.
By the time he got to the inside, the nerves were gone. He unleashed on it.
A 5.33 for Lele as well.
Again, that first turn was a nice setup turn, and then he did that carve down to connect. Beautiful timing, beautiful connections. The first 2 turns weren't quite big enough to match that 6.83, but Argentina off to a great start.
We have Liam Wilson from American Samoa. Bit of pace here. Opens up once again. Just lacking maybe a little bit of size in the wave. Really fluid connections between turns. Really good surfing. But maybe just a little bit of extra just oomph to those turns. And here we go, Douglas Silva. This is his first wave of this heat. Wow, comes from behind. straight up vertical into it. It's a bit of a wobbly, wonky wave. Not like the perfect conditions we've been seeing the last few days, but still some meaty sections. Wow.
That was a beautiful turn. And if I'm Liam Wilson, I'm going to go to the backhand.
Yeah.
I don't. When you've seen the size of the rights and how tall they stay for the whole extent of the ride and how many opportunities they present, those lefts generally are either super short, 2 turns at the most, or they're tapered. And the taper isn't the way to get through a heat of this standard at this point in time. It's already been set that you need some big moves. We saw Liam on the first wave really go for it, which was the right, in my mind, that's the way to approach it, because this heat is high performance surfing at its best.
Wow. He's basically gone off a wave, motored back out. He's straight onto another one for Douglas Silva. Couple of really spicy backhand turns. He's really powerful back-footed surfer. You can see how much spray he throws as well. But maybe just that wave size kind of lacking a little bit. We have so many scores to lock in. There's 2 waves for Douglas Silva. We've got this last score for Liam Wilson as well to come through, but 6.83 and a 5.33 for Team Argentina. Has them sitting in first and second right now with just under 12 minutes to go.
And first and second priority.
Yeah.
So they're in a dominant position right now.
Someone dominating that last heat as well for heat number 4 of the men's round of 3. It was an exciting one to watch down there with Paul.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Kian, we've been talking World Surfing Games. It's like the United Nations of surfing. There's great vibes here. Everyone's stoked to be here. But at the same time, it's kind of intense, pretty serious. There's a lot at stake. People have egos. How intense is it? How aggressive does it get out in the lineup?
Yeah, like in terms of intensities, I would say especially the free surf. So it kind of, you have a bit more extra nerves because you don't really get to surf in the free surfs. It's like a free for all. If you get an opportunity, even if it's just to stand up, you do it. So I feel like the most opportunity I got were in my heats, trying new maneuvers, trying different things, and slowly progressing was a better thing for me to kind of get used to more conditions. And got to surf Sunzal one day, round 2 here, so I kind of surfed both banks. So I feel like now I'm just still figuring out what the judges want to do and hopefully give what they want to see.
First day we've had a bit of wind as well, so a bit of a shift in the conditions. Tell us about how you managed that lineup, how you found your opportunities out there.
Yeah, and like my biggest thing I think was just like surf. I didn't want to like sit and look for a good one. It's a really tough day today. The wind's blowing really hard into the rights. So it was kind of funny because I started off on the lefts. I feel like I groomed it off a bit more, but I don't know, that my thing was kind of even just make something out of nothing, even if you get an opportunity, you know? Oh, that was the first one, yeah, boom. That was a fun one.
How good does this feel?
It felt good. It was kind of like I started off with a 6.5, and then I kind of said, okay, now I can go big. You know, I have something on the board, and I think, yeah, I was just happy to push it a bit more than my last heat, especially. I just wanted to do better than that, and let's just keep it rolling step by step, and yeah.
Team Sweden's not the biggest team here, 3 of you, but you got a lot of talent. You got some more resources as well. Tell us about coming over here this time and what's new for your squad.
Yeah, so we got a few new athletes. We got Milo in the team. We got a coach too, Gabby, and like Grayson. I've been doing a few events with him for a while, which is kind of like we have a strong community, and it helps, you know. Like you said, with more resources and stuff, we can analyze free serves. We can get a bit more intel, like hear the things you don't want to hear, you know. If it's like how your boards look, or I just told him from the very first day, like if you don't like it, tell it to me, you know. And like I want to learn from that. So having more of a team kind of just helps you feel good, team spirit, push harder, do it for them, because as much as they do it for me, I want to give back to them too, you know, and like keep them proud. And we're all pushing each other to the max, I guess.
And from a personal point of view, already made 3 heats, not just making the heats, but solid performances as well. Must feel good, your confidence grown. Where are you thinking about where you're going to go here? What are your goals for this event personally as well as a team?
Well, like the goal, the end goal is obviously to win, you know, like to make the finals, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I just want to focus on the things that I can focus on and slowly make my way there. And I don't know, like obviously finals day, I want to I want to give it, I've been giving it my best throughout all these years, but I've never felt so good. My boards have never felt so good. And especially my mind, I think it helps a lot. Like, I just want to surf and have fun. And this is probably the time that I'm having the most fun doing it. So I want to make some noise. I want to make some Swedish history. Like, let's go.
Mate, formula's working. We love it. Don't change anything. Keep it going. You want to give any shout-outs to people tuning in?
Yeah, first of all, like, I want to give a big shout-out to my sponsors, my family, and my friends that allow me to be here and support me in any sense possible to just be here and do what I love. And all the people back at home, especially my team that are here with me right now. Thank you guys for, like, bringing it out of me, you know, like, making me believe in myself and just, yeah, saying things that I wanted to hear throughout these last few days. Is day 4, and yeah, especially my family, my sponsors, like behind the scenes, they do so much for me, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for everything.
We're looking to make history here at Surf City, and we're having fun doing it. Back to you guys.
Let's go.
Thank you, Paul and Kian. Always such great energy from Kian, no matter where he is in the world, and someone giving exactly that. Lele, wow. Good, strong finish, right? Oh, no.
The board did hit that rock, didn't it?
Yeah.
But at least it was the nose of the board.
Oh, no. Check your board, please. Okay, he's not too worried.
He's not worried at all.
It's all good.
He's been there before so many times. And I really enjoyed that interview from Kian Martin. So mature, so many wonderful things said that you go, oh, wow, he knows what, oh, wow, he's a smart kid, man.
Yeah.
And great efforts from Sweden. There's Lele on the replay. First turn, beautiful. Up into the lip. Gets a little cut back, waits for the moment, hits it beautifully, a little bit early maybe. There's that rock, jumps off straight onto the rock. There's definitely dents in the bottom of that board, for sure. Lele just doesn't even look at it. What rock, he says. Rock and roll's the only rock he's seen.
Wow. Yeah, Kian he's, you know, a really good human. And, you know, talking about how, I loved how he was talking about how everyone, you know, is hyping him up and feeding him and supporting him and, you know, giving him everything that he needs pre-event. And he's the same for everyone else.
Right.
What, you know, he gives that back as well. And I remember seeing him in, you know, I've commentated a lot of his heats and seen him surf a lot of heats and also seen how he is around people who are getting ready.
Yeah.
And he's the biggest hype man. He's like, yeah, let's go. Like, fire up. This is where to sit. And this is, you got this, you know. And he's just one of those real energetic people that you can just immediately feel like your best self with them.
Yeah, that was a great interview. There is Joe Wilson, Liam's dad, live over on the east side of Oahu, the northeastern side, Laie, Kahuku area. Kahuku High School, one of the great football high schools in America. And Joe just brings the stoke. He's a wonderful guy. And he's always there dancing and waving the flag and very proud American Samoan family. Liam having a look here. I want him to go on the backhand. Looks like he's figured that out himself.
Wow, here we go. Bit of a foamy wave. Big sections goes down.
Rats.
Lele. Oh! Also goes down as well. He locked in a 4.17 for that previous to last wave. He's going to get back out there. He's chasing a 5.65 because Douglas Silva locked in a 5.67. That's his best wave of the heat so far. But it's Franco Radziunas with that 6.83 and a 5.07 has him out in front in the last 4 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, let's be clear. The umbrella is for the sun, not the rain.
Yes.
It's hot out there, and bringing your own shade with you.
Yeah, it's a joy to find those shady spots. It kind of makes it about 2 or 3 degrees cooler. Especially, it's a little bit windier today, so it doesn't feel as warm. And
yeah,
I kind of like when the conditions are like this, a little bit junky, a little bit kind of all over the shop. I feel like it makes for some really dramatic surfing and some big sections.
Absolutely. And we heard Kian Martin say that the lefts might be that little bit cleaner as they run away in that direction, away from the wind, as you can kind of see there. You're going with the wind chops, not into them, but going into them create sections. They wedge up right in front of you, and that's what's making the right-handers the highest scoring rides at the moment, it would seem. Whether you're on your backhand or your forehand, those right-handers stand up tall, and they continue to stand up in front of you and give you opportunities to tee off on them. So I definitely feel like I'd be going right at this point in time, even though the lefts are a little cleaner.
Feels like the rights have that better, steeper opportunity.
Yeah.
Both Franco and Douglas have had their best 2 waves on rights as well. So maybe for Lele, and we saw Liam adjust, but Lele, he's been going a couple of lefts for Leandro Osuna. Maybe just needing to adjust that, but you can see Douglas Silva. Look how close he is sitting to Lele Osuna right now. They are best of buds.
Douglas with the first priority, as you can see on the left-hand side there of the competitors' notification. Leandro in third place and third priority.
Team South Africa getting ready for their teammate coming up in this next heat as well. Just about 2 minutes to go in this one.
Those heats are always good when you don't look at the clock because there's so many other things going on.
Yeah.
And when you said 2 minutes, I went, oh, it kind of took me by surprise that we were already at that point. I felt like we most probably were at the halfway mark of the heat, but not. Down to the final 2 minutes.
Team Argentina, board caddy. He was already on top of it. He has Lele's board. He's going, hey, maybe move down there a little bit, but also if we need a swap, let's do that.
I wonder if the direction of the nose of the board indicates anything. Pointing down that way, you reckon that was a message?
For sure. Here we go. Lele trying to sell Douglas Silva. He's going to get it instead. Big section ahead of him, floats it. Makes that one easy. Oh, just a bit of a lackluster second turn.
Okay, the ask. It's quite a big ask. Let's see. Getting the score there. You can see when you look at the best 2 rides, pretty clear. The first and second. It's really in the second ride where the scores are. Even there's advantage in the first scores. And that very first wave of Franco from Argentina, standing him in good stead right from the very start of the heat. There hasn't been much pressure on him. He's been able to kind of cruise through from there.
Here we go, Liam Wilson. He needs a 6.97. He's found one of those lefts. It's a little bit fatter on the face. Another really smooth wrap. He's got such a great style. Leaning into it again. This one opens up on the inside. Wow. Navigating that really well.
Yeah.
Yet to do it. I don't think it'll be the 6.97 he needs. And this is the current heat leader. Looking to better a 5.07. Good looking wall ahead of him. Whoa! Ditches the fins.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained right there.
Yeah.
That was worth a try. Get comfortable in that manoeuvre for future rounds.
Love how he did that in the last basically 5 seconds. He had the opportunity. You may as well go for it. Feel like that last score of Liam's though, it's probably going to go into the top 2, but I don't think it's going to change his situation.
No, I think that stays the way it sits. Douglas Silva, strong, kind of quick little moment there where he just punched together a few rides and all of a sudden was solid in second.
Yeah, he just like poked his head out and went back again. So Leandro Lele started off really strong, but he needs to go back into the repechage round. It's Franco and Douglas moving on through. We'll be right back. Heat number 6 right after this.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Exciting heat for heat number 5. We saw Franco Radziunas taking that heat out. Douglas Silva coming in second. Lele and Liam, they'll be moving on through to the repechage rounds. Bit of an upset there for two-time gold medalist. Delegated into that repechage round. I'm True Starling joined with Barton Lynch for this next couple of heats.
Look at the hike they've got home over the cobblestones. That shows you how broad this competitive lineup is and where opportunities can be found. Here's round 3, heat 6, getting ready to go.
It's going to be an exciting heat as well. We've got Owen Moss from the US of A, Abigail Namase, representing South Africa, Jabe Swirikoki, also State's teammate, and Will Hardy, the Kiwi from New Zealand. Just a 0.5 locked in for Avoyil.
Four of our more traditional surfing nations.
Yeah, definitely. We've got, you know, the likes of J Bay over in South Africa, obviously a world-class wave, and Lower Trestles. We've seen many ISA events held at Huntington Beach as well, and Raglan stands out to me over in New Zealand. I've actually never been to NZ.
Oh, haven't you?
No.
I've been there quite a lot. My wife's family's from the South Island, so we've spent a lot of time down there, and a couple trips to Taranaki on the North Island. Never been to Raglan though, so that's definitely on the list of must visits. Left-hand points.
Yeah. It looks like a really fun wave. My sister Jessie has actually been there, and she said it was really, really fun.
Oh yeah?
Cold.
Cold.
I'd prefer to come to warm and luscious El Salvador every day of the week.
And a bit of friendly fire here for the USA. Two surfers in the same heat. We've been seeing a bit of that now. We saw it for Argentina in the heat before, so a little bit of that going on now. The forecast was calling for it to pick up through the day today and this afternoon to be bigger than this morning. There's one of the biggest sets we've seen in a while, so maybe that's an indication of that increase in the swell size as the day goes on.
Starting to build. It's always nice to see that. You check the forecast. If you're later afternoon heat and you're like, oh, it's going to get bigger for my heat, you know, it's supposed to anyway, and you think, okay, do I change up my equipment?
Yeah.
You know, you come down, assess the conditions. Do I need to use a different leggy or fins or board or whatever that is, you know?
Absolutely. I feel like here in this ocean with this power, a little, not essentially a step up to that next level, but just that board with a little more hold and a little more ability to harness the power and drive the rail. Woo-hoo!
Wow. Big commitment there from Will Hardy from New Zealand.
That was sick.
Woo. Got annihilated though. This wave is powerful. It will eat you up. And a pretty tough section to make there for the Kiwi.
He threw himself at it, didn't he?
He did.
That was great.
Wow.
And I suppose that the wave itself and the quality of the wave is going to dictate to you how to approach it. Owen Moss.
Here we go. The American, good first turn. Driving through a second one, gets that nice carving, and this wave just fades out. So again, we're seeing those lefts have a decent opportunity, but in that last heat, it was the rights that were really allowing people to progress.
Yeah, they were the highest scoring opportunities for sure. 2.83 for Owen Moss. 6 minutes gone. And really not a score of consequence in the heat yet. No one would be too worried about that 2.83. Or threatened by it.
Yeah. Not too much locked in yet, and with about 7 minutes down, you'd expect a little bit more. I mean, that last heat started off with fireworks. Here we go. Let's see what Jabe can do. Kicks out the fins, gets that back tail out once again. Good two-turn combination and a pretty decent-looking left.
Yeah, that'll be the highest scoring wave of the heat, you would imagine, so far for sure. And give him a score of sorts that you could hold on to if you had to, you know. If it was consistent, there were lots of waves and lots of opportunities, maybe it's not good enough to hold on to. But there it is, 5, 6, 7. You know, we've seen people advance with a score like that. So winning the opening exchange clearly for America. Second place also for America. Drives off the bottom, snaps out of the top. Nice turn there and a beautiful... I love how the turn was finished, but he drifted after the snap, didn't he? And drifted across the top, dropped in perfectly, looked really clean and controlled, but radical at the same time.
Here we go, once again getting it back up nice and quickly. It's a smaller wave, but the surfing is still electrifying. Basically a carbon copy of that last turn, and wow, just gives it a little bit extra.
Let's see if what... Oh, here we go.
All right.
South Africa.
Ooh. Just leaning into the toes a little bit too much for the South African team there. So 0.83. He's already locked in a 0.5. So a couple of little mistakes there to start off. But that last one for Jabe locks in at a 4.6. So first two waves, he's gone out to a pretty commanding lead already.
Yeah, and you could see he took his time at the start. He was the last to catch his opening ride of the 4 surfers. It dropped as the best, and then he recognised the need for urgency to get a second one quickly while he was down the priority roster, and he did exactly that. So far, perfectly surfed heat.
Yeah, I love that approach. You catch a wave and you kind of, if you're in rhythm and you kind of find the opportunity to get a quick backup, go for it.
Yeah, always the best recipe, really, once those two are done. You know, for Jabe now, every wave that he looks at, he's going to compare to that 4.6 and make sure it's better.
Good first turn for Will Hardy, the 19-year-old from New Zealand.
Oh.
Strong vertical snap. And goes up for a finish as well. Wow.
Well, that gets him into contention, doesn't it? You know, we're approaching the halfway mark. There were some big turns. Looking at the 5, 6, 7. Potentially better than that even. Maybe the wave face was not quite as tall as Jabe's 5, 6, 7. That was a big wave face and 2 big turns. But that definitely felt like a wave that was going to put him into contention. Oh, there it is, 4.93. Doing exactly that, gets him up into second place.
Wow, really feeling the energy out there, Will Hardy. He does a lot of breathwork stuff with Dave Wood, I believe, over in Piha. Wow, throwing so much spray on that first turn.
Here's the money turn right here. Boom! Beautiful backhand vertical re-entry. A little late to the last one, but made it, completed it. Got the second best wave of the heat so far. Put himself right into the running.
Yeah, he's really got himself back into this heat. And you can see a little bit of a dark cloud hovering out the back. It's kind of nice to see these different conditions today, making it a little bit more difficult for the surfers. Upping the, I guess, the challenge of this event. It's 9 days. You can see why it looks like Damase from South Africa.
Oh,
good, strong.
Hold it. Yeah.
Wow. He was like, I'm here. I did it. I made that. because he worked really hard to get there and he's just wanted to show that he did. Here we go, Owen Moss. Off the bottom. Patient through this one. Ripping into it once again. This wave hasn't quite offered that steep section we saw from Wills, but floats to finish. I liked it, but I feel like there could have been a little bit more.
And I feel like you're right. It was just a little bit off-timed, wasn't it? A lot of those turns. Demarse's, this will be unreal. Look at that beautiful bottom turn. Lays it over. I felt like he was going to lay it over too hard at the start. Snaps it under the lip. Completely covered up. Look how late he is there. Theory, he should have fallen right now. Holds it, recognises how important that was. A single turn, but an amazing single turn for the South African. Elegant dismount there, and going to be super interesting to see where that score comes in and going to tighten this heat right up.
Oh, here we go. 8 minutes to go, and we've got a heat on our hands now. Jabe, he wants to better that 4.6 and just really solidify first place. Scores to come through for him, Owen, and also Demarse. We'll see where they fall into the scoreline.
It's going to be really interesting to see where how the landscape is. Obviously, Jabe has had 2 scores already. That's going to be a 3rd score of consequence, most probably better than the 4.6. Will Hardy's 4.93, the second best score of the heat so far, but backed up with a 1, so he's got some work to do. And he's got first priority though, so super important priority, and to use that priority to make sure that you get a score of consequence and back up your first score, that your keeper score, so to speak. Owen Moss, we both felt like it was a little bit off-timed as he went along there. It wasn't quite the aggressive, fluid approach that we've seen from him in previous rounds.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this on the replay, True. Out a bit wide, that first turn, second turn, little catch coming out of it. Back into the white water, still good surfing, still enough to be a score of consequence. Last turn, not as high and critical as it could have been, so a lot of that was held back that tiny bit.
Yeah. This last one of Jabe's as well, still yet to lock in.
So fluid and clean is he and the board together. They're just flowing through these choppy, bumpy conditions and making look easier than it is to surf.
For sure. I mean, we've had scores in for Owen Moss. It's a 4.4, so he joins fellow teammate up in that progressing position. He's going to have another look here. Wow, navigates the bump there really well. Sets it up for a good second turn. That's a little bit better.
Yeah, energy's rising.
Yeah, looks like he's really tapped in right now. Oh, gets a good second turn. Feeling it a little bit more on that wave.
Yes, definitely better timing. Oh, look at this one. Teammate.
Wow, they're just going wave for wave right now. It's like having a surf with your friend out there, but Jabe, he is really flowy in this heat. I love how he's just got that one line. There's no double pump in between turns.
Yeah, it's so beautiful and fluid, isn't it? The board looks magic underneath his feet, even through sort of bumpier or lumpier or white watery sections on the wave face, just so clean and fluid. 3.5 for Demarse. Felt like it could have been more personally because it was just so critical, but it was only one turn. It was only ever going to be one turn, bit of a closeout. Great bottom turn, great committed turn. So some positives to take out of that for South Africa. And a replay. Better timing right there. Nice little cut down to hit that lip. And then the final turn. Aggressive, powerful, appreciated by himself.
Yeah.
4.73 for this one. So still under a 5.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, the only thing that's coming to mind for me right now is quality over quantity.
Yes.
I feel like he's doing a lot of good turns, but maybe he could dial it back and just do a couple of great turns, and then, yeah, it's really tough, but that's, what the coaches are about as well. That's what they're supposed to be doing on the beach, and want to We've got 4 minutes to go, and we do have Chris Cote down there with the winner of the last heat, Franco.
Yeah, thank you, team. Franco, this is the round where we start to see a little bit of friendly fire, meaning you had another surfer from Team Argentina in your heat. Of course, he's the legend, Lele Osuna. So tell me what is the coaching strategy? What does the team talk about when you have two surfers waving that same flag in one heat?
Yeah, well said. I've grown up watching Lele competing all these ISA events. He's won, I think, 2, right? So he's always been an inspiration, and to compete against him is actually, I mean, this early maybe not as good, but we went in like everyone doing its own thing, and if it played out well, just have a little strategy in the end. But yeah, he's well, that's my wave.
Yeah. Enough about Lele. Let's talk about you here. Franco, you ripped this wave from beginning to end. We talked about how fun these waves are when you're free surfing, a little bit more stressful and challenging in the span of a 20-minute heat.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really fun, but it's actually hard to get the good ones. And I saw the previous heats, a couple of good, like, well-scored rides. So yeah, I just went for those, and it played out.
Now, I see you watching this last heat really closely. Owen Moss and Jabe out there in the lineup. What do you think of the competition we have in 2025? This field is stacked.
Yeah, level is as high as it gets. I mean, everyone's reaping. Waves are always good, even though the wind's gonna come up a bit. There's still a lot of waves, and yeah, it's really good to compete against good surfers, always.
No doubt. Well, hey, you're one of the good ones today.
Thank you.
Congratulations moving through. More Franco. And don't worry, Lele Osuna fans, he is in the repechage round. We've seen him fight his way all the way through to finals day. So Team Argentina still going strong.
Thank you, Chris and Franco. Yeah, Team Argentina. They got some great coaches. So does Team USA. The ISA is actually also holding a women's regional coaching program, which is in cooperation with Olympic Solidarity. It's the first ever, actually, regional coaching program for the women, and it's being hosted for eligible women's for the Americas, running from the 8th to the 15th of November in Costa Rica.
Oh, Will Hardy for New Zealand. You see that one? It was a use of priority. He'd sit. Look how fast Jabe is paddling towards Will Hardy. He knows his teammate is in second place. Owen Moss, USA, first and second right now. First and second priority as well as first and second place. 1 minute 30 on the clock. You would imagine that the Americans could shut this one down. One's going one way, one's gone the other way. They're tagging with each other to protect their lead and keep the two surfers, the South African, Damase, we saw him doing that incredible backhand re-entry, only a single turn, but one of the highlights of the heat, and Will Hardy, also with that 4.93, one of the better waves of the heat so far as well. Both these guys looking for a second score with 1 minute to go, but the Americans with first and second priority, making sure they're double tag teaming and taking care of business.
Yeah, that is how you work as a team. Team America, they're just doing what needs to be done for them both to progress through this heat with 45 seconds to go. First and second priority.
Owen Moss paddling using his priority.
All
Interesting.
Right, here he goes. Flying down the line, gets one good snap in there. He's found one of these rights. I don't know. I'm not too sure about this call.
4.4 to improve on?
I just don't think so.
I'm with you. I don't think so either. Little door opens there for the other surfers with 15 seconds on the clock. Will they get a chance? Will Hardy just got lost for a little bit, didn't he?
He did. He just kind of sat and waited, and sometimes you can just get caught in the sit and wait as opposed to catching waves, especially only needing a 4.2. Not a big score.
Oh. Precarious.
Yeah.
But he's got the tail up. See how he's got the tail to the side and the fins out of the water? He used that pretty perfectly, didn't he?
He did. I mean, question mark there on whether he needed that last wave. He was a 3.2. Didn't go into the top 2, but didn't really matter anyway because Will Hardy did not get another opportunity, and neither did Avuyil Damase from South Africa. So it's the Americans moving on through to that next round, round number 4. staying in that main round, that spot that they want to be in. Jabe Swirikoki getting a 10.7 combination, and Owen Moss, a pair of 4s, a 4.73 and a 4.4. We have heat number 7 coming up. Emrod's going to be out there. We'll be back right after this.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo. To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Seems like the goal to be good people in and out of the water, and this is Sam Reedy doing exactly that. He's a carbon neutral athlete and absolutely going to town on that first section. He's fired up for Team Costa Rica, and they're probably one of the loudest teams, I think. But they're doing double duty. They've got the men's here, some of the women's repechage round over at El Sunzal as well. Good way to start for Sam.
Yeah, aggressive, wasn't it? Powerful, sharp, and fast on the rail. Look, Guinaldo, a 1-point ride for he. Michael Rodriguez yet to ride.
Yeah.
Here he goes now.
Oof. Big heat. Expecting fireworks. Obviously, Team Brazil, the reigning champions. Perfect timing. Wow, deep off the bottom. Aggressive approach. Just precision surfing. Oof. And he just gets out of that one early. And this is Luke Guinaldo. He had a pretty incredible performance on one of the first days. And wow, just linking up with that once again as he kicks out. This is a stacked heat. We've also got Ilay Bokan representing Israel as well. So this is huge. And we've already started off with some pretty big scores already. It's coming.
It's coming. The judges are going to deliver them. But as you said, Michael Rodriguez, incredible opening ride, kind of just tags into the lip, but they were at the perfect time with such speed and clarity. So clean, precise, beautiful surfing from Rodriguez. A 1 on the first ride for Guinaldo from Huntington Beach. Got an older brother, Sage, an amazing surfer. Shout out to his parents. I'm sure they're watching. I've stayed with the Guinaldos before, great people. So shout out to them. And Luke on that second ride, that was some beautiful surfing as well.
Oh, yeah. He just looked really in form. But let's break this one down, Barton, because this was crazy.
See how casual he is there? See how relaxed? He jumped to his feet and just took a moment to compose himself, to allow the wave to do what it needed to do before it started standing up and giving him the opportunity. And it takes such confidence to be able to just sit back like that and wait for it to come to you, rather than you hunting it and chasing it and fighting things, essentially. Beautiful first turn. He took his time at the start, got himself into the perfect place on this wave. Look how steep the wall is. Beautiful looking right-hander, absolutely vertical, straight up into the lip. I sort of said he just tagged him. He might have done a little more than tagged him. Now we look at it on the replay. And wraps one here, back to the pocket. Beautiful, elegant rotation of the upper body, a placement of the arms, just making it look like the funnest thing in the world, which it is. Gets low, drives the rail. He is known as one of the fastest surfers in the world. And when you say that, you imagine that he'd be in a hurry to do things. He was going super fast, but in a composed, controlled way. Very unfortunate and rare sort of mistake right there at the end. And here's Sam Reedy's one. Goes a little flat in that midsection, true, and he sort of waits for it. Pumping, driving the board, building speed, gets the last re-entry. 2 big, beautiful turns on that one. Judges threw a 5.17 for it. And here's Luke Winaldo. Flies out of the top in a speed float. Carves it back into the pocket. A little bit late to the third one, but did get it there cleanly and got the completion.
Wow, this is another wave for Emrod. Oh my goodness. Goes high and tail high, and he's claiming it. And you know what? I would too. That was huge. And this is Ilay Bokan from Israel.
Look at the energy. He is frothing.
Whoa.
Oh! And
that was unfortunate.
Super unfortunate, because he was the speed and energy, and it is a fantastic comparison in approaches to Michael Rodriguez, who with the experience that he has, he just sat it back and just waited and let it come to him, and then started unleashing on it. Ilay there, you could just feel he was racing after it, chasing it, hunting it, wanting it, and almost wanting it too much so, you know?
Yeah. Well, we had 2 teammates progressing through that last heat, but it was James Rukoki that took it out. He's down there with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, True. Teamwork makes the dream work. Tell me about the messaging the coaching staff gave you two before you paddled out in that heat.
For sure, yeah. I mean, we both kind of had our independent plans. Like, of course, everyone surfs heats how they surf heats. So the goal was just to go out and kind of do our own thing and try to get 2 scores on the board. And if at the end of the heat something needed to happen or someone wasn't making it, we'd do what we need to do. But kind of just surf our own heat like we did, and ended up 1-2 and able to just kind of hold it together at the end.
Yeah, I liked watching that at the end. You could tell that you guys kind of divide and conquer method.
For sure.
You sitting on your respective surfers in 3rd and 4th place. But as we roll through this competition, did you think you'd be surfing against this elite level of surfers in round 3? I mean, we're talking about high-level heats going down. Here's your waves that you surfed right here.
Cool.
Your backhand's looking on fire.
Thank you.
But tell me about the field that you're going against.
Yeah, no, it's gnarly. I mean, you saw even in round 1, we're already round 3 now, like every heat's stacked. There's good people from everywhere. It's cool because we're so used to surfing either in our region or say Challenger, where like you recognize a lot of the names. So it's been really cool to like see such a wide variety of really good surfers. But yeah, round 3, I mean, even like you said, round 1, round 2, there were stacked heats, but it's legit now, so.
Well, and speaking about recognizable names and really good surfers, you're following in the footsteps with people like John Florence, Carissa Moore. What did it mean to you to get the call up to surf for Team USA here in 2025?
Oh, it's amazing to represent your country and, like you said, follow up some of the biggest names in surfing. So it's been an outstanding opportunity. The experience has been great, and I'm stoked to be making some heats and representing my country.
No doubt. I know you got a bunch of friends, family, homies back home watching, cheering you on. You want to give them a message?
Totally, yeah. Thank you, of course, to my family. I know you guys are watching at home. Got some friends as well. Sponsors, boys at CI, boards are working awesome. So, yeah, it means a lot. Everyone watching at home and supporting, I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Right on. Team USA, clean 1-2 sweep here in the main rounds, moving through all their surfers so far. So good. Team USA looking awesome in 2025.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Jamin. I feel like awesome is an understatement for how good his boards look.
Yeah, 100%. Some of the best equipment underfoot that we've seen in the event so far. So fluid and clean. And I suppose your mentality and ideas and thoughts running through your head need to match that board. You can wreck a board. You know, with your own overzealous approach, you know, but he didn't do that. He just sat back and let the board do the work and was so in tune with it. And someone else who's in tune with the moment is Brazil in this one.
Honestly, yeah, a 767 and a 717. I don't know why I'm surprised.
No, we should not be. But interesting, I suppose the interesting information that I take from that, 767 had 5 turns, perhaps, and not just turns, some very critical, tight to the pocket on an incredibly beautiful face.
Yeah.
For the 767. The 717, 0.5 less, was one pump along a kind of mushy, weird, white Rory looking wave into one big air. And last night we were at dinner and people were talking about, like a fantasy pick of who you think's going to win. And the thing that I kept saying is that at a point, re-entries aren't going to cut it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The best surfers in the world all do great surfing on the face, but at a point, the difference comes in the air to the wave face. And obviously you can't just be in the air, or you need to be able to do both. But Michael Rodriguez and the scores there show you the easiest way to a big score.
Yeah.
If you can do that level of performance. Not easy by any means, but if you're an aerialist, you can pump those rights into that wind, which is a perfect air wind, and you're going to get a 7+ ride for one air, as opposed to 5 turns for a 767. So really 2 different ways to get big scores. But if you're an aerialist, and as this event goes on, and you've seen a whole bunch of re-entries, for example, then they're going to need to see something different. And to me, that ability to go to the air is the difference maker nearly all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we watch a lot of surfing and a lot of heats, especially when it's a 9-day event. You can only watch so many Rios, and then you do something that's just a little bit different, and then it's like, wow.
Yeah.
That was big, and it excites you. It gives you that emotion of, oh, okay. And here we go.
Whoa.
Luke hoping to do just that. Bringing out the emotion in this heat. Wrapping it around. Quick finish.
He's feeling it.
Wow, he's got the energy.
5.33 and a 5, looking to improve on that 5. It's a smaller wave. And it didn't kind of race off anywhere that got you too excited. What was exciting was the power and the energy and the grunt that he put into every turn he did on that wave.
Yeah, he had just that. I mean, yeah, it was a smaller wave. Let's look at it. Because it was still good surfing.
Boom, out of the top. Flared it. The tail wafted. Wraps that one back. Little tail tweak again. Through to the inside. Last turn. He gives it. He feels it. He's an emotional young man. He's had a lot going on in his life of late. Rodriguez.
Flying down the line. He's fast, as you mentioned before, BL, but patient when he needs to be. We know what he's going to do. Goes to the air, gets that rotation to complete it. Wow. I mean, where does that even go?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because it was very well telegraphed. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of kind of what you would consider downtime, just pumping to that moment. I don't know that air was better than the previous 717. Felt like it might have been a little flatter. Let's have a look here. Pumping along the face. It's obvious what he's going to do. We know already what he's going to do. It's so telegraphed. So that steals something for me because I know what's coming up. It's not like, and it was, we see a lot of that. That's really not anything at a level that I would consider. And I feel like it's most probably below the 717. Although we mostly saw that from a drone angle too. A lot of time spent here. Just making it look so easy.
So easy. Which is awesome, but also teach me your ways.
Yeah. Very, the interesting thing has been the composure that he's shown in moments where he hasn't needed to rush and he's had to wait. It's been really almost unlike Michael Rodriguez because he always seems like he's in a hurry to go somewhere and get stuff done.
Yeah.
He looks very controlled and calm out there at the moment. Judges considering the score. Let's have a look at the height in this one. It's a great section for it. It was kind of Nelly a little bit late to that section, and the connection with the lip as it was coming down inhibited the height that he got out of that air because the lip hit him as he was starting to project up, and that held him back a little bit. So, again, great. But a couple of big Rios could most probably match that as a score too.
Yeah, definitely. Still waiting on that score to lock in for Emrod. This last one of Luke, a 4.43.
Good judging, that makes sense. It was restricted not through performance in any way. The performance was fantastic, and he turned that wave into a bigger score than it was, but it was because of his surfing. But the wave itself wasn't very exciting in itself. When he took off on that, you weren't like, oh, you're like, okay, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
And so he surfed it up through his performance and got some points out of it, but it doesn't go into his top 2 because maybe it was never gonna.
Surfing was good, but a question mark next to that wave choice for Luke Guinaldo. This guy, he's just dropping 7s every day of the week. Tweaks it out a little bit too far. Still waiting on that previous to last with 4.5 minutes to go.
And Samuel Reedy got real quiet after that good start, didn't he?
I was just thinking that. A 3 locks in for Ile right now. Nice opening carve. It's a smaller wave, but good connection with the lip there. Starting to fatten out just a little bit on the inside. He gets a strong completion. I don't know if it's a 7.33, but it'll help his situation.
Yeah, be his best score of the heat so far. He'll still need another ride, guaranteed. And there's an urgency in the surfing that makes me nervous almost when I'm watching. It's almost like this opportunity to just calm it down a little bit, and sometimes you feel like it's the ambition and the drive of the mind that's creating the tension in the body that kind of makes it look almost rushed, and so you're like, okay, just settle it down, calm it down a little bit, and it'll allow the performance to broaden and flourish a little more than rather than rush to them,
Yeah. All right, here we go. Samuel Reedy opening up with a 5.17.
Woohoo!
Strong second turn, getting the third one, and how is the energy for Team Costa Rica? Samuel Reedy, he only needs another 5.17. It's a real battle between him and Luke right now.
It's a very fair chance that he gets that.
Yeah.
Love to see it, and we will see it again, I'm sure, on the replay. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock, and a fantastic heat. All 4 surfers right in there. Ile Bochan went up into 3rd place, got a 4.4 and overtook Samuel Reedy, sent him back down.
Wow. Well, let's take a look as well. This last, or previous to last score of Emrod locks in at a 7.47. So that previous air bettering 7.17 just a little bit.
Yep. Oh, Luke, going to the backhand. I like it. Mix it up. Oh, stuck at the top. He's in a precarious situation now, Luke Guinaldo. He needs to improve on that 5, and he needs to surf like he's in 3rd, is what he needs to do.
Yep.
Because he may very well be when the scores drop.
Yeah.
For Samuel Reedy. Time will tell. Only 2 minutes to go. But I like the idea of going to the backhand. 3 waves on the forehand from Luke, and we've seen that. And he's ripping.
Yeah.
But to show the backhand on them rights and get up in those big pockets, be easy to drop a big score with 2 big backhand hangers.
Totally. And I think finding those, the last couple of heats that we've been watching, the rights have been the best opportunity.
Majority of big scores.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Michael Rodriguez, he's in rhythm this whole heat, dropping 3 7s already. Let's see if he can get a 4th. Nice opening turn.
Wow, look at that wave.
Oh, wow.
Serious.
He is just...
He's having fun, mate.
Honestly, with a minute to go. All right, scores have locked in. Samuel Reedy, it's a 4.6.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's
Luke,
a sigh of relief, for Luke.
Full sigh of relief. He's safe for the next minute if he can keep Samuel Reedy off a wave.
And that is maybe largely because Samuel Reedy has done 2 turns on each of the waves where Luke's done 3.
Yeah.
And there's that extra little bit of advantage in the surfing he's done. So we see the replay here of Emrod, as he is known, flying along beautifully, just having a good time. Looks back to the coaching staff and the team, goes, "You like it? Is that good enough for you?"
Yeah. Am I firing you up?
I'm firing myself up.
Yeah.
I hope I'm firing you up.
Wow.
And Luke Guinaldo, good solid heat. He's hasn't really... He's had those opening rides which were kind of starter scores, set-up scores that got him into a position of advancement, but we haven't seen the best of him yet. And I feel like Even if he gets through this in second place, saving it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I remember, I think we've seen or heard, we've definitely heard something.
Yeah, we hear in live action from the beach some excitement, I think, from Team Costa Rica as we see on our scoreboard while we watch this replay of the magician on a surfboard. Michael Rodriguez representing Brazil beautifully here, consolidating his win.
All right, let's take a look at this last wave of white. Sam Reedy, he gets it ahead of Luke, who had the priority over him. It's a smaller wave.
And Luke wasn't quite close enough, was he?
Oh.
Something there. What did he need?
Big finish. It's a 5.6 for Sam Reedy. He goes up into second place. Luke Guinardo down in third, and time is up in this heat.
Wow, buzzer beater for Costa Rica. We heard the cheers while we were watching the replay from the beach, and you knew something had happened.
Yeah. Something big, a 5.6 for what looks like it was just one turn for Sam Reedy. But Michael Rodriguez really just dominating throughout that whole heat there. That was really, really crazy.
And you saw Luke Guinaldo with his priority over Samuel Reedy trying to get to him.
Yeah.
So apparently you would assume that Luke gave him too much space. He just wasn't quite right there on top of him. Here it is. Let's see what it is. It's got to be an air, hasn't it? Pumping, driving, tail high throw of it. Exactly what he needed when he needed it. He sneaked away from Luke Guinaldo, got that wave and advances and stays in the main round, most importantly.
That's a big win for Team Costa Rica. Unfortunately for US, Luke Guinaldo, and also for Israel. They'll be moving on through to the repechage round. Of course, Michael Rodriguez really just dominating that whole heat.
And you'd have to go back to that right-hander that Luke Guinaldo got caught in the lip on and didn't complete. Maybe the wave wasn't ever good enough, I'm not sure, because we didn't see it, but that was a mistake at that point in time that might have cost him the heat. And then he had priority, I believe, over and wasn't close enough to be able to dictate terms.
Yeah, another buzzer beater finish there. But Michael Rodriguez not putting a foot wrong throughout that whole heat. We have royalty from El Salvador, Brian Perez. He's going to be in that next heat, and we'll have Paul Evans and Rachel Tilley taking you through it.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The action continues here at Surf City, El Salvador. Debrief back on the rocks. Team Brazil, muy feliz to see their guy Emrod dominant out there, surfing with flow, with spark, doing all sorts of good things. Have a look at an absolute banger of a heat in the water. Brian Perez, the Pink Panther from El Salvador, Romeo Chavez of Colombia, Deva Bushka out of Morocco, and the current reigning Olympic champion, Kauli Vast, out of Tahiti, part of that strong French team. Saw Jeremy Flores down on the boardwalk earlier. He was fully stoked, just enjoying the vibes here, enjoying strong performances from his team. He'll expect another one out in the water right now. Already you can see a score posted from Kauli. I'm Paul Evans, delighted to be back in the booth and to be joined once again by Rachel Tilley. Good afternoon, Raquel.
Good afternoon, Paul. Great to be here with you.
Let's check out Pantera Rosa. Perez, backhand attack. Sets himself up, tries to get a second crack of the whip. Not sure that he quite does that. The board's awfully close to a dry rock. No one's more comfortable in these conditions than that guy. Kaulivast. Early runnings from him are good. The backhand, he can compress, he can decompress. Got a big rig. He's got a lot of power, and although we associate him with the big tubes at the end of the road, he's amazing on the maneuvers as well, and the backhand's pretty lethal. Also looking forward to seeing Tiva get hold of this. First slash from him with a ton of speed. Nice stretched out wall for him, allows him to give it the full treatment. Good energy, good flow and rhythm. Whipping turns off a rail, little double up. Nice and cooperative. And he'll just bang that. So Tava getting amongst it as well early on in this. Second wave for him. Wow, all sorts happening.
Gosh.
Chavez, a Colombian, beautiful air reverse. Collects that, adjusts the stance, and then a slash in the pocket. Bangs the lip, and the judges' fingers will be furiously tickling their scoreboards because there's a lot to digest.
That's what I was going to say is not one mistake really was made in that entire first exchange by each surfer. So healthy scores we can expect to be dropped for every surfer.
On the paddle back is Perez. Expect a lot of noise for him as well, always carrying that support. And it can go a couple of ways when it's your host nation, when it's your hometown of an event. You can feel the extra pressure piled on, maybe a bit more media, all of that stuff happening. He looks like he's absolutely thriving in it. Had a couple of call-ups as well. The Championship Tour event just down the coast here.
Yeah, he is such an inspiration to so many of the young surfers that are coming up through El Salvador's ranks. You know, such a great role model for everyone here, and they really champion him as he competes on the world stage.
Under the 14-minute mark here, numbers filling in. Got a couple of scores for goalie. Pretty decent, the 4.83 will back up the 5. There's that quick start. But have a look, kids.
Brian Perez on this one, powerful opening turn, and he was pretty keen to try and get to the second one, gets to it just a bit late, and it was already too frothy for him to finish out of that one. And our opening ride for White, nice opening turn. The second turn really clean as well. Cowley Vast gets a healthy score for that one, and this one was so exciting. At this point, Paul, is when it felt like, oh my gosh, we just have fireworks in front of us already kicking off this heat within the first 13 minutes, or sorry, 7 minutes, you know what I'm saying, as we see up and riding again. Brian.
Big double up on the outside and a massive hit from him, and then nimble enough to go up again for a combo. Absolutely breathless stuff, this, and quite often there just aren't quite enough ways for all 4 surfers to get amongst it, but it's not the case in this one. We're seeing everyone get involved, which is great to see. Opportunities being spread out amongst the field here in a really entertaining heat. 2 surfers will be going to repechage. 2 will be staying in the main part of the draw, and whoever does do that, they'll have earned it in this heat because it has been relentless from the very beginning here. Numbers from our panel. We're just waiting for a second score to come in for Perez. Other than that, numbers all in. It's sort of 4s, the main order of business from the opening stuff. That's what this guy got, 4.37 for the reverse to slash. Now he's got another looking left, double up section. He'll punt again. He'll get a bit more of the rotation done in the air, but what he won't get is the completion. And just going underwater to have a little look at some of the plankton swimming around in the water column down there.
And Brian Perez getting a 6.17 for that one. So judges really liking the size. I think, like you said, all of those first ones like this, a little bit smaller, making it look electric, coming unstuck on this one, unfortunately. But judges showing that they like the size of this wave, the power that Brian was able to hash out into it. Beautiful surfing. Really clean, crisp, cut out with control.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about surfers having a good blade. That was a really sharp scalpel of a weapon there from Brian Perez as he just tore through the top of that wave. Stitch it up like a taxidermist.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We love, I think at this point in the day, we start getting quite creative, don't we? Keep it fun.
I wouldn't just restrict it to this point of the day, Rachel. I would say quite consistent throughout.
Quite consistently. Well, Paul, you know, you were on the sidelines earlier today, really getting...
Sidelined, yeah.
Yeah. Really getting to chat to the athletes. And, you know, what's fun about being down there is you get to be amongst all the excitement and get to feed off of the energy of the athletes as they're fresh off of their wins.
Yeah, the other cool thing is like, you just hang out with happy people because everyone you're interviewing is just one. So they're just,
yeah, exactly.
They're just stoked, and everyone who's just won and goes, yeah, there's a couple out there. Like, no matter what it's like, they're always like, yeah, there's definitely waves. I mean, there were waves, but that's always their take. Here's a wave. Here's some speed. It's Cowley Vast.
Woo!
And he is absolutely motoring down a big vertical hit with an absolute ton of speed. Here goes David Bushka on his forehand, the goofy.
Oof.
And he'll just keep swinging here and snapping. His waves have provided multiple sections for him. A really strong finish for him as well.
Clean surfing. There was never a whisper of a doubt that he had that one in control the entire time.
I'm not sure what his New Year's resolutions were that he made back in January, but if one of them was to represent Morocco in stacked heats in the World Surfing Games, well, he's doing that. He's achieving it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an honor to be able to compete here on the world stage. You know, we are up to round 3 now, but still early stages here for these athletes that are, you know, making their way through, but so early in the rounds, or sorry, in the event, we have such stacked heats, and that's just really exemplifying the level that we have here.
Yeah, these guys all absolutely ready to go out and bring their best. Big number from Brian Perez, the 6.17. He ain't hanging around. He just sort of thought about the late takeoff, but hang on. It's Cowley Vast. Whoa. First turn. Just the power. It's so effortless. Doesn't need to put loads of upper body and swing. It just pushes so hard with those legs. Really, really powerful physique. Lithe as well. Just sort of caressing the turns, and then suddenly the violence as he smashes the lip. Let's go down to the outstanding surfer from the previous heat, Emrod.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Emrod, first question. Do you like the nickname Emrod?
I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Okay, good.
I'm coming from Matt Biolos.
Okay.
Best shaper in the world.
That's right. And then my second question is, how do you go so fast on these waves? We've been calling you one of the fastest surfers on the planet for a long time now. What's the secret to speed out there?
I just said, my board.
It's all on the board.
All about my board. I have been working with Matt and all the team. It's about 10 years already. And I have a lot of confidence in my equipment. And at the same time, I prepare myself every day. I really work hard every day, 8 hours per day, surfing and workout. So I'm feeling ready for everything.
Man's doing business. Now, I'm looking at your feet right here. You're already pretty beat up from coming in and out of the water. Tell me about what it takes to get out there and get back in. Your job doesn't even start until you hit the lineup.
Yeah, we have a lot of things to figure it out. Windy, the water is just super hot. Outside of the water, we have to prepare ourselves in hot space. It's really warm. I have been shower every time before the heat, so it's a lot of things to figure it out before I go to the heat. It's a very hard event, but at the same time, it's amazing being in the summer place.
No doubt. Where we're taking a look at one of your waves right here. Huge whip there. How much relief do you feel right here when you know, well, not right there, but now right here when you know you've just completed a radical maneuver?
Yeah, feeling real good. This board is just a brand new board. I tested this morning. But like I said before, I really have confidence in all my boards. Doesn't matter if it's a brand new, if it's an old one, all the boards is just magic. And I just tried this one and felt so good. And you know, this kind of wave is just pretty much my home, and I'm feeling really comfortable.
Well, you're looking comfortable. Team Brazil is looking strong to potentially go back-to-back with gold medals. Congratulations, Emrod.
Thanks. Whoa.
He's looking very comfortable indeed, isn't he? Just sort of laying right back in that chair. The man spreading as well, just occupying the space. Why not?
Well, he's the winner. He's feeling really confident and comfortable.
He's hanging with Chris Cote. His boards are great. He's enjoying his surfing. Why not? All right, here we go. Local ledge, Pink Panther, tag in. A little tangled up in whitewash. He does pretty well to get out of that. And he says to the judges, come on. Big number in for Morocco, Bushka. It is the new high score in the heat, 6-8 through his Scowley. Absolute bomb here. Look at the swell. Just building. And he'll smash this. Holds that rail for an eternity. Won't hang on for the maneuver up high in the lip line. A number will drop for previous to last for him. The quality continues. 7-5-7 for our Olympic champ, Cowley Varson. Just where he is with his career, with everything that's ahead of him, you can pretty much bank on the fact that that gold medal won't be his last tango in Paris.
Yeah, well, speaking of tangos, you know, we're going into a dance here of priority use. These athletes are having to manage into the final 4 minutes the strategy of priority. Romeo Chavez from Colombia sitting with priority 1. He is looking for a decent score of 5.81, super possible with the conditions that are on offer here. And it's Cowley who drops down into 3rd now after scores are being dropped for our surfers from green and red. So it is really, really coming down to the wire. Still scores to drop, though, for Cowley as well for that last one.
All sorts going on here. Just wondering, Rachel, with your competitive experience this time of day, you surf and heat around about lunchtime. Do you just go big on the breakfast? Do you try and have your nachos before you paddle out? What do you?
Actually, I love nachos. I love nachos. They're a great source of everything. You get your cheese, or you know, chips, carbs, I guess, right? You get your beans.
Yep.
For me,
Fiber.
I know you're vegetarian. I'll maybe have some chicken in there or something. I don't know. Or morning nachos as well.
They feel like quite a surfy food as well.
Yeah,
it's like,
they are.
I'm having nachos, I'm on a surf.
Yeah, absolutely. How about nachos with my friend Nacho? You know, that's the ideal.
Nachos squared. Vote for nachos. Under 3 minutes to go in this.
Nachos.
Cowley Vars, that's 7.57, standing big in the scoreline. And he's dominant out here at the moment. Going really, really good. David Bushka going all right as well. Another powerful goofy with some solid numbers, 6.83. The second highest scorer of the heat, and he is finding ways with such good rhythm to the multiple assaults on the lip, big calves. Powerful unit is Teva. He's going all right in this. Perez wants to stoke out the local El Salvadorian crowd. If he's going to do that, his requirements mid-range. It's 5.44. Here's Chavez. He's got a bit more work to do. Oh, nasty. That could have gone really quite wrong, but just managed to, I think, kick that away in time. All right. Second prior was Teva. Goes a little block on Perez.
Oh.
So Perez now just inside a couple of minutes to get going here. You saw the fire from him. When he wants rid of that 4, he wants to upgrade it to a 5.44. Not sure we'll see the improvement there for Teva. So that requirement will probably remain as we were. What the El Salvadorian surf fans thinking at this stage, they're wondering where and when their guy's going to get away. He's got about 1:20 to do that, Rachel.
Yeah, time's ticking down. Pressure is increasing. And it's, you have to have, if you're Brian or Romeo right now, you're having to have that really positive self-talk of, hey, I know if this opportunity comes, I can nail it. Let's see if he does.
Whoa.
Oh!
Here's that wave. That was the opportunity.
Was
Just
the opportunity.
a little force. Didn't quite have the speed, did he? I love the intention from him. You can see exactly what he's trying to surf up the potential of that wave, but just maybe not quite having the velocidad coming into that air reverse.
Yeah, and knowing that he needed to go for something, only a 5.44, but it was a smaller wave, and so the judge is kind of showing that they aren't really going above that 4.5 amount on smaller waves like that, so he was really trying to surf it up and give them something to wow and give high scores to. Unfortunately, coming unstuck. Only 20 seconds remaining. We have Blue going for a final attempt here, Paul.
Yeah, he's going to need something truly spectacular. Looking for a 7. He'll look for a ramp. He'll find one. Big rotation on the backhand. Nearly sticks it.
Came down with his feet on the board.
Yeah, he's got some spark, this dude. I love watching Romeo Chavez get creative and flare up above the lip. He surfed really well. What a heat we had out there. You got to say, big numbers like that. Incredible to see it. Brian Perez will go to repechage. She's not happy. But ultimately, it was in a tough heat and some big performances. We're not really surprised to see Cowley Vast go out and deliver a performance like that. Team France still going great. Team Morocco will be delighted with the performance of one of their surfers, Steve Abushka. Time to go to a quick break here. Surf is on the increase. Performances and scores heading in an upward direction as well. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after this.
What an amazing location to celebrate Olympic surfing. Dear athletes, we welcome you, we applaud you, and of course we congratulate you for being the second round of Olympic surfers. This is your moment to shine because you're gonna be Olympians for life. And what better way to celebrate Olympic surfing than in Teahupo. Teahupo, Tahiti, we love you, and we thank you for welcoming us in such an incredible and warm way. Let's use this special occasion to further commit ourselves, our lives, to protecting the oceans, to protecting nature. The ocean cannot speak, we need to speak for the ocean. And about the Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing. Thank you, Paris 2024, for your constant support to make this second Olympic competition a reality. Best of luck in the competition. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
The action continues at Surf City, El Salvador. If you don't like watching heavy-duty ripping, look away now. Live action. Jorgan Cuisinet of the strong French team up already and swinging, garnering points, flaring up. We've seen the rail game and the power. Now he's bringing the progression. Actually went real high on that one. Won't pull it down for the completion. Cuisinet, big powerful unit already with a statement of intent. And he was one of the outstanding performers here in the early rounds. Back to do it again, maybe a little bit inspired and buoyed by a couple of his mates in the previous round. Cowley, Deva, surfing really well.
Well, we have another Frenchman and Moroccan here back-to-back in heats back-to-back. So it's a fun opportunity, obviously this being a team dynamic event that you get to feed off of that, hear that coaches. These guys are knowing, hey, whatever my coaches just said, got both of those surfers through the last heat.
Live action, Carlos Humberto Escobar of Guatemala. Decent looking right for him, so these rights really coming alive. Last couple of heats. Multiple hits into the lip. Here's Cal Robson, someone else that was outstanding Last time he surfed at this venue, a couple of days back, round 1, dominated. And then back here again with his sleeves rolled up and a bit of heat on his hands in terms of the talent and some of the intensity we're seeing already being displayed. Our surfer out of Morocco will be in blue. It's Abubakar Bouda. And see how he can go out here. There he is. And he'll know a thing or two about a reeling right-hander coming from North Africa. In a place that has some absolutely incredible machine-like waves. It has been those rights that have been favoured. Seen a real noticeable switch. So we had some wind blow into those just at the start of this round, pretty much, right on cue. But we're also seeing at the moment, Rachel, is the increase in the swell. And there's more period clicking through. And there's just a bit more size, a bit more power as well.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what we were looking at this morning, swell has looked entirely different. I mean, even the athletes, obviously, we're watching it here on a screen. It's hard to look at the entire vision of the lineup of how it compares to earlier this morning, but everyone has basically shifted south, shifted down the beach, and are surfing an entirely different peak than we've been seeing them surf over the past few days, even this morning. So lots of changes to adapt through as the swell and the tide have been rapidly changing.
It's always interesting to see how heats start off, isn't it? Particularly when you have a high-scoring affair in the previous, and the 7s and 6s, and then it's just wondering how a surfer's going to approach this. They're going to go out, just try and get a couple of mid-range scores, or they're going to wait for something a bit more significant and think, well, it's going to take those numbers. Does seem to be the former of those. The story of this one in the opening 4.5 minutes, or there's more of a reflection, really, just the kind of waves that have come through. You think if Jorgan had pulled down that reverse on the inside, it would have gone right up through the scale. At the moment, it's Cal Robson with the lead. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I would expect him to replace both of his scores. That's a 4 and a 3 locked in at the moment. We've got a 4 something for Jorgan Kuznets. I think these kind of numbers will be getting replaced as they surf their way into the heat a bit more, but interesting to see things change, and that's sort of new for today because the consistency, we've had days that are really quite similar throughout. Winds haven't really kicked in. We've had the tidal swing, but even that hasn't really moved as much up and down the beach. But this is actually something quite new here today, Rachel. How are they going to react?
Yeah, well, I mean, at first to challenge the wind, they were going left, but now they really are on this right, just dealing with the bumps.
Robson making some shapes with the body, and really the speed was flat out just to kind of keep up with that. There was a couple of wobbles on the flats in front of the wave, and he was driving so hard and so fast, just didn't quite get that completion there. And you can see, just with himself, he'd be thinking, I should have made that. That would have been a really useful number just in the context of the heat. Here's Kuznets, originally out of Reunion Islands. And he'll throw a big hammer. The layback to the air drop. Love that. There's another one. All sorts of spray. And to surf with that much power and speed in a critical section on a heavy wave with some wobbles going through is testament just how polished a performer he is. And also, it's that mental focus and concentration, identifying those sections to be able to execute and ride out clean.
Yeah, and doing it right in front of Callum as well as Callum was paddling out. That's always a little bit frustrating when you've just gotten knocked off your final maneuver and you see someone do something as powerful as this, beautifully executed, jams it in, comes down a little bit behind it, and because of that, kind of loses his speed here. We'll see him really try and engage that rail, build that speed back up. A couple of bottom turns here. He's built his speed back up just in time for this final maneuver to really kick it into gear and rides out clean in front of all of that whitewash. Seeing it in real time again, it's amazing how fast it is. Wow. Fireworks. Oof.
Super impressive combo of turns from Jorgan Kuznets of France at the moment. That number will be very, well, it's extremely significant. No real surprises. It's excellent. 8 points for Jorgan. It had to be right up in that part of the scale. That type of surfing, the commitment, the size of the sections, degree of difficulty, the flow throughout all of that. It's surfing, it's big, tells a bit of a story as well. You see the drama and the airdrop as he recovers in that white water. Really, really cool. And a bit of quality into this heat with 12 on the clock.
Yeah, surfing for France, coming from Reunion Island. Reunion Island being a really small territory of France, but prevails so much talent. I mean, knowing on the longboard side of things, they have Alice Lemon, who is a two-time ISA gold medalist, and in our ISA Longboard World Championships earlier this year, France won the gold medal. So just lots of talent across many disciplines coming from France, but even more so that tiny island of Reunion.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? You think obviously over here in the coaching role, Jeremy Flores be one of the main examples, Joanne Defay as well, France's most decorated surfer in terms of finishing positions on championship tour. Really deep talent pool from that part of the world. You're going to have to make the move over to France because of the surfing situation over there with the Sharks. It was just too dangerous for a while. So part of a whole generation that essentially had to move to the mainland, which is, you know, it's the other side of the world. Made the big switch. One of the advantages of that is you get into that competitive environment in France with a bunch of the comps going on around Europe as a junior. It's access to a load of different resources, so making very good use of that. He's been really close to qualifying for the CT a couple of years. He's had some injury struggles as well. His body looks very much back into rude health, and his surfing's better than we've ever seen it, really. He looks great.
Oh!
And he'll throw away the air attempts, but it just goes to show his confidence and the sort of variety of maneuvers that are available. He doesn't want to be kind of boxed in as a, you know, just a power surfer. He's got that flair in the progression too.
Yeah, you can hear all the energy from behind us, Paul. The team just really amped up from the beach here, cheering them on. It's great to see the camaraderie and the passion from everybody. You know, they just had Cowley win that heat. I'm sure we're going to be hearing from him soon in his post-heat, and Team France would just be feeling so good.
Yeah, another thing, you know, we're talking about surfers like Jeremy Flores, also Joanne Deroux in the coaching role with France, but worth mentioning as well, Pauline Adot, another veteran of the championship tour. She's over here coaching as well, and it's really, really cool to see her getting involved with that French squad and bringing her energy and all of her expertise as well. Been a very kind of level-headed sort of performer as well, Pauline. Super intelligent as a kind of competitor, and also just dealing with all those emotions that you encounter and putting the preparation for a heat and then what actually goes down in the water and then how you kind of recover from that as well. I think she'll be a brilliant addition to that already really strong setup.
Well, that's half of being an event winner or a world champion, is not just having the talent to do so, but the mental state to be able to combat, adapt on the go. I mean, every surfer needs to have a buzzer beater at least once in their journey to a world title. The champions aren't made without them, you know, it just happens. But in order to have something like that, you need to have such a strong mental game to overcome maybe the falls that you've had earlier in the heat that have led you to that point, the belief in yourself, the confidence in your surfing. So to have someone with that type of experience is a huge asset to the team.
No takers on a much softer looking right. A bit of feigned interest, I think, from Callum Robson. Just turned the board around and looked, and he was trying to maybe sell Carlos, who had first priority. Carlos like, nah, I don't think so, mate.
Yeah, I like this strategy from Callum right now. I mean, as we were saying, lots of things need to go right in order for you to win or make it through a heat. And I like that Callum actually has priority 2 under Carlos, but he's sitting farther out, and that is a tactic that we often use in priority to try and sell your person with the higher priority onto a wave so that you can then go higher up in your own priority. So really clever work from him here.
Seven and a half on the clock. As everyone scrambles, we've already made a real shift down to the left of your shot, to the east. if you're going off the compass. And to where these right-handers are offering all sorts of opportunity for surfers like Callum Robson. It's a bomb of a wave, but the takeoff gets him tangled. He'll do really well to get around and just can't quite get there. And there's all sorts going on in terms of what we're going to compare this wave to at the moment in terms of the opportunities. Is the wave, the surf's picked up real quick.
Yeah.
Some bomb sections, almost.
That was the biggest set of the day by far, I'd say.
Any obvious comparisons from the surf world you're going to draw? Where's this wave looking like? Shades of maybe some sections of Haleiwa out there?
Yeah, I like that. I actually like that, yeah.
See that powerful whitewater, and if you do get tangled in it, it's really hard to get around. There's not much to drive that board, so you're just sort of waiting patiently for an opportunity to try and push, get some response off the fins, get out to the face. 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Time to go down and hear from an Olympic champion. Kauli Vast is with Cote.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this is the reality of being Kauli Vast. Everywhere you go these days, you got fans coming in. Did you want my... Okay, that's fine. He just was here for Kauli. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Call me crazy, Kauli, but I'm looking out there, and I'm feeling like this has a slight resemblance to a windy, chunky afternoon at Papara. Am I way off here?
Papara, Papeno, and if it's really big, it can be Haleiwa sometimes with the Kona wind, yeah.
So tell me about that heat. I know every time you paddle out and surf here at the ISA World Surfing Games is a big deal because you're going up against 60 nations in total. And then you got Team France as the 61st nation. So what are these heats like, figuring out some new competitors you haven't surfed against yet?
For the moment, I don't really see and take care about who I'm against with on the heat. I just realized when I get the jersey, I'm looking around and then I seen the guys right next to me in the water before the heat, and I'm like, oh, I'm against these guys. Because the goal is to train, so more heats I can do, more I have like to train, and yeah, more waves. I have good boards. I just need to get better on my surfing also, and also the goal is to win with the team if it's possible. So yeah, try to push everyone to go to the war because it's really challenging. 20 minutes, it's super short, and we have good surfers. So yeah, we all hope to do the best result as we can.
No doubt. Well, of course, you are one of the few surfers on the planet that has an Olympic gold medal for surfing. Tell me how that's changed your life since that huge moment, because again, I'm watching you walk up the beach. I had to wait 15 minutes to talk to you because you had so many fans.
That was only one kid. No, it was last year. I had the chance to enjoy 6 months. I also took seriously start to feel the necessary to qualify because I have my friends in the CT, Marco, Alan, Rio, all the boys, and that's make me want to be in the CT. That this is a dream since the day one, and yeah, that's why I'm training here. And after the Olympics, since the beginning of this year, I have to prove that it wasn't a lucky contest for me, and I need to qualify. This is my goal, and I really want to, so I'm gonna try. It's hard, but I'm gonna try.
It's very hard. It's one of the hardest things to do in the world. Now, Kauli, you got that Olympic gold. What would it mean to you to bring home an ISA gold? Just to, pair those together.
that would be cool. That would be really nice.
Awesome. Well, you're looking so far so good. Kauli Vast has entered
bro.
the chat in a big way. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Kauli looking really good indeed. He's enjoying himself as well. He's enjoying his surfing. Super relaxed. He's getting big numbers, and he's part of a team which is also backing him up. Surfers like Jorgen Kuzenay get an excellent score in this. Other than that big 8-point ride, some movement on the scoreboard. Cal Robson has been rallying for a while to try and get something a little more significant. He's done exactly that, and he's just put that little margin there, Rachel. The 5.27 puts a little gap in terms of the requirement. It's not a huge one for Escobar. He's looking for a 5.33. Surf out of Morocco. Boada, he's looking for a little more. He actually needs an excellent number at the moment, or even a couple of waves, and he's not got loads of time to get them.
Yeah, I'd say the door's still open for our surfer from White, as we're going to see if he can walk through it right now.
There he goes. First turn, a little drift. It's a smaller wave from him. And unable to really find anything particularly critical, so it just gives it a bit of a tickle. There's not much to get really excited about. I'm not sure we saw the 5.53 right there. What it's also going to do is put him quite a long way down on the inside. So he's got some duck diving. He's got some paddling in his future.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm taking a look out behind us right now to just get a wider view, and it looks like he does have quite a ways. I don't know if he'll make it back out in time to catch another one in 2 minutes. Callum sitting out there with third priority. I mean, if I were him right now, I'd still be looking to try and catch another one, just improve that scoreline.
How about you, Jorgan, at the moment? You got the 8, you got the lead, and you got priority. Are you looking to surf more waves at this stage? Are you just kind of chilling, waiting until the end of the heat? What's going through your mind? What you thinking?
Yeah, I'd just be looking for, I'd hope that a wave comes in right at the end so I could just surf it in, that I can stand up. I'm not having to paddle in and surf it in, cruise in. I'm not really worried about my scoreline anymore at this point.
It's also quite nice if you can bring one in just to get up the rocks. If you can start off standing, you can kind of pick your little line through rather than just being lined down the whole way.
Exactly. And they're really far down the beach at the moment in the grand scheme of things. So that means as they come in, they have a pretty long walk up the rocks along the beach too. Like we said, Cowley, I mean, I know he got stopped by a few of the people on the beach, but doing that rock dance, that tango up the beach is a challenge and an opportunity to cut your feet up. Let's take a look at this 5.27 from Callum. A big one and done, but a sizier wave, and I think that's the difference. You know, 5.27 for that one. Carlos in white is needing a 5.50, so pretty similar, just to give an example of what the judges are looking for in order to go mid-5s. Another small wave he finds down the beach on his way back out. Will he be able to milk this into something? Paul, I don't think so, just sheerly off the size of that wave. And if, again, we're comparing, it would have to be better than Callum's 5.27.
So we're all wrapped up and out of time here. We will get a number for the wave. I tell you what, prior to that, Escobar got the 3.9. It's actually got a pretty reasonable number for fairly innocuous looking type of surfing. We'll see where this one goes. What he didn't do was improve the high score by much. They brought the requirement down by 0.03 of a point. So Jorgan will cruise his way in. Job done for Team France. Excellent surfing from Jorgan. And we're looking to keep the ball rolling. We're enjoying the action here at Surf City, El Salvador. More right after this. Welcome back to Surf City. It's the ISA's World Surfing Games 2025. Day 4 of competition. Plenty of fun yet to come. A Tuesday here in Central America. We'll run right through to the weekends, where we'll be crowning medalists out here, looking to be part of the latter stages of competition by staying alive in the main part of the draw out of Portugal, Gui Ribeiro. We're also going to see Tosh Talbot of Costa Rica, Jose Joaquin Lopez of Venezuela, Lenny Jensen out of Germany. Makes up the quartet. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley. Another great looking matchup here. A little bit more juice in terms of the size of the waves, Rachel, and some big scoring opportunity. And for these guys to see that and hear that excellent score go down in the previous, they'll be looking to get amongst some of that action themselves.
Absolutely, and if they were watching that heat before too, they would have seen one of the biggest sets roll through as well. So trying to refine positioning out there when you start to know that the swell is continuing to build, trying to make sure that you're sitting far enough out that maybe you could take advantage of that, not too far out because you're not sure quite how consistent those like massive ones will be. So, you know, that's what kind of these first few minutes are for, is finding your way in the lineup. All 4 of them pretty spread out. We can see green making his way out over to the right, red making his first attempt here.
It's Gui Ribeiro out of Portugal. First snap in the pocket. Woo. And then a tag into the lip. Nice and clean. And a little bit of a grimace from him, a pleasurable one. He's got some fire in his belly. He's got some raw aggression. You love to see it. Here's Jensen out of Deutschland. And a shorter wave in terms of the amount of manoeuvring he's able to do. It's one decent turn. Gave it a good crack. Team Germany, always competitive at these ISA events, particularly in recent years, of how well prepped they are. Big squad coming through, surf coaches, physical trainers, very well resourced in terms of the personnel that they're bringing. That's part of the story. They've also got some serious talent as well among their ranks.
Dylan Groen making it through his heat earlier today in this round, so he's on to round 4. I'm sure Lenny here is, sights are set to do the same.
So 20 minutes to post your 2 biggest scores and to avoid heading to repechage. So everyone in the round 3 at the moment here, they've already been in good form. That's why they're still in this round. So elimination, you get a couple of chances. You fall out the main draw, then you go to repechage. Essentially, you get to lose twice. But staying in this round as long as you can is a shorter route to the final, but it also means you've still got those opportunities to maybe have a bad heat ahead of you. So you'll see surfers disappointed to get 3rd or 4th here, but they're not out of competition. Now, positioning wise, a long way back. Tosh Talbot, will he get onto the face? When he does, it's a little belated, and that wave has already used up its energy.
I think that was a good call from him. Instead of still going for that final maneuver, which he had made it around the section 4 in time, but that would have just delayed his paddle back out. And he knew that he already had kind of missed really the point scoring opportunity of that wave. And so instead of going for that, coming through the whitewash, duck diving a few, he's saving his energy, cuts out clean, has a much easier paddle back out.
Good number for Team Portugal. Gui Ribeiro, 6'5" for him to kick things off. The combo of 2 turns. We're just enjoying that. 6'5". It was a smaller wave as well, but the speed and the intensity were right up there throughout. That's why he's got a good number. And you're thinking if he connects with that kind of surfing on a more significant wave, this number, that's going to go really, really big. Powerful surfer, good competitor. Already had a good career so far. His summer finished real well out in northwest Spain. Pantini won the QS there.
Just gonna say that.
In pumping surf. Here he goes on a big section.
Wow, I loved that turn. I loved that. He almost looked like he floated through that thing. Not floater as it, like he just looked like he floated soared, you know, like a bird. Just, that was really nice.
Yeah, he's enjoying that form, bringing it over from a different part of the world. And never quite know how that's going to go, do you, I suppose? And then you find yourself out in the water and you're still connecting well, you're still surfing great in a completely different wavescape. That's got to feel really good. It's interesting to see surfers get contest wins and results. They sort of come in clusters, don't they? And when you're in form and everything's dialed in, boards, body, mind, all of that stuff, you just want to keep surfing heats.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel so good. Actually, even if I get knocked out of a heat, there's no time I want to surf a heat more is after I get knocked out. You know, because you're feeling like, oh, I'm feeling confident now. I'm feeling good. The nerves are done. I just want to go out and attack. And so it's nice that these surfers have the repechage ground to fall back into. But look at that. I love that moment of pause up there. It just really exemplifies the speed that he went into that, because had he not had that same amount of speed, he would have just kind of come down more with the lip. But here drives through that rail and projects forward. Makes a lot of ground as he moves along the wave.
Can I draw our attention to the look back as well? I love this. Look, he comes out of this, stomps it, uses those strong legs, and look at this. Just gives it the little look over the shoulder. Love that. He's enjoying his surfing. The judges will give him a good number, 5.07 for that one hit. And his numbers at the moment, 11.57, and he's way ahead of everybody else. 8 minutes gone. Let's get down. Winner of the last heat, Jorgen Cousinet, is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. One of my personal favorite surfers, Jorgen Cousinet. Nice work out there, looking good. How are you feeling heat after heat?
Feeling great. My boards are looking good. My boards are going good. I'm in shape. Just my back hurts so bad. So every day I'm with the physio, with the chiro. Taking pills as well, like not bad pills, but like it's been going good. My surfing feels great. Like I said in the previous heat, I went to train in trestles, which is a right and left. So I think this helps my surfing to make some hits over here. So yeah, I'm happy.
That's smart. I want to ask you about inspiration. In the heat before you saw Kali Voss, your teammate, go out there, blew the place up, got huge scores. Does that inspire you? Does that fire you up to keep the pace being set by your teammates?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if next heat we're going to be together, but it's going to be a great heat, no matter what. And yeah, for sure, I heard he got a 7.5. I was like, okay, well, man, I got to do better.
He can do it, I can do it.
I can do it too. Yeah, let's win. Yeah, just before the heat, we checked and we were like, okay, man, we're going to make it together. Let's do it. And yeah, it's just all about teams here. We want the gold medal as a team, so we want to go as far as we can. And yeah, we'll see. But for the moment, Kali looks good. Sam looks good. I'm still there too. And the girls are all in the like almost main round. One is in the repechage, so we're gonna do our best.
Looking good for Team France right now. We just talked a little bit before this interview the importance of staying in the main rounds. We're talking about surfing 3-4 heats to get to the final, whereas if you're in the repo, what are you surfing, 20 heats to get back to the main podium?
Yeah, that's what I checked yesterday. I was like, oh, if I lose right here, I'm gonna have to do probably like 9 heats of the repechage to be in the final, so it's gonna be a long way. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm not in the repechage and do my best to stay in the main event. So yeah, for the moment I'm like building. I wanna do better and better. So it's cool. And can I say something about?
Please.
My board? Yeah, thank you, Marcio, for the board. Also, thank you to American Vintage, Ruse, for all the supports. And yeah, that's it, huh?
Look at that. Official ISA competitor, Jorgen Cousinet, in the main round and thriving. Yeah, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, love it. Great stuff from Jorgen. Another excellent number for him. He mentioned the physical discomfort he's been feeling. Did not look like it at all.
Not at all. Surfing through something like that, I mean, fortunately, the ISA provides a lot of good assets here to the athletes. Physios, ice bath, full medical staff. On top of that, a lot of the teams come with their own support crew as well in that department. Let's take a look at this replay that happened while we were on break from Jose. That one really opening up his account.
Yeah, he needed to as well. He really needed just to get going, find something, get in motion, get surfing. They're going to do exactly thus. Talbot. It was cool and cruisy and stylish, but it was also incomplete.
Back foot just looks like it got out of contact with that board, and then he couldn't re-find that back again in the midst of that critical turn.
Also interested to hear, Jorgan, for practice, headed to your hometown,
Yeah.
San Clemente, went to trestles. What do you think of that as a tactic for warming up for this wave?
You know, it's a wave that is in a lot of conversation because it looks like this wave is also an A-frame peak. You can practice on the rights and lefts. But once you get down here, a lot of people have gone, yeah, I thought it was going to be like lowers, but it's not because the power is completely different. So it's similar in the opportunities that you get to go both right and left, that it's more of a reef break. It's not a beach break or something like that. But in every other way is pretty different.
Yeah, maybe someone like Jorgan will feel if it's small out here, maybe it'll be more similar to a wave like Lowe's. And if it does get bigger out here with the power, that'll be something that he's quite used to anyway. Stefan, there's kind of pretty powerful beach breaks in Hossegor where he's been based for the last 10 years now. But it's whatever preparation went in, tell you what, it's working so far for Cousinet. It's working pretty well as well for Guillermo Ribeiro, coming in here off a win in a QS event that's been going for 30 plus years over in Pantin, a real traditional stop on the Euro Tour. Usually it's kind of the end of that Euro summer season, that event. He came here with all of that good energy and he's been able to put that into performances here. He's leading this heat at the moment with that 6.5. He's only ridden the 2 waves though. We haven't had loads come through out here, so that strong start really maximizing smaller wave for 6.5. Now starting to look really, really meaningful for him as we see an ocean not providing multiple opportunities for surfers, and Lopez, Talbot, they've really outsorts it. Again, improvement for Lopez. He got himself a 4.33. He's still sitting on a really low number. As for Lenny, got the 5-point ride locked in. Team Germany needs to go to work on his backup 1.83. His first priority is with our leader, Ribeiro. He'll go left from a prone takeoff position, which is generally not a good way to start your wave, and it'll just be a kick out.
Yeah, I mean, that really being because those outside sections are where that critical and most scoring potential really is. You know, that the end section being really important for stamping it, but you really want to have the opportunity to do something on the outside to wow the judges.
Important wave for Talbot, and a similar theme, and then it's incomplete for him. Certainly not desperation at this stage. He's still got just under 6 minutes to go, but he doesn't have anything meaningful on the board at all. And that's the bad news for his point of view, because even Lopez, who's chasing, he does have the 4.33 here. The Tosh, on the other hand, he's stuck in the ones, and he just needs to stick something, make it, get a completion, get a little bit of substance to his scoreline, all the while that Jensen sitting on the 1.83, super vulnerable in seconds. Just get something out on sort of parity with that mid-range number and see where you go from there. 5 on the clock. We talk about 5 minutes as if it's more significant. You know, we talk about the 5-minute warning and a lot of heats as well. What happens when you, particularly when you're losing with 5 minutes to go? Is there a different strategy that you employ when you get that 5-minute warning?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think, you know, if you're Jose right now, initially you're just trying to improve upon your 0.93. You're trying to get something substantial into your score line as best as you can. And you're not just turning around on anything, right? But he only needs a 2.51. So I think it's when you hit that 5-minute mark that you start going, okay, you know, and maybe even more 3 minutes for a requirement like a 2.51. He's going to be patient and go, all right, I'll turn around on basically anything that will at least get me this minimum requirement. But any more time than that, you're silly to turn around on just a 2.5 and utilize, you know, your second priority. So he's being patient. He's waiting. You can see he's moving away from Lenny, who's sitting in white. If I were Lenny, I'd be starting to chase him down. We'll see if that's what he's doing now, because with a 2.5, that is a really small requirement, and there's quite a bit of distance in between them now.
You can see a real ruffle to the lip line. You can see just how bumpy that sea surface is. So once again, those conditions Really changing and a bit of a deterioration with that higher tide. More of that chop is coming through to the inside here. You can see the wobble. You can also see Tosh Talbot with a good turn, and he's done really well to combo that up, so much better from him. He will paddle back out with some real fire and some cadence to his paddling, because he just got himself back in the heat, pending, of course, other business going on around him. Here's your heat leader, Guy Ribeiro. Not a lot on offer through this inside. He'll just milk that, though. So just trying to maximize anything going on the inside and not resting on his laurels and his numbers. 11.57 out of 20 is what he's got on the board, and he wants more.
We just saw an interesting exchange as well. I watched out the window behind us, Paul, was Lenny and Jose. Jose, who was taking off on a wave going right, Lenny ended up taking off left. So Jose had to cut out right away. Then Lenny cut out right away as well. They're both making their way back out to line up. Looks like Lenny got that first priority. I'm sure Jose will be just behind. So it's looking like there's still quite a bit of distance in between them. You can see them more in the distance of your screen. But it doesn't look like Lenny's sitting quite on top of Jose yet. Still just needing that 2.51. Tosh also decreasing his requirement to a 2.41. So, you know, if I was Lenny at this point now, I'm trying to improve upon my 1.83.
Yeah.
Up that requirement.
Well, it'll be nervous moments for him and for Team Germany at the moment. Talbot right back in this. We talked about what he needed to do. It's exactly that. Get something on the board. 4.33 puts him still in third, but puts him in a dangerous position when he can get back to the lineup. He's in blue right there, so he's right there right now. But an opportunity here. Here he goes. Oh, just looking for a 2. It's just a kick out. That won't be it. And this will also give... Where's Lenny? Just with that first priority, you would think he'd be heading over to try and do some covering work. We can't see him on our shot currently. Looking at the heat leader, Ribeiro. Looking at Tosh Talbot currently in third as we get now towards that final minute.
It'll be interesting to see how this next minute plays out, because I'm surprised he kicked out of that one, only needing a 2.41. Had he done a hit and rode out of it, I would argue that it was pretty safe to say it would be the score. Lenny sitting in between both of them, so he's just stressing. It looks like Green is having a look and is taking off farther down the beach.
Here we go. Lopez looking for a 2.51. There's a combo of backhand turns.
Oh my goodness.
It's a complete combo as well. And you'd have to be feeling pretty good about him getting the score for that. However, still 30 seconds on the clock. Still surfers in the lineup. Still hungry to surf. Let's see if opportunities come their way. There we go. Judges waste little time in giving the number for this. It will, Rachel, move him up. This is a 3.9 for Lopez.
Wow. Just phenomenal in the dying seconds. Is able to nail that one. He needed that. He got it.
That felt really, really good for Jose.
Doesn't look like any more opportunity for Lenny. Out the back, only needing a 3.23, and Tosh only needing a 3.80. So a really tight heat for second, but it was Guilherme who had the lead the entire time.
Yeah, that classic battle for second place. But Jose Joaquin Lopez has picked the pocket of Lenny Jensen here, and Lenny wouldn't have known really who to cover. There's two surfers that suddenly got themselves
It's a really
back
tough position
involved.
to be in.
Left him, he was vulnerable while he sat on that one. And ultimately, you got to say, the Venezuelan who backed himself, stayed in contention, got the job done. We'll keep rolling with the action here from Surf City, El Salvador. Once again, we'll say buenas tardes to True Starling and Barton Lynch. They're going to jump back in for the call. More live action right after the break.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
And we are back for day 4 of the ISA World Surfing Games, and we've seen a little bit of a change in the weather as well. We're expecting a big bit of rain. You could see that on the horizon as well. It's pretty grey out there, so we're just getting ourselves ready for it. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Bart and Lynch.
And what a pleasure it is.
Yes.
Both from the northern beaches of Sydney, and here we find ourselves in El Salvador talking surfing.
I
so
know.
Cool.
And look at that grey out the back. Wow.
Well, we might call that a deeper shade of grey.
Yes.
We've had those evening storms the last 4 nights, massive storms, but at night, normally coming on around 9 p.m, 10 p.m, it's gone crazy each night. This is sort of moving, and ordinarily it felt like it was moving in from the mountains, from the inland that made its way out to the sea.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a different scenario today.
Yeah.
The cloud bank and all of that storm that we can see is out to sea and kind of moving in towards us. So the cameramen have all had to batten down the hatches and prepare for potentially, you know, stormy conditions as we move through the afternoon.
Yeah, it definitely interrupts my leisurely walk back to the hotel for sure. I'm going to have to either run or just stick around and
get a bus.
Yeah, get the bus.
Dane Henry at 2.67 going into this event as one of the most progressive and influential young surfers in the world today.
We've got Ruben Vitoria from Spain as well. Whoa!
Critical commitment. We've already seen great commitment in this heat.
Wow, that was awkward timing a little bit, but he did well to get up there. And then this is Levi. Oh my gosh.
He did good to get up there too. That was going to be a fantastic score if he'd completed that, even that one turn. And look, you can see out the back there the storm clouds. They've been sitting out there for quite some time. It's not like it feels like they're rolling in at us very quickly.
Yeah.
But it's definitely ominous.
Oh, it is for sure. And we're pretty lucky though. We're in the land of just constant waves here, Surf City, El Salvador, and there's still plenty of good opportunity. And I feel like all 4 of these surfers have competed in, I reckon, a lot worse conditions than what we've got here. This is still pumping.
Absolutely. And you imagine 9 days of competition, you pretty much guarantee there's some ups and downs in that.
Yeah.
Nowhere maybe as consistent really in the world over a 9-day period as what we have experienced here in El Salvador in the past. I don't want to jinx us this time around, but you know, the past experiences are that this is a really competitive environment that's just consistent, gives all the surfers opportunities. And we've seen some nerves there in the early stages of this heat. Dane Henry, the 2.67, kind of average wave selection.
Yeah.
Ruben Vitoria fell going for a crazy one out of the top. Levi Epinitas, actually from South Africa, lives in South Africa, representing Greece, connecting with his bloodline, his family's roots, which is really, for me, one of the things I love the most about this event and style of competition is that it allows people to connect with their heritage and look back into their heritage and know what they are and where they came from, and then go and represent those nations on the international stage. And it's a very cool thing.
Yeah, it's a real part of themselves and finding that connection.
Yeah.
As well. It's a big part of it. And we actually also have well, he's not working this event, but he is a fellow commentator, I would say, in Oni Anwar in this heat as well. He's commentated many events, particularly in the Asian side of the world, over in Bali, Indonesia. And he's a dad as well. He's got a beautiful little boy, Noah. And I'm sure they're watching on as well. But, yep, Oni representing the country of Indonesia. They're such a tight-knit, close community. They travel so much together, and it's really special to see how they feed off each other's energy. And, I mean, it's, to be honest, we could say this about every single team that we see. They've got such a cool vibe, and everyone has a different kind of chant, I guess, or a different
Yeah.
group huddle before they go out for the heats.
Yep.
And we had a really exciting last heat as well. Let's go chat to the winner and Chris Cote.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the Weather Channel right now because, you know what I mean? As you paddled out, it was kind of like fun, side shore air wind. And then within 5 minutes of that heat, storm front moved in. What happened out there?
Yeah, it was super weird. Out of nowhere, I was seeing some air sections and some good wind to the right. And out of nowhere, the wind picked up and went straight on shore. And yeah, surfing is like this. You gotta adapt. You gotta figure out your own way. It's you against the sea, and yeah, I made it happen in the first few minutes of the heat.
Now, going out here, the water's like 85 degrees, the air's 85 degrees as well. How do you maintain your composure? We are in paradise. This is a vacation destination, but you're here for business. What have you been doing to prepare yourself for heats?
Yeah, I've been speaking with all my team, and we all say this time, after doing two waves in a row, you look like you are in a sauna. But yeah, we just have been drinking a lot of water, stay in the shade, stay in the aircon in the room, and yeah, just avoid the sun as much as you can, and yeah, come to the beach when you want to support the team and do the heat.
Well, Portugal always has a strong presence here in ISA competition. How are you feeling about your team's chances to potentially get on top and get that gold medal for the team?
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost Fred to the repechage in the previous heats. But yeah, we are such a strong team. We are just, the environment in the team is just crazy. I love this type of competitions. I love hanging out with all the boys and girls. And yeah, we didn't lose anyone. We're still on the repechage. So yeah, we're still going for the gold.
Well, I feel bad for the other surfers in the repechage round because Freddie Moraes is there and he's angry. So that's going to be fun to watch. Congratulations, mate. Anyone want to say any words to the homies back home?
Só agradecer aí o suporte aí vindo de casa, todas as mensagens. Bora lá, mais um hit feito. O que interessa é passar, está feito. Bora Portugal.
Thank you, Chris and Guilherme. I mean, that was a really exciting heat. Dane Henry, though, he's been electrifying the last couple of days already. Ruben, trying to get a couple of connections in as well. It's a better looking wave for him after that rocky start, I would say, and this weather system is really moving in. You can see how dark it's getting out there.
And you could hear the wind in the microphones, couldn't you? Rustling through here. Anwar from Indonesia. Not much had really happened on that wave, so it was sort of a situation where you go, well, I may as well try really to do something really big, and if I pull it off, I'll turn this average wave into a score. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah.
So although there was a fall there, strategically the correct thing to do.
Yeah, he's a pretty out there surfer.
Mm.
He's got a really different approach to heats. He knows how to turn it on when he needs to as well, though. So he's pretty he's pretty spot on with what he's doing. He's an experienced competitor. He's been in this scene a lot as well. And then, we look at Ruben Vitoria. I think this is one of his first or maybe second ISA events that he's done. So that's pretty huge to be on this stage representing Spain at, such a early entry level.
Mm-hmm.
And for Levi, as you said, he's from Cape Town in South Africa.
South Africa, bro.
Yeah. Representing Greece. A couple of small scores, a 2.9 and a 2.67 has Dane Henry in the lead. He's the reigning ISA World Juniors champion for 2024. But this right here, wow. That was lightning fast.
Yeah, it just felt like an experienced veteran type of surfing. One turn there for Levi into the closeout. But for Anwar, that was like in rough, bumpy, lumpy conditions and everything, kind of the pressure of the moment, all those things just look so calm and smooth, but fast and electric. That was really beautiful surfing.
Yeah,
Again, he surfed that up, sorry.
No.
He surfed that. That wave was not much.
Yeah.
But the way he performed on it, you guarantee he's going to get a score that will be valuable or worthwhile.
Here we go, live action. Dane Henry got the gold medal here, actually, last year. The ISA World Juniors, big finish for Dane. That's the kind of form we're used to seeing from him.
And it looked like controlled, smart, competitive form. It wasn't, we know he can go to the air and do all crazy stuff, but after a 2.9, a 2.6, you're thinking, okay, I'd better, get a 4 or a 5 even and just start to build the campaign. And he looked like he surfed that in a controlled way, not below his potential, but just within himself so that he gets the completion and gets a score that he can feel good about.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was really tame. He still had that moment on the wave where you're like, ooh, but he did surf outside of himself. He was like, I'm just going to put a score on the board. He's really good at knowing how to get into the 6+ range. So he's just trying to do that because there's not really been too much. That 4 of Onis, he does have another score to lock in. But for Dane, he'll get a good score in with 7 minutes to go.
And there it is, the score of 5.67. I was about to say, I feel like it was better than the 4. It felt like better surfing.
Yeah.
Very clean and very fast and just authoritative, wasn't it? It was just like, regardless of all the conditions and all the bump and the lump and everything, he just looked so authoritative and in control.
Yeah, he really did. A 6.5 locked in for Dane Henry. He's sitting in second. Levi gets a 4.17.
One backhand re-entry, good signs there. Could take a lot of confidence out of that and go, okay, let's find one with enough space for 2.
Let's take another look at this last one of Dane Henry's.
Pumping down the face. There's that first wrap. Inspired by your opponent, you're able to spray. Always feels kind of good. Into the last turn. Just out of the top, karate chop the lip. Good score. Anytime you get a 6, you know you're on something that you can keep. You just wrap that one.
Looks like he's opted for a different board selection to what we saw him on compared to the other day here at La Bocana. He, touching back on before when he got that gold medal last year, he was actually part of the team to bring gold home for Team Australia for the first time in 10 years, which is pretty incredible. He's flying down the line. We know he's good in the air. He's going to go to the sky, but just, unfortunately, just loses connection with his board. Adam Dufner, Team Australia coach, is here. He's down here morning and night and stays pretty much probably the first and last on the beach, honestly. He works with Dane a lot back in Australia. He's really invested in his career, and wow, big backhand snap for Levi. Wow, he throws a lot of spray as a really powerful goofy footer with a good finish there.
Nice ride to back up the 4.17. Dane Henry still counting that 2.9 with the best wave of the heat so far. And with only 5 minutes to go, Ruben and Levi need to get a wriggle on because, both needing 2 scores. Depending where this one comes in for Levi, I feel like the wave was confusing.
Yeah.
Where to turn, what to do, how to manage it.
Onianwa, couple of nice rail carves into the lip to get a finish. He gets those hands up above his head. He's got beautiful placement. With just under 5 minutes to go, I feel like this last one of Levi's, I think it'll be better than the 4.17.
Mm-hmm.
He threw a lot of spray. I actually quite liked it. The first and last turn, he had some good energy about him. Here we go. Oh.
Not what Ruben needed. Looked too small right at the very start, didn't it? I'm thinking, don't catch this one. It's not big enough.
Just out of control for Ruben. That pressure is getting the best of him. You can see Levi waving his arms. He's asking for a situation. 4 minutes to go.
It's a very tight heat. 5s and 4s everywhere. 6.5 for Dane Henry. Needs to back that up with something of consequence. He's going to try right now.
Here he goes, Dane Henry. Quick float. Not loving the wave choice right now, to be honest.
Just desperately trying to improve on that 2.9, isn't he? And maybe he doesn't even do that at that point in time.
So we've got 3.5 minutes to go. And we've got one more heat after this one. In the men's round, we're going to see if we can finish that one off. We're going to have a look, assess the conditions, particularly this weather. Keep an eye on any lightning.
That's the primary concern at this point in time. A bit of rain, a bit of wind never stopped many surfers. But the lightning is a serious consideration here in El Salvador. And something we're keeping an eye on. So we will go into the very next heat, try and conclude that, and then call it a day. Been a great day. Look how tight this heat is, a 3.2 for Dane Henry. So he did improve a little bit.
Honestly, I was a big question mark there for the wave selection on that one of Dane's. Didn't really look like it was, I mean, he had to go it, so can't really fault him there, but I was like, well, I don't know, is it worth going back out? But then you look at the clock and there's 2 minutes to go, so.
And Levi needs a 4.78, so it's not much. He has the first priority. Is this a good-looking right-hander? No, he has to pull through.
Wow.
But he doesn't mind Anwar getting it because he's already in the lead. His main concern is Dane Henry and getting a wave to overtake Dane Henry. Really only needs a 5-point ride. Dane Henry recognises the moment. He wants information. So does Levi.
Wow.
Like, talk to us. Tell us what's going on so we know what our next move should be.
This is really, really close between Dane and Levi right now. There's 0.6 separating them. This
Here we go.
is
Is this a
insane.
wave? He's got the priority. I like how he's just concentrating on himself, Levi. He's not looking at Dane Henry. He's not giving Dane Henry any of his energy, or he's just keeping his focus on what he needs to do. He needs to find a wave. He's got enough time. We've seen some great backhand re-entries from him. One massive backhand hanger could get him the 5. We've seen that happen already today in other heats.
Yeah.
So it's a precarious situation. Here's the heat leader.
Nice first jab. I mean, he can kind of just surf these ones all the way through. It feels like a bit of a victory lap for Oni Anwar. Really smart surfing in this heat with 45 seconds to go. Wow, it is going to be so close.
Look at this right-hander. Way outside his green, but he's in second priority. Blue, 30 seconds on the clock. Is he swinging? He's got to swing. He's got to go paddling.
Wow, he needs a 4.78. Levi for Greece. This is his last opportunity. Bit of a wobbly first section. Recovers well. Bogs the nose just a bit. Gets a better connection there for Levi, and he rides out of that. Wow. We're going to have another buzzer beater. Ruben with 10 seconds to go. Big airdrop down. One big turn. He needs a 6.83.
He doesn't get that.
No.
Well, there's an inside, though. Bonus section.
He's just going to surf this one all the way through, but big question marks of this last wave of Levi Epinetos from Greece.
Time is done.
Yeah.
So a 4.78 is the ask. There is every chance he gets that. It was a little bit of, at the start of it on those first couple of manoeuvres that weren't quite perfect, but then the finishing turn was quite nice and critical. It's only a 5.
Yeah.
A 5 means you get the win, you know, so.
Wow. He had that extra just pizzazz to it. It's particularly that last turn. This is going to be really, real touch and go. Let's take another look.
First turn, snaps out of the top. Not a lot of points in that one. Second turn, not bad, but that catch of the nose takes something out of it. Last turn was nice, kind of got stuck in the lip a little bit.
Wow.
So there were quite a few moments where it was just not quite perfect, the surfing.
Yeah.
How'd he go? There it is.
Yeah, it gets a 4.4, so just not quite enough. Dane Henry scrapes through, maintaining his place in that main round, as well as Oni Anwar. Really, really close, though, for Levi Epinetos. It was right there.
Yeah.
Just not getting the score.
Fair to say maybe the score was in the wave. And those couple of little catches, those little moments that were a little bit off perfect, actually cost him most probably advancement there. But there's some positives to take from it too. You just challenged the best junior surfer in the world right now.
Yeah, big time. He really challenged him too. He put him through his paces. I that, you know, we've seen so many buzzer beater moments throughout this whole event so far. It wouldn't have surprised me if that happened, but we're going to go straight into heat number 12. Tim Elter from Germany taking on Joshua Burke from Barbados. Wow. Big connection there. That was Augustin Zanotta from Uruguay. Also Luca Macinas from Peru. Tim Elter.
Wow.
Oof.
Big, tall
Power.
man.
Yeah, he's really tall. When I was having a chat to him, I was glad that we were sitting down. Otherwise, I would have needed to be up on a box there. My 5'2" frame is, tiny compared to him.
Classic.
So,
yeah, I was going to say Joshua Burke, very experienced competitor too. Tim Elter and Luca Macinas, both tradesmen-like, you know, experienced and ready. They know exactly what to do. Olympians. So there's a lot of talent in this heat. And Augustin Zanotta for Uruguay got the first wave, only a 1 point ride, so that won't have any influence. Elter there with a nice big wrap. Back into another one, little pedestrian to start. Sees a section in front of him, keeps the speed into it, throws that big frame at it and gets the completion of a layback. Here's Uruguay.
oof. Big turn.
Big turn, big section. Wobbly, bumpy, kind of like riding a Bronco, that one.
Yeah. All right, live action. Luca Macinas in and out for Peru.
La Machina.
Got to have a chat to him the other day, actually, about how, you know, we have the ISA World Juniors heading to Peru this year, and he's saying, yeah, you know, my first ever ISA World Juniors was in Peru.
Well,
you know, so to be able to see the world's best juniors come to my hometown is exciting, and wow, good first turn for Augustin Zanotta from Uruguay. Gets that completion. So that's a little bit tidier, better connections. And Joshua Burke from Barbados. Ooh, bit of an awkward connection there. Luca Macinas. That's a better looking ride. Just punches the fins out the back. That had a bit of extra, just, I don't know, extra something to it.
Yeah.
Timmy Elter. Clean looking wave so far. Just shutting down.
How quickly did it go from clean to...
Seriously.
It was like that.
Oh,
As
wow.
you said it, the face just went...
Yeah.
It just changed.
Cursed him. 3.83 for first of Tim Elter. A few more scores to lock in as well. We've got pretty decent weather system rolling on through. Hasn't quite hit us yet, but we're definitely expecting it at some point. Hopefully nothing too crazy. The waves, still plenty on offer. I actually feel like some of my favourite surfs are when it's like this.
Yeah, it so much depends on what you do with it, doesn't it? The surf can be perfect and you can have a bad surf and not enjoy it if the crowds or you don't get them, or it can be absolute rubbish and you have the best time ever because you're stoked about how you're doing, what you're doing and where your energy's at. And so surfing's, you know, I often say it's not about, the conditions are irrelevant. Doesn't matter what they're like, you know. There's no use having an opinion or caring as a competitor because you'll be disappointed at some point. You just need to be ready to take the challenge no matter what it is. And that's what's difficult about being a professional surfer, is that every surf you go for, every heat you have is different. No two of them are ever the same, and then no two waves are ever the same. You've never ridden two waves, I don't know how many thousand waves I've ridden, but no two were ever the same. So it's just a fascinating thing that keeps you so engaged.
Oh, really? It's exciting as well because you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, and then you go a little bit deeper into, you know, doing what the wave tells you. The wave wants me to do a snap here or a carve there or whatever it is, and you're like, oh, okay, I need to adjust to this. You can't dictate the ocean. It dictates you.
Yeah, if you get up and you go, I'm going to do this, you've missed the point.
Yeah.
Haven't you? You know, you get up and the wave's your dance partner.
Yeah.
And you've got to follow her, he, the wave's lead, you know?
It's a pretty incredible sport that we all love so much, the lifestyle as well. It takes us to some pretty incredible places like beautiful El Salvador here, big first jam. for Luca Messinas. Great recovery as well as he kicks out.
Surfers moved way down the beach. Really now surfing on a completely different peak to where the surfers have been in the previous rounds and the previous days. Bunch of 4s in there as totals. Nobody really having a score of consequence at this point in time, but with the deteriorating conditions, maybe 3s and 4s become scores of consequence.
Yeah. Yeah, it really seems like that. Feels like, you know, you just got to make the most of that. Whatever opportunity that you have. That last heat we saw 3s and 4s where the, you know, or 4s and 5s, sorry, we're getting you through heats. You don't need to do too much for that progression spot. Joshua Burke eyeing off this section and gets that completion as well. Just tying the bow, not doing anything too crazy, just trying to get a good foundation to start.
And when he doesn't do anything, it still looks good because he's got such a great style. Strong, powerful surfer. Luca Messinas, beautiful first turn, catches a little edge there. Nelly goes over the handlebars, pulls it back, gets the second turn completed and jumps out the back.
Joshua Burke, he's been chasing waves and clips as well. He's got some pretty cool stuff on his Instagram. Oh. I don't mind that. I honestly don't mind. He's probably going to get a 3 to a 4 for that, and I think that was really smart competitive surfing to get himself into this heat. Tim Elter. Oh, that one stands up perfectly for him, and wow. Oh, stay with that. Big completion there for Tim Elter.
Bravo. That section grew twofold in front of him. We'll watch on the replay. Augustin.
Bit of a foamy wave, but navigating it well. That was a good connection there. Just maybe the quality of the wave letting him down a little bit. He was all the way through to the inside, so
yeah,
hopefully some good turns out the back. A 5.83 locks in for that previous to last of Luca Messinas with 12.5 minutes to go.
Joshua Burke feels like he's a little bit behind the 8 ball now with the surfing of Luca Messinas, dropping the 5.83, the heat high, and that's going to be eclipsed by Timmy Elter's wave when it comes through. Pretty certain of that.
Yeah.
It could be, I don't know, it could go 7.5s, it could maybe go 8s even. It was beautiful cutty at the start, and here we go, we're going to watch it again. See how flat the wave is, small. There's the cutty. Weaves it. Watch how big this wave grows. This turn's beautiful. Great turn. Look how big it doubles in size, Nelly.
Wow.
Hits it perfectly. That was super important completion and beautiful surfing. So well read. Going to have something big to go with the 3.83 and take himself into the lead, I'd say.
Definitely. Big, strong surfing usually equals big, strong scores. So waiting on that to lock in. A 3.2 for that last wave of Luca Messinas. Doesn't go into his top 2. Augustin Zanotta waiting on his score as well as Tim Elter. We've got the winner of the last heat with Chris Cote.
Oh, thanks, team. One Anwar, one of the most stoked humans on the planet. So, Oni, obviously, the conditions are pretty wild. How do you stay positive? How do you stay this happy when you know the pressure's on and you're going to compete in some insane waves?
I honestly been watching all day. The waves been fun, and until my heat, I can see this black spot at the back. All this wind came, and it's luckily before I came here at my home in Cobblestone, I was surfing and somehow just practicing. We got no one out, and it's exactly like this. And I was like, oh my God, is that the same time that when I was practicing by myself? And that energy kind of just like, you know, it's strange for Indonesian to be stoked at this kind of wave because we are spoiled. But at the same time, like, I got to do something great for my team, so I'm stoked. Yeah.
Well, we love how you carry yourself in and out of the water. In Hawaii, you know the word aloha.
Aloha.
What is a word like that you would use in Indonesia to show how you spread love?
Okay, so in Indonesia we have so many different languages. So Indonesian is the main one, but every island we have different, like maybe 700 language. but all the surfer boys, we call it bagus, or like, bagus is the way we can say
Bagus,
it.
bagus,
Sekali.
bagus. All right, what are your goals for the rest of this event? Besides making everyone around you happy, what are your goals for yourself?
Enjoy every moment, I guess. You know, we're so blessed to surf any condition, and I'm stoked to be here, still representing my country, and I'm still like able to paddle out and surf with the young guns, you know. So I think for now I'm just learning to become more a mentor for the younger kid coming from Indonesia. So coaching or something in the long term. But now I still have the proud for Indonesian team to choose me to surf, and then why not to be stoked about that?
I'm right there with you. I'm sure you got some friends, fans from back home watching. Want to give a message?
Ayo Indonesia, maju, let's go!
Bagus, Oni on war!
Yes, Oni. He is so awesome. He brings the good vibes. He's always ready for it. And yeah, far out. He's such a good human being as well.
Yeah, super cool interview there. All smiles. During the break, a 6.17 drop for Tim Elter.
Yeah.
And I don't mind saying I'm kind of surprised by that score. I thought it was going to be much bigger than that. I could have easily put a point on that. The first term was just a cutback, fine, nothing much. The second term was beautiful and timed so nicely to connect with the last section as the thing grew up, and he hit that last section and controlled the whiteboard and came through. I thought it had to be a 7. So I was wrong. Here it was in the replay, one snap. So far it's a little pedestrian, but this turn here, wow, beautiful turn. Into the next. So what I'm taking from that is that I've seen 4s for 1 turns.
Yeah.
They're giving those 2 turns a 3 each, essentially, and I feel like it was hard done by, is how I feel.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that was, given the conditions, given the moment, given what it is, I thought it was a near excellent ride.
Yeah.
But I'm just a waffling commentator.
Wow. Fantastic. Couple of good combos.
That was a comeback wave, wasn't it?
It really was. Tim Elter, let's see what he can do. He's fired up already. Good first turn. Gets some speed, floats it there. He's got a big frame. Wow, 3-turn connection. He might even, I thought he was going to get a 4th, but kicks out. Luca Macinas just kicks out of his one as well. So that 6.17 and a 3.83 has Tim Elter in the lead. He has a score to lock in as well.
Yeah, bye-bye 3.83.
Yeah.
And Augustin, he might get his best wave of the heat so far as well. And Joshua Burke has kind of gone missing in this one. You look at the wave counts of all the other surfers. Timmy Elter's had 4. Luca Macinas has had 5 and 4 also for Augustin Zanota. So Joshua Burke only on 2 rides. One of them was 0.80, so really only on 1 wave. And he's a much better surfer than we've had the opportunity to see. But the conditions are super challenging.
Yeah, it's really tough. And I think it's hard too. You know, we've had 3 days of perfect conditions. And now today we woke up and it was still really fun this morning. We saw, you know, the aftermath of the storm, and now we're really seeing it. It would be difficult to, you know, change your mindset or your heat strategy to suit that.
Yeah. Well, especially you get this expectation, don't you? Because it's been like a machine, like a wave pool, and it's just been delivering this consistent, knowable and understandable thing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's completely different. You kind of like try to piece it together on the fly.
Yeah, I guess it's finding that reset button to just get rid of those expectations.
Yeah, exactly. And Josh Burke.
Ooh, it's a bit of a speed turn. Wow. Good connection. Gets a good combo. Maybe points left begging a little bit.
And my mind goes to the 6.17 of Tim Elter's and go, well, is Joshua Burke's wave restricted in what it can be in comparison to that 6.17?
Yeah.
We'll know. The judges will tell us.
Yep.
5.27 from the last of Tim Elter, and I feel like they kept the scale of Tim Elter's wave. The 6.17, you know, that was a little bit less, it would feel, so they kept the scale, although the scale feels low. Little snap, not much there, and 1 turn. So I don't know that that was any more difficult than Tim Elter's one turn.
Yeah.
His second turn was definitely better than that, and maybe the little cutty at the start matched Joshua Burke's first little carve down.
Yeah.
So going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this.
Yeah.
Did have some speed and power and aggression in it.
It was good. Like, it was really good, solid surfing. I just feel like there was something missing.
Yeah. And maybe it was the speeding along to get to the closeout or something that didn't kind of feel like he settled in and got to do much, really.
Yeah.
Just one closeout turn. He is looking for a 6.09.
Wow.
I'd stick my neck out and make a goose of myself, but I feel like it's hard to see it going there given the 617 as a comparative score.
Well, it looks in at a 5.9. So just not the score. He needs a 3.56 now. So it's the second best wave of the heat. And we've got Luca Messinas up and riding now. He needs to better a 3.63. He hasn't really had the most solid heat. Wave selection letting him down.
Really quiet for a period of time too. Lost his momentum. Got the start and had those couple of scores really early. And then hasn't been able to build on that for quite some time.
Feels like the two best waves that we've seen ridden, Tim and Joshua, have just snatched them up, and then they've kind of made scores out of everything else. I feel like Luca, with the surfing that we've seen, he's obviously ripping, but he just hasn't been on the best waves, which is capping the scores. And
danger, Will Robinson.
Wow, right in front of a Luca there, in and out. Oh,
doesn't change anything, you wouldn't think. Looking for a 3.56. Can't see it going there.
I'm kind of feeling like he should have sat out there and waited because he had second priority.
And if I'm Luca Messinas or Timmy Elter, I'm kind of heading towards old Joshua Burke at quite a rate to try and consolidate and make sure that he doesn't sneak away, because we know how talented he is and he could easily get what he needs. 3.56, do that with his eyes closed.
Oof, nerve-wracking times. Tim Elter had a look. So did Luca Messinas. Just not scratching onto that one either. So 2.5 minutes to go.
And really the placements feel like I feel like the scale's kind of low, but it is a correct reflection of the heat so far.
Yeah.
You know, the placements and where people are and who's advancing, who's not. 2 minutes on the clock. They're all very close to each other right now. Priority all important at this point in time.
Wow, 2 minutes.
And you'd imagine,
we
saw Luca ride a wave, we saw Joshua Burke ride a wave, so you would think, in theory, that Tim Elter would have the first priority at this point in time.
Yeah, you'd think, if not first, surely second, because we haven't seen Augustin on a wave for a while. This is Luca Messinas. Needs to better at 3.63. Bit of a speed, snap to start, gets up and over that section. Wow.
And he kind of did that as much to keep Joshua Burke off that wave as he did to need it.
Yeah.
But in the end, he isn't going to improve. He's not going to build on that 3.63, and he's left the door open with 1 minute 20 for Joshua Burke. From Barbados, Tim Elter's paddling hard and fast. Big set wave approaching. Looks like the first one's a closeout.
He had to convert on that for Luca as well.
100%, yeah.
You know, it's a 2.43, doesn't go into the top two. I don't even know if he's going to make it back out the back in time. There's only a minute left.
And this set's closing out, stretching out, which is, Luca would be breathing a sigh of relief as he looks out the back and sees Joshua Burke out there in third priority. Actually, Augustin's got the first priority. Timmy Elter's got the second priority.
It's been a tough heat.
Paddling. He just lost that priority, did he? Yes, he did. That was a mistake. 28 seconds, though. Time might be on his side, and he may not pay for the mistake. That was a terrible paddle mistake. It didn't look like you could have ever caught that one.
No, yeah, that really was a complete mistake there for Tim Elter. If you're Luca Messinas, you're probably freaking out.
Look at him,
he's back out there.
But he's freaking. He wants
had
to
a
improve.
full... Oh, my goodness.
4.97.
Needs a score. He's flying down the line. Goes big, but just doesn't convert, unfortunately. And I feel like Luca Messinas would have had a freaking engine on his
to get back out the back.
Yeah, because that was crazy. He got back out the back so quickly. And he just scrapes through that one as well.
Exciting heat, wasn't it? You know, could have gone either way at the end. Augusta was only looking for a 5, you know.
Yeah.
So tough conditions, great surfing, great competing from everyone. That was exciting.
That was really, really tough. We are going to hear from Tim Elter very shortly, but before we do, let's have a look at some highlights from today because it's been a very exciting day. Let's take a quick look. It's been a big day of surfing and those highlights are just bringing up so much. We've seen a lot of, crazy moments in heats. Buzzer beaters, big airs, big upsets as well. Federico Moraes, he's down into the repechage round. Barton, what's been your highlight of the day?
We're only in round 3 and you can feel things starting to heat up and the performance levels go through the roof. That last heat from Tim Elter in those conditions, thought that was a fantastic performance from him. He really made the most of it and made it look kind of easy when it was anything but with the conditions. So it was a great day. Day 4 down, 5 to go.
Yeah, it's a 9-day event. It's a long day. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I feel like these last couple of heats, it was tricky. It was hard to navigate. We had a bit of weather. It's coming our way, and that was the last heat of the day. We've decided to call it early. We were going to run 4 heats to the women. We're going to save that for tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have a chat with Tim Elter as well from Germany. Getting that 6.17, feeling like it could have gone a little bit higher as well.
I don't know if I'm just excited because it's the end of the day and we've kind of watched things build and escalate through the day, the performances. I thought Carly Vast was really impressive as well today, the Olympic gold medalist still in the main round and looking strong. The other French team member, Jorgen Cousineau, he's a monster of a young man and an incredible surfer. To me, he's been the most impressive surfer that I've seen so far in the event. He's the guy who I really go, wow, while we all know of him, he's a bit of a sleeper in terms of, Carly Vast or Dane Henry or Cullen Robson and those sorts of names who have been standouts as well. But Jorgen, he's incredible, so powerful, so strong, and we'll have to watch out for him.
Oh, absolutely. Nursing that back injury as well.
Yeah, exactly.
He's figuring it all out as he goes, but as soon as he puts that rashi on and that hooter goes, he's 100% in.
Yeah, you would never know, would you?
No.
To watch him surf. He's done some of the biggest turns we've seen of the event so far. And I walked by him on the beach and I was like, who is that guy? I didn't know who it was. I was like, who is that guy? He's a giant, so broad across the chest, giant thighs and glutes. And I was like, wow, and then I realised who it was, saw the French sticker and went, oh, no wonder he does turns like that with the frame that he carries,
Yeah, it's amazing. I feel like a standout for me was Emrod in that heat. He was just... Throughout the whole time, he was so in rhythm, so on point with, what he was doing, the turns that he was doing, and, obviously huge airs that we were expecting from him as well. I thought it was really exciting and such an expertly surfed heat. It felt like he
Yes.
was a gear, maybe even 2 above everyone else as
And
well.
it felt like he could have thrown away scores that were keepers for other people. He had so many opportunities
Yeah.
that he created. Yeah.
I think he had like 3 7s in his scoreline at one point as well.
Yeah.
He just, you're expecting it from him. Absolutely. And, you know, in that last heat, Luca Macinas, it was a tough one for him.
And I enjoyed some of those repechage heats as well for the women this morning. Some really interesting tussles. We saw some developing nations, surfers from developing nations really push themselves. Mentioned to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their effort. And it was... In all, it was a fantastic day 4. Some great performances from both the men and the women. El Sunzal was doing its thing as well, so I'm sure there was great action down there. So can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, before we move on to tomorrow, let's have a chat with Tim Elton. He's down there with Chris. Maybe not actually.
Maybe no.
We're going to have a chat to him tomorrow. The weather just got too much. There's too much going on outside. So it was a big day of surfing. And we're super excited because tomorrow's going to be another huge day. We're going to start off with the women's main round. It's been good, Barton.
Yeah,
Thanks for sitting alongside and having a chat with me.
My pleasure, mate. My pleasure.
We'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early.